Damn it, come on. There we go, that's better. Alright, cat food. Good Saturday, I guess afternoon now, officially East Coast time. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. I gotta have a good beer with a hug. Yeah, wow, we've had a couple of really good lives lately. I don't know if there was anybody on last night. Wow, we had a real burner last night. We went on for 5 hours, I guess it was, which I'm usually only 2 hours or so. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, it's been a good week. I don't know if those of you don't know, I had Senate candidate Diane Sayre on Wednesday night. Yeah, Wednesday night. And then Thursday, Quinn the Eskimo came on from Cairo, Egypt for about an hour and a half, which was great. And then yesterday we had a panel that was, I think, our best panel we've ever had by far. So somebody says, I went on till you fell asleep. Yeah, I don't blame you. I was kind of getting to that point too. Oh, somebody says, wow, they got, hey, Faraj, thank you. Somebody, a lot of people aren't getting invites to my lives. I guess I don't know what the hell's going on. I keep talking about it. Sorry, I had some coffee. I'm reheating. Yeah, I was tired last night too. After about maybe 12:30, quarter to 1, I was really fading. So, but I'm glad you got an invite. That's good to hear. Hello, Eyes on Truth. I like that name, by the way, Eyes on Truth. Hello, Osman. Hello. Hi, Shelia. How you doing? Good to see you, as always. Went for a rally. I'm not sure what that means. By the way, I hear there's some other people going to some rallies today. Yeah, by the way, somebody had sent me a message yesterday saying they had heard from Mansour, which was a false alarm. I just got an updated message from them saying that the message came from an account related to Mansour, but it wasn't Mansour who had sent the message. So, yeah, I mean, when somebody who's been that consistent posting for, that many days in a row all of a sudden stops it's just a total change of character. We know that from people who go missing in the real world, right? It just, usually it doesn't end well, which is so sad to think about. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, right? That's not appropriate. But, for those of you who haven't followed the little quote-unquote saga, again, this is TikTok silliness, right? This is like catty, chatty, high school BS, but it is kind of fun, right? So there's this guy, Mr. Avocado, a.k.a. Nicholson, the guy who's, I think he's from the Caribbean, he said. He actually responded back to me. But for those of you who don't know, I went onto a live last night. I had found a video of somebody who's been speaking from the Israeli point of view. He happens to be a man of color, which seemed odd, but you never know. Maybe somebody moved to Israel when they were young or something like that. But it turns out he's a paid gun. He's a hired gun who's basically just, we'll talk about whatever issue for the highest amount of money given to him. Now, he's denying it, but then he's not denying it. But anyway, so I got Bisan's, oh my God, somebody says Bisan got shot in the neck, but she's okay. Holy shit. If you don't know who Bisan is, most people probably do if you're on here, but Bisan is a female, I guess you can call her a journalist who's also been updating regularly from Gaza in a very heartwarming way, sort of her personal journey. And someone just said she got shot in the neck, but she's okay. So, goodness gracious. It just goes to show you how crazy things are out there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos and stories of this. Somebody says a little girl. Okay, not Bisan. Okay, that's good. Yeah, someone just corrected that it was not Bisan. Yeah, I shouldn't repeat stuff unless I check it out first. I agree. Somebody here said, I'm not kidding, said Bisan got shot in the neck. That's what Christopher said, but she's okay. So according to Christopher, maybe there's a different story, Christopher, that somebody else, young girl, got, I don't know. I don't know the story yet, so. Anyway, I would unpin that comment, whoever pinned that, please, because somebody has changed that saying it's not accurate. So anyway, but there's this person, not that this is the most important thing to talk about, but I'll just mention it and we'll move on to other more important things, is that, there was somebody, I'd gone into some lives, basically, no big deal, pro-Israeli lives, which I try to do from time to time. Doesn't always work out well. But there was a guy there who's always there. He's a gentleman he sounds like he has a Caribbean accent. I think speaks some French as well. I don't know exactly where he's from. But he's a very staunch advocate for Israel constantly. So I was like, what's up with this? So it turns out he's a paid guy. And I have a video that somebody sent me that shows him saying that he's paid. I don't know if you've seen the video I put out. I put it on both my backup channel and my primary. And he's saying, I work for the Jewish agency. I've not been paid my money. I need to get paid my money. And then he was asked by a panelist, what is the ITF a T group? Or he goes, not only are they a T group in Israel, they're a T group outside of Israel. So, I mean, unbelievable stuff. And he always said he was going to spill the Zionist dirty little secrets. He has all the laundry on them or something like that. So then when I go on the live last night, I actually played that audio from that video. I put my camera on my PC and I played it, and they all listened to it. And then they started to deny it. And then what the guy said was, he goes, well, is it wrong to get paid? People pay for a lawyer to represent them in court. This kind of stuff. Then he sent me a message saying he denied it again. So it's either he says it's okay to get paid, then he denies it. It's just silliness, right? Yeah, we talked about, so as a part of the ICJ stuff, the United States has stopped funding the UNRWA. So the U.S. provides all sorts of foreign funding for different types of things throughout the world, and then it uses it sometimes as leverage if it doesn't like the political or other actions of certain entities around the world. So the U.S. just as far as I understand it, the U.S. just announced it's suspending its funding of the UNRWA. So that's my understanding of that. I don't know any more details than that. I don't know how much money it is per year. I could look it up and find out more. Somebody says, I saw it on Instagram. She was filmed in a hospital. Are we talking about Bisan or some other young woman? Because somebody here, Christopher, said it was Bisan, who's the journalist we've all come to know here through TikTok and Instagram. So anyway, I hope she's not hurt. Anyway. Yeah, believe it or not, the U.S. has all sorts of economic tools. It's not just the military, right? It has all sorts of tools. It sanctions Russia. We've heard all this stuff in the news. There's all sorts of weapons that the U.S. uses, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why the U.S. is hated so much, because it has all this leverage. It says it does things out of the goodness of its heart because we care about humanity, right? But as soon as there's something political that the government doesn't like, you find out where the real motives come from, right? So, it makes sense. On your link tree, there's a donation link. Can you please shed light on that? There is no donation link on my site. What I did was I updated that this morning, and the reason I did that was for the following. For those who don't know, so I think that, by the way, I think the organization that I had the GoFundMe link for was perfectly legit. The problem was there were some accounting issues as far as like the person who was using that GoFundMe was using it for more than one source of funds. Like say the same GoFundMe campaign was being angled into by two different groups. And the person who was collecting the funds from those two avenues didn't have the right information as to which parts were coming from where. So after a conversation about that and I suggested to the people who had contacted me, hey, get your own GoFundMe, which, by the way, they never told me this when it first started out. They had made it sound as if it was a single GoFundMe for their campaign. And then I found out subsequent to that, after I'd posted their link and promoted it, that this confusion was going on from an accounting standpoint. You know how I am. I would never put something up knowingly that was effed up, right? So I suggested they get their own GoFundMe, and when they do, I'll revisit it with them. So for now, the link is down. It says the UK has also jumped on the bandwagon of not funding the UNRWA. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Listen, the US and the UK do things in lockstep a lot politically now. Okay. Somebody says, you dropped me last night. Just want to make sure I didn't say anything wrong. The Mad Arab, if when you say I dropped you, what I often do is after somebody speaks on a panel, to make room for others who may need to come in if there's not enough spaces, I'll bring people off periodically without announcing it. It's nothing personal. It's just a management technique of keeping the conversation going. If that wasn't the case, I didn't, as far as I know, you didn't do anything improper at all, so don't worry about that. You're good. And, sometimes things just happen on TikTok, just to let you know, sometimes things just happen by accident. Like, I've had times when I've been on lives and the host swears he didn't drop me and I didn't drop me, so I just dropped off. That happened 3 times one time on a guy named... By the way, the other thing to know, this is another side note, I know I bounce around a lot, but people have told me that when you're in a live, if you're having trouble being dropped from it while you're already on, you can go in and open your camera up, save it, close your camera, save it, and then it doesn't usually, that problem stops happening. That's my understanding of that. But anyway, like I said, I'm the worst person to ask about like the technical side of TikTok. There's so much I don't know. And I should know more. I should just sit down one day and just do a tutorial like Nichelle's been doing. But I don't know. My attention span is like 17 seconds. I blame social media, right? This whole flipping through stuff. It's hard to sit still now. I don't know if you experience the same thing, but as soon as somebody starts talking more than 3 minutes, I'm like, oh man, where's the next hit of dopamine, right? Yeah, we're talking about Nicholson is his name, Nicholson. Those who don't know what we're talking about, there's a person of color, a man who's probably in his late 20s, early 30s, I guess. And he's very outspoken proponent of Israel. He's on a lot of these lives that are with a pro-Israel panel. And so I was on one of these, and the first couple times, like, it seems strange. Like, where did this person come from? How is he is of Israeli upbringing? Or that was my first question. Like, it just seemed odd, right? Because I've never seen somebody who's been black from Israel. I'm sure there are people in that Israel that are of color. I'm not an idiot, but I've never seen one in this orbit. And so it just seemed a little odd, but whatever. And then I found out later that he's a man from the Caribbean who is a hired gun. He's being paid by the Israelis to go onto these panels. And by the way, I have no doubt that probably many, many more are also being paid, because we've heard about their different proactive information management campaigns that the Israelis do. And hey, smart for them, right? They're trying to manage the message. I mean, that's what they've done for decades. Why would this be any different? But to have somebody in a panel that you're trying to have an earnest conversation with, and they're accusing me of being a paid shill as an American. Like, you're the American guy shilling for the Palestinian cause. Trust me. If I was getting paid by the people hiding in Qatar, what we're going to call it, the last thing I would ever do is mention that I have $2,600 a month in expenses and ask for small donations. I wouldn't even bother. That'd be pretty idiotic. So yeah, Hasbara is their information campaign. Hey, so anyway, so happy Saturday to everybody. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. We had a really, really at length conversation last night that was, I thought, very well managed and good information back and forth. And, one thing I wouldn't want to, listen, anybody can do what you want, right? It's your life. But in the comments, it's okay to disagree with somebody about the content. But I like to not say things about the person or doubt their sincerity. I don't know sometimes. So when I don't know, I just like to keep things as, how I am. I try to keep things as civil as I can. And maybe I'm naive sometimes. Maybe I'm too nice. But I always like to think that I'm never going to win anybody over by talking down to them or whatever. So, yeah, by the way, just to let you know, Hannah just made a good point. So for those of you who don't know, all of these lives get recorded by TikTok. And then what I do immediately after the live, or usually within a half day, is I'll download them and then I'll re-upload them to my YouTube and my Rumble channels. So last night I just happened to do it right afterwards, so they're already up there if you want to watch. Last night was a 5-hour marathon. We had some good stuff. But in the past 3 days, we've had independent U.S. Senate candidate Diane Sayre, who was on Wednesday night. She was great. And then Thursday afternoon, we had Quinn the Eskimo. By the way, for those of you who are offended by that term, I get it. If you're someone who has relationships with the Inuit people, Quinn, that is a lyric from a song. He's a big music guy. He plays the guitar, he sings. And there's a band, I don't even know the name of the band. I'm not a huge music expert, but that's a name from a song that he took on as his moniker. And I'm sure he didn't do it with any intention of offending anybody as a slur. People are constantly saying, like, how can you platform a guy using a... Listen, get over your big bad self, cancel culture, okay? Not everybody's perfect, and not everybody uses the things that you want to say. Okay, the world's not a perfect place. If you want to take time to educate the guy, reach out to him on his DMs and explain to him your point of view and maybe get on a video or what, But don't listen. Everyone wants purity tests with everybody, right? I had Diane Sayre on the other night, and this is trying to be practical. There's probably 3 or 4 things that I don't agree with the LaRouche movement on, right? She came up through the LaRouche movement. Who cares? If there's 18 things that somebody does that I like that are great, and there's 3 things they do that I don't, unless it's something outrageous, something really, really outrageous, who cares? Let it go. This poor guy's traveled down to Cairo, Egypt. He's working his ass off to try to organize things to help the people in Gaza. And he's been accused of everything from virtue signaling to atrocity travel or taking advantage. No, get the hell out of here, man. Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Thank you. So if you follow Quinn long enough, he's just a good person, man. So if you use one thing out of context, give the guy a break. Try to see the good side and stuff for once, for God's sakes. Anyway, and if it turns out he's doing something for those reasons, I'll point it out. I have no reason saying the truth, but come on. I've spoken to him at length. He'd have to be the best actor in the world to be doing some crazy stuff like that. Yeah, he's a good guy, right? And he has good intentions, and we're all flawed in some way. Maybe he shouldn't have picked that out of a hat as far as choosing his name, but he did. Now it's stuck. It'd be impossible for him very difficult after having 370,000 followers on all these, to switch it all of a sudden to like John Smith, right? He's already, the name is stuck to him. People know him as that name. So anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse. So yeah, he's a good dude. Anyway, so hopefully what we can do today, I don't know if people want to do this again, but we had a really good panel last night where we had some people come in who were very pro-Israel. And they were, by the way, to their credit, they were very respectful. They didn't interrupt. They waited their turn, which is wonderful to do. And in some cases, I thought it was even a little unfair because there were more pro-Palestinian members on the panel, as often is the case, and people know me as sort of a pro-Palestinian content creator. But, he was fair. So I appreciated that about them. There was another person that came on. And listen, the point of these things is, this is what I always try to say. I don't think I'm right, and I don't think they're wrong, per se. I think that everybody gets to take they get to do their analysis. They get to think of the backstory that they want to look at, the narrative. And then you as the audience, or you as the political person, can compare and contrast the things that do or don't make sense to you. And then you can arrive where you are on it. And that's the beauty of all this, is that we're free to do that, right? That's pretty cool. Yeah, somebody just says, magician says, I just watched Tantora, and I'm more disgusted by people who are Zios. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of behavior that's hard to stomach. And this is why I sometimes find myself doubting my sanity, because when I hear the arguments being made by people, I think people who come on and who discuss the Israeli point of view are very good. They're generally very good at pointing things out. And I'm like, well, wait a second. And then I remember all the things that I've learned about the actions that are taken by the government and by the soldiers. And I'm like, wait a second. I try to shake myself out, like, no, this is BS, right? You can't justify that. So again, that's why I think it's so effective. If even someone like me, who studied this for so long and knows most of the terrain, not everything, but most of it, and even I can find myself kind of doubting myself sometimes. I'm like, got to shake myself out. Like, wait a second. That's how incredibly talented people can be in terms of presenting their side of the argument. So, yeah. And listen, I always like to, this is a really important differentiation that I like to make. And this is so important for all of us to understand, okay? There is something called biophysical reality, right? This is an indisputable thing. Like, for example, you look up at the sky, there's these white objects, there's generally a blue hue on a sunny day, there's a thing called the sun. Like, these are realities, right, that we can't dispute. But then you can describe it differently. Like, you can call something partly sunny, or you can call something partly cloudy, right? And those are two different descriptions of the same exact biophysical situation, right? And you just take that into different permutations, and people look at what's happened over the years, especially 1967 is a great example as far as the 1967 Six-Day War. And people from the Israeli side look at it as totally justified. Like, we were under threat. We had to protect ourselves. Our very existence was under threat. Okay. And the U.S. said in what they said was happening in 2003, that this Iraqi government had weapons of mass destruction. And because of those WMDs, the U.S. had to do the right thing by the international community and themselves to protect the security of the world and take out the leadership. Well, it turned out that it was a BS supposition. There was no weapons of mass destruction. It was all a big, whatever you want to call it, mistake at best, or a completely conjured up con game at worst, and that's what I tend to think, to justify something that would benefit the United States and its corporate multinational allies. So, what do you say about 67? Well, you can agree with the Israeli point of view if you're from Israel or want to support the narrative, or you can say, that's BS, man. Yes, the Egyptians were doing exercises in the Sinai, which is their right. It's their territory. They can run their tanks around in their planes like the Israelis constantly do, by the way. Or you can say that, you can call it that it was a threat. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there the day it happened, but the person that came on last night made the argument that I was ignoring other key elements of the story, like intel and some other stuff. And what do I know? I don't know what intel came out. I wasn't in the Israeli military, and I was just born in 1967, for Christ's sakes. But what I would say is that I think it's highly unlikely that the Israelis would pass up the opportunity to take advantage of something that could be portrayed as one thing and be used towards another end. It's not out of the ordinary for them to do these things. I've been watching their behavior for the better part of 34 years, on and off. And I can tell you there's just example after example of just not telling the truth and painting things in ways that I think have no relationship to biophysical reality. And unfortunately, I've made videos about this, that the Zionist point of view oftentimes is accompanied by arguments that if it makes sense for the story they're trying to embrace, it means that's true. And if it's something that doesn't reinforce the thing that they want to believe, it's false, it's fake news, it's propaganda, right? The biophysical reality part of it makes no bearing. It doesn't even calculate into the thinking or the conversation. And that's what I find so challenging when you're trying to speak to somebody about stuff like, are you and I viewing some completely different thing here? So somebody said, this is a good question, TikTok guy. TikTok guy says, hey, if two states hasn't worked and they hate each other that much and one state won't work, what happens? Well, that's a great question. So let's think about that for a second. We've talked about this. Somebody asked me this last night. What's the solution here? Well, the reason why a two-state solution isn't tenable is because the Israelis have literally sliced and diced so much of the West Bank up into there's nothing left for Palestinians other than these small little enclaves or Bantustans. So that's not going to change because they have 700,000 settlers that are all anchored in there and all this investment. So that's not going to change. So if that's not going to work, well, what's a one state? Yeah, they put everything into one big state and then everybody becomes politically and democratically included. That's not going to work from the Israeli point of view because there are more people of Arab and Palestinian descent than there are Israeli Jews, including the Arabs that are in current Israel. There would be a majority instantly of Arab, it would be an Arab majority. And people who run Israel, that's just their worst nightmares, to have a bunch of people who they look down upon as, or maybe at best don't see as their equals, maybe not look down upon, but some do. And then they can't control their society. Then they fear the changes that would come, and rightly so, because the majority should rule, and what the Israelis have been doing to maintain their supremacy in the culture has not been great for many Arabs. Yes, some people have migrated through the maze. So if there's not going to be a one-state solution because of the politics issue and the democracy side of it, and there's not going to be a two-state, then what's next? Where does this all go? Well, what's happened in the past? It's been slowly more of the same happening over time. So more and more incursions into the West Bank, more and more dispossession of land, more and more administrative detention, more and more of the same stuff we've come to learn about, all the things we find horrific and objectionable, are likely to continue. And in fact, they have increased in their pace since October 7th in the West Bank. But as far as Gaza goes, more of a crushing blockade and now a full military incursion and what appears to be an intended long-term occupation of some type, whether it's administrative or military or both, of some or all of Gaza. And it's yet to be determined what's going to happen there. But I think what we're going to see is until the fact that the United States, which is the key variable, it's the linchpin that keeps all of this together, until the United States power structure that provides the political and military and economic cover and basically the grease that allows all this to continue, until that changes, most of this, unless there's a war that's going to force the change, it's not going to change. So what does that mean for Palestinians? It means that the time frame in which they're going to have to struggle is going to be prolonged. I don't know to how long. Now, the one good thing we've talked about is that the sentiment has changed, and the awareness and the public opinion and the view of Israel as this rogue pariah nation is at a level that it's never been at in my lifetime. And that's the one positive that's come out of this. So maybe somehow, some way, the political pressure in conjunction with the things like economic sanctions and international activities, boycotts, whatever, can put enough pressure on Israel to change its ways. I don't know. The reason I'm not optimistic about that, not that I don't want to be, is because of the dynamics I just mentioned. The United States can do a lot of things. It's got a lot of money and a lot of power to counteract some of these things. Now, somebody last night disagreed with me about this, and they felt that because of the international nature of trade and the way different countries and different groups can change practices, that it'll be too much for the U.S. to try to plug the holes that get created. And that could be true. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think that the U.S. and its power structure is going to allow that to happen. I believe the U.S. would probably go to war. And let's give an example. What happened recently when the Houthis were blocking commerce going through the straits near their shores? Well, the U.S. and the Brits responded with military response, right? They bombed the crap out of them. So not that that's going to solve the problem, but I'm saying we've already seen an example of what they're willing to do just on a very small basis to protect Israel and their interest economically. What do you think would happen if it developed into something much bigger? Well, you'd probably see a bigger response. Now, the U.S. military isn't infallible, even though people like to think the U.S. is this amazingly, unbeatable power. That's not true. In fact, in many cases in recent history, the U.S. has really struggled in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in Iraq. I mean, it's not easy to prosecute war. It's just not easy. So, and again, look at the recruitment right now in the United States. I mean, look at some of the people that are, if you watch some videos that are sent back from the field, the front, of some of the soldiers that the U.S. recruits, and this is not to disparage a young person who's trying to get ahead in life and wants to take a $50,000 signing bonus or have their college paid for or whatever else. It's a big leg up for somebody who's not in a great spot starting out in life. And I say good for them for taking advantage of it. But that's not the same kind of person that was fighting for our lives back in World War II, right? Our very survival. Much different type of person. So when you're fielding people like that, in fact, the U.S. is having to lower its recruitment goals constantly. The standards like physical fitness out the window, college, even college graduation, or a general equivalent degree, a GED. That's now gone. I just saw a video about that before we came on. The Navy is no longer requiring, the U.S. Navy is no longer requiring that people be high school graduates or have any kind of aptitude other than this little test they give them as an example. That's how bad recruiting is going in the United States. So the bottom line is, listen, we're not at our best right now. Let's face it, militarily. We're not. We have a large military budget and we have a lot of equipment and bases. But in terms of the staffing, which is ultimately what runs the military, is the staffing. And again, you only have so many generals and officers. You have soldiers that have to do the fighting, right? And so therefore, these are concerns. And I think that there's an arrogance both in the Israeli military and public, as well as the American public and military, that because we're this big thing, we can't lose. Like we're so overconfident in our abilities. And people like Scott McGregor and Scott Ritter and Colonel Douglas McGregor, yeah, I just married those two together. Those two talk about it at length. So anyway, I don't think it's a great situation to be in. And I think the worst thing that could happen is if we do end up going to a broader war is what if there's a draft because of some of these limiting factors? Imagine right now, I don't know if you're someone who's a parent in the United States, but imagine if you are and you have a son or daughter that's over the age of 18, under the age of 30, and there's a draft. And then they force your son or daughter to enlist in the military and go off and fight in some foreign war. Just imagine. So, and by the way, this is to protect the interest of a very small number of people that have a lot of power in our country. So people make the arguments all the time that there are these undue influences between groups like AIPAC and other groups that are pro-Israel, and even members of the current administration who have dual citizenship, and they have maybe potentially questionable allegiances. Maybe they love America, but maybe they're willing to do a little more for another country because of those other allegiances. And then, of course, all the people in our society that have positions of wealth and prominence and different positions in different parts of industry, that forms sort of an impetus, an inertia, if it will, towards doing certain things more than others. Well, this is a very, 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 very small sliver of the general population, both globally and especially domestically. And the question is, should U.S. policy and the sons and daughters of the nation be used to serve the desires of a very, very small fraction of the population? That's a fair question to ask, right? I think that's a fair question to ask. I wouldn't want to go to a war right now to fight for what we're seeing in terms of if this thing sparked up and let's say that Hezbollah got more involved and the Iranians were funding them like crazy, and then they were just firing all sorts of stuff into Israel proper, and thousands of Israelis are leaving the country, and the Houthis are raining down fire and stopping ships, and who knows what will happen then, right? But if I got called up right now and said, I'd say, F you. I'm not going to fight for that shit, right? I know I'm an American citizen, but I didn't sign up for this crap. That doesn't benefit America. Yeah, it benefits some of the people who are running America, who benefit financially and militarily from the BS. But think about it in the end. I didn't bring up anybody up yet. Just a sec. I don't know how that person came. How did people come up without being invited? I don't know how did that happen. I don't. Let me take you down for right now. I'll bring you back up later. I'm on a run here, so I don't know. Sometimes that happens. Guests just come out with I don't know. I don't send any invites out. Anyway, so I don't know about you, but if I was a father or mother right now and I saw this and I wasn't somebody who was directly related to the conflict, I wouldn't want to send somebody over there to die right now for this. This is craziness, right? So the U.S. has itself in what's called late stage empire and late stage capitalism. And so these are very precarious places to be. And think of it this way: if you know you're on the way down, if the writing's on the wall and your future is set in stone, if you don't do something different, you're probably going to do something different, right? You're probably going to find ways to try to stir shit up and try to change the variables that are putting you in the rearview mirror and putting someone else in the front. So we see countries like China and Russia and Iran that are sitting fairly pretty, not in the driver's seat right now, but looking at it with, licking their chops. And America is sort of like this person, like, hey, I've been in front, don't mess with me. But then the person's not as strong as they used to be, right? And they're not listening as much. And that's kind of where I see things are right now. So the power in it globally is dividing up right now. And it's like the U.S., as much as it doesn't want to acknowledge it and wants to maintain this position of what they call the rules-based international order, those rules aren't being followed anymore. People have had enough of it. They don't want to be threatened at the end of the U.S. financial system. They don't want to be threatened at the end of the U.S. military. They're tired of it. They've been dealing with it for decades. Like, you know what? No. and all the anti-colonialism that's coming about right now. Let's face it. Let's be honest. For those of you who can't see this, Israel and Zionism is a settler colonial act. It's an implementation of a settler colonial mindset. You can paint into that the fact that it's a safe sanctuary for Jewish people to be. And I can't dispute that because the idea is that. But what's accompanied that is this thing that's bigger than that. It's territorially aimed at doing things that otherwise it wouldn't be doing if it wasn't the political ideology that it is. And you have some members among the Israeli body politic, by no means the majority, but very small factions that believe that the entire region should be Israel, what they call Eretz or Greater Israel. And so they're pushing for policies that basically increase the pace of expanded settlements and literally want to go in and take over the governments and take over the territory of, let's say, 5 or 6 different sovereign nations or portions of their nations as time goes by. That is not considered benign or just protecting Jewish people from damage. That's an aggressive, settler, land-oriented, basically it's a campaign, basically. It's a project that's going on. And I think that's worthy of criticism. I think that anybody should be. And I certainly don't want to send my son or my daughter to go die for that shit, right? That's craziness. So Celine's asking what land? Celine, if you go to Google and type in Greater Israel Project, you'll see a map that shows you exactly the territorial, the range of territories that some believe should be or are actually a part of Israel. They just haven't been realized yet. So look that up. You'll find it there. So we did have a guest that wanted to come up. Like I said, I usually rant for about 30 minutes. I don't even know how I do it. I just start yapping. But let me see if I can bring up the guest here. Iskender, sorry if I say your name wrong again. Come on up and tell us what's on your mind if you want to. I'm going to grab a little water. Okay, so that person's not coming up, so no big deal. So yeah, somebody's saying that the UK, the youth won't accept a draft. I don't blame them. Who in the hell wants to be forced to go to a war for something that they have nothing to do? That's not going to benefit them, right? I mean, just like in our country, in Vietnam, if you don't know, a lot of people were drafted. They had what's called a draft number, like a lottery, and in each town they would draw out of a bucket of numbers, and if your number was low enough and your number came up, you were going to war. And you had to do it or you go to jail. And one of the more famous people that didn't go was a guy named Cassius Clay, who was a professional boxer. When he was younger, he eventually changed his name to his Muslim name. 1 second, I'll be right there with you. I got timed out. And he went to jail. And he said publicly, and people, by the way, people hated this guy, hated him for doing this. Most people in the public were, told to believe in this war that was supposed to stop what's called the domino theory of communism spreading across Asia. And therefore they were told we had to go do this or the whole world was going to turn, pinko commie or whatever they said, meaning that everyone's going to be stuck at the end of a gun working on a re-education camp, which of course is silliness. Anyway, so he went to jail. He went to jail because he says, I'm not going to go serve in this white man's army because the white man's never done anything good for my people. And it's true. I can't blame him. So I said, do I mean Muhammad Ali? I said, Polygo, that his name was Cassius Clay and that he changed his name to Muhammad Ali when he converted to Islam. Yeah. So, but yeah, he went to jail and he was hated by the United States, by people around there. Somebody says, you're on the wrong side of history, F260. Well, listen, I don't disrespect anybody's point of view. So if you think that I'm on the wrong side of history, first of all, let's be a little more specific on what issue. I'm assuming you mean in the Israel-Palestine issue, but maybe you mean something else. So as far as specificity, that's the other thing I like to do when somebody makes a general statement, which is fair. Listen, it's fair to disagree with anything that I say or even fact check it or both. But the point is, what exactly do you mean? And then based on what? So the question I love to ask people is not so much what do you believe, but I like to ask, how did you come to believe it or why do you believe it? And that's usually more telling than what they believe. And listen, if what you believe or why you believe it is because somebody in your family said so, like your mom and dad talked about it at dinner, and that's just what you believe because mom and dad said it, so it must be true. That's a way of saying what you believe. It's understandable, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've investigated all of the things that could shape what you believe. And, I'm always challenging myself just so you know who thinks I'm on the wrong side. That's one of my main goals individually in life is to constantly challenge that belief and try to find out other stuff. I'm one of the few people that you'll meet that talks about this issue from this standpoint. I went to the pro-Israel rally in DC. And you're thinking, well, why would a guy talking like this about this issue go to a pro-Israel rally? For the very reason I'm trying to go out there and like learn from other people and see if what I'm missing and what am I not understanding and how can I view this in a different way that makes more sense? Like just, it's fair to challenge yourself. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And as I always like to say, if your identity and your ego is not married to your point of view or your beliefs, then it's very easy to make adjustments as you learn more, or if it's correct to change them, you do. And there's no apology to be made for that. So, and by the way, it makes life a lot easier because if you do get something wrong, you can always fall back on what I just said. You can say, listen, I'm not always right. So that's the way it is. So if you think I'm not on the right side of history, I'm curious to see how, if you want to come up and talk about it, F260. Somebody says, yeah, I live in Michigan. I have many Arab friends, but you're still wrong. Well, first of all, just to let you know, just those words coming out of your mouth on this keyboard indicate a certain level of, I don't know how you want to put it. I'm trying to be polite. Disdain for the other. I have, quote, many Arab friends. I'm not sure exactly what bucket you're plucking them out of, but I don't like putting people into buckets. So you have a friend named Muhammad and you have a friend named, Asma or whoever it may be. Those are your friends. They happen to be Arab or come from Arab background. Maybe they're Arab Muslims, maybe they're Arab Christians. I don't know. But that alone tells me a little bit about you. So, by the way, in terms of you said you're still wrong. I've said before, I have a point of view. You have a point of view, right? I'm not even going to say that you're wrong because from your point of view, you think that you're right? Because that's what we all do. We all think we're right because that's what we think. But the question is, in terms of presenting how you arrived at what you believe is right and what other things you have or have been willing to or not willing to look at to try to round out that way of thinking or being, that's the important part of the conversation. So I'm just going to put this out there to F260 just for kicks and giggles. I'm not getting triggered, by the way. This is an example of some of these interactions that come up. Here's a question for you, F260. So in my learning journey, again, I just happened to learn about this for those of you who are watching me for the first time. My name's Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. I'm not a military expert. People have accused me of that too. I never said that. But I did serve in a war, so I know what it's like to be in a war. I was on the front lines in a tank unit of the first Persian Gulf War back in 1990. I learned about the Israel-Palestine issue just completely by luck, by chance, in 1989. When I was in a political science class and one of my classmates gave a talk on what was called the First Intifada, which was a big uprising that took place in 1987. And of course, she explained a lot of things that I'd never heard of before. I'd always heard a very, very, very simple story that Israel's our friend, that it's a Jewish homeland, it's a safe place for Jewish people, surrounded by all these hostile countries with people that are evil that want to harm them. That's what I had heard. I didn't know what a Gaza Strip was. I didn't know what a West Bank was. I didn't know about the 6-Day War. I didn't know about any of this stuff. And I don't think most Americans do. We pay attention to American stuff, right? We're living isolated in two oceans, and most people don't even leave America for the most part. So anyway, so I learned a lot, and therefore I've kept an eye on this. It seemed unfair. Like, what? Like, why is it that I'd always heard this one story, and yet what I actually heard during this presentation was so much different? Like, what's up with that? And why is it these people who happen to be Palestinian are enduring what's going on that I never knew about? That struck me as like very unfortunate, unfair, and odd. So I've been somebody who's kept a close eye on it for many decades. I'm not a scholar. There's plenty of little details I don't know, but I think I have a little bit better general understanding of it than many Americans do. And the only reason I speak to it is because I try to put myself in the shoes of people that are being oppressed. And I'm very lucky where I am. I don't deal with that. So I don't have to say word one about it. I could just go about my day and do anything else. But the reason I speak out about it, people have said I'm doing it for clicks or money. I mean, come on. I'm just some schmo on the internet. I'm a nobody. But the reason I talk about it is because if I were in their shoes, I would want somebody to stand up for me because they can't do it. They haven't been able to do it for many decades. They don't have the tools or the money or the power to get their word out. And you have the biggest superpower in the world, as well as the Israeli government and military and media, doing everything to the contrary. So it makes it difficult for them to get their word out. Now, the only good thing that's happened now is the fact that more people know about it and they've seen what the Israelis actually do. They say one thing, they do another. So if you think I got it wrong, let's do this. And in all polite fairness, I mean this sincerely. Let's talk about it. Like, come on up. Let's have a conversation. You can share with me what you believe and where you think that I'm completely missing it. You can educate me and bring me up to speed on the things that I'm wrong about. And I'll listen. I won't just like go walk down the street while you're talking, come back and tell you what I think. That's not how I operate. And if you say some things that that make sense, I'll tell you, hey, that makes sense to me. I agree. I'm wrong about this. You're right. That's the way we should all be, I believe. That's fair. Just to let you know, along those lines, I'll share one more thing, and that is I've been challenged about some of the things that happen on 10/7. I've made some statements that may be insensitive, which I don't want to do, but there has been a certain lack of specificity on the evidentiary side of some of the atrocities that have been claimed. So I'll give you an example. I've seen plenty of videos that have shown people being, I guess the word is we're supposed to say pow-powed or whatever, by weapons, where there was horrible things happen, where people were unalived by age group fighters. I've seen those videos. They're horrible. Some are posted right now on the Israeli Defense Forces YouTube channel. You can watch them yourself. I'm not making any excuses for that or saying that that's somehow justified. I think those sorts of things that happen on 10/7 are unforgivable, horrible, awful. The families that endured those tragedies, you have to feel for everyone involved when it comes to situations like that. You can't pick sides and be one-sided. So to the extent that that happened completely unexpected to families, I understand their pain and their suffering and their outrage and their anger and their desire to have that never happen again. That makes sense to me. And I can feel that in them, just like I feel what I talked about in the Palestinian people. And sometimes I've not been as clear about that. So I'm trying to make that very clear. And at the same time, there's been many of allegations made about additional things that happen outside of what I would call the bare base atrocities, which is unaliving civilians, which I'm against under any circumstances. And that is additional things like crimes of assault with, the S word in front, S assault, and people being like lit on fire or having parts of their body removed from the neck up or stuff like that while they're still alive. These are things that I've tried like heck to pursue information about, and I'm still am. And I've been directed to places like Telegram and other sites online to look for, and I've gone there. And I haven't seen direct evidence. I've seen testimonial evidence where people saying, yes, this happened to my friend, or I know this person, and this. But again, this is the problem that I've had with that, and that is the Israeli government and the Israeli military spokespeople over the years that I've watched this have said so many things that later turned out to not be true, or they omit certain parts. There's just been such a practice of lying and obfuscating, because in many cases what the Israelis do is, unfortunately, it's not something that can be easily, there's not a way to justify it, right? You can't shoot somebody in the head who's a little kid who's 14 standing at a protest with a Palestinian flag and then somehow say, well, the person was an imminent threat to me, right? That you can't, so you have to lie about it. Because to talk about it would be to completely put yourself out there. This is part of the problem we're seeing with what's happening in public right now from the Israeli side. It's a challenge, right? People are seeing in real time what's happening from the air to the ground, and they're seeing the devastation and the death it's causing, and yet they're trying to find a way to say it's because of these reasons. And all the targeting we do is very careful, and all this narrative control around it. And the average person, and I guess it's possible that, quote, people like me and others who see it differently could be wrong. Maybe in every single case, there is a definitive target, and there was intel that said this person was here, and therefore it's just unfortunate collateral damage. But I think, most of us have what we call common sense and some sense of right and wrong, and we all can't have it wrong. And the majority of people watching from the outside in see this as like, they're flabbergasted. They're sickened by it. They're like, this has to stop. I mean, even the American government, and this is supposed to be the closest ally to Israel, has warned them about this because they see that the people are seeing it, and it's going to hurt their chances to get reelected. They know full well that if you have a population that is just stunned that you're not speaking out against basically what is a full-time live atrocity, you can put the G word on it if you want, you can exclude it for whatever technical reasons you want, but it's tens of thousands of people who had nothing to do with what happened on the 7th that aren't alive anymore, and many more injured, and they had nothing to do with it. Their water's been cut off, their food, fuel, electricity, medicine, key infrastructure like schools, hospitals, mosques, churches, gone, right? And the question is that justified, and can that be justified? And I think in many cases the answer is unfortunately no to most people, and therefore the U.S. government has spoken out against it publicly, which I thought would never happen to that extent. So these are the problems with trying to justify things. So if you want to come up and talk about it, let's talk about it. I'm open to it. I will listen. Now, I had someone named Zach here last night. We talked extensively, probably talked about it half of an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And well, I want to give somebody plenty of airtime and not be unfair. And I think I was fair last night. I hope Zach would agree. I also don't want to let one person or any one person be the whole thing, unless people want us to. If they're enjoying the back and forth and you want to hear more, I'm happy to have it. But I want to give other people a chance to speak their 2 cents. And by the way, I know sometimes I talk a lot, and some people are like, "Listen, enough." So if I'm not picking up on that message sometime, then I apologize for that. but I just get caught in these little rants sometimes. Okay, so we had Alex Kander. If I say it wrong, he wants to come up and talk, and then we have Zach's going to come up, and then we have another guest by the name of Chic Google. That's a funny name. Yes, what's going on?
Hey,
So Zach,
so
oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, we're going to let the first person that was in the queue, Zach, is as a person at the bottom here. Then you're going to be next.
yeah, hey Chip, I was on your panel yesterday,
Great,
so I
cool.
appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah, no, we had a nice little discussion, and then you said you'd like me to come back some other time, so I came up today,
welcome
and
back.
so well, thank you for having me on. What I was going to say, you were mentioning Vietnam earlier, and it's interesting. There are actually quite a few similarities between Vietnam and Palestine. So I'll just give you a phrase up front: "Give me liberty or give me death." We hear this every 4th of July. It was the rallying cry of the Revolutionary War, as the colonists were breaking away from the British and forming their own government independent of the monarchy, right? So that was the mentality that the Vietnamese people followed when they broke away from the French, and then later when they broke away from the US. So the first my profile picture there, General David Shoup, Shoup. He is a surprisingly obscure figure in the history of the Marine Corps. He was a Medal of Honor recipient from World War II, who later became the Commandant, and he was opposed to the Bay of Pigs invasion, and he was also very bitterly opposed to the Vietnam War, and that criticism continued even after his retirement.
Okay,
So he was opposed to Kennedy's escalation. He was bitterly opposed to what Lyndon B. Johnson did. And the FBI harassed him. I mean, this guy's a 4-star general, a Medal of Honor recipient, who was being harassed and pestered by the FBI for being an alleged communist. So, I mean, it just sounds absurd. And the man risked his life for his country, and was criticizing something that he ended up being right about, which is Vietnam. And
sure.
he was harassed and pestered by the government that he fought for and defended. So they definitely turned on poor General Shoup. And it's interesting because the Vietnamese people, like I said, give me liberty or give me death. That was the mantra they followed. When Kennedy, for example, authorized, well, one, he's the one who really started to escalate troops. He escalated from 200 advisors to 16,000 troops by the time of his assassination. He authorized the use of Agent Orange, for example. He funneled weapons to Ngo Dinh Diem. He didn't even care when Ngo Dinh Diem was overthrown in a coup. South Vietnam struggled with leadership, and a lot of the leadership was very corrupt. You had lots of self-serving politicians in South Vietnam who were only there to sort of harvest the resources of the West for themselves. They didn't really care about their people, to include, for example, the Buddhist minority in Vietnam.
Can you
So,
just listen? You have a lot of great information to share, and I tend to talk very quickly, but I think you got me beat. If you could just take a little bit of a slower pace, people can digest a little more of what you're saying.
okay, good to go. So, in the context of Vietnam, so you've got, like I said, Agent Orange, caused hundreds of thousands of birth defects. You had trouble with the leadership in South Vietnam. Less than 10% of Vietnam's population really wanted to get behind the United States. So Catholics, for example, were Catholicism was brought to Vietnam by force under the French. It wasn't a very popular mentality. The French had one job, which was to defend their colony. And when Japan invaded what at the time was called French Indochina, they failed miserably. So this is why 90%.
I don't want to jump in and listen. You have a lot of information crammed in your head, which I think is wonderful, and I'm a geek like that. But I think what people really want to know, and this is something I learned in the military, one thing we were told to do in the Army, and I'll let you get back on, put the bottom line up front, like the point you're trying to make, and then if you have substantive detailed historical fact to back up that point, then layer it in as needed. If you layer all the history in, no one knows where you're going with it, then it kind of makes it hard for people to wrap their head around it. So if you could please give us a brief encapsulation of what you want to say. I could read a history book and you could supplant that, but I don't think people come here to hear the history of that level of detail.
Oh, sure. Well, again, bottom line up front, give me liberty or give me death. Apply to the people of Vietnam. It's applying to the people of Palestine. And Vietnam has sent messages of solidarity, has shown support and sent messages of solidarity to the people of Palestine for decades because they understand the concept of fighting against a colonial occupier. So in the case of Vietnam, it was the French and the US. And then later, ironically, it was the Cambodians, which were backed by the People's Republic of China. Then, in the context of Palestine, it is primarily Israel, which has been supplied heavily by the US, France, and the UK historically. And so it is the same mantra: give me liberty or give me death. We hear it every 4th of July, all these flag waving conservatives will say it applies to us, but didn't apply to the people of Vietnam, doesn't apply to the people of Palestine. So there's a double standard. Yeah, and it's
Oh, I
something
see.
that I point
So
out.
you're saying that the people that are emphasizing the concept of freedom are applying it selectively.
Correct.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. And by the way, you are such a very well-studied person. What I really would like to do, if you can message me, you can either email me at chipbarnesonline@gmail. But let's set up a longer form content. Those who want to come plug into that, we can have a lengthier discussion either on a live or we can just record something and then people can check it out. But I'd love to tap into that reservoir of your knowledge because you know way more than I do about 90% of this stuff. So would you be open to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do that. I think the audience would enjoy it. When we have the right forum, we can go as deep as you want, as long as you want, as fast as you want.
Interesting
Yeah.
comments too that I'm seeing. Ben Gurion was apparently exiled. He was the first prime minister of Israel. How was he exiled from? I've never heard that before. Interesting comments in the comment section.
Who said that Gurion was exiled? Anyway, yeah, I've never heard of that stuff. So if you don't know who
I've never heard of that either.
David Ben Gurion was the first prime minister of Israel. He also was heavily involved in some of the, let's put it this way, activities that led up to its founding in terms of the shifting of the population on the ground. That's about the nicest way you can put it, right? But he was a part of different groups that tried to do things that would achieve Israel's goals and the ends of having a Jewish majority population or eventually an ethno state inside of historic Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, here's the thing too. Here's another key point. Ho Chi Minh actually wrote a letter to Harry Truman asking for his help against the French. He really didn't hate the U.S., at least not at first. And what's interesting is Palestinians protected U.S. Marines in Lebanon back in 1976. It was Operation Fluid Drive. And so, again, the Palestinian people didn't start off hating us. We chose to hate them. And that's another point that often gets lost in these conversations when we're picking sides and talking about who our allies should or perhaps should not be. I mean,
You got to remember, this is the hard part about doing these talk panels. And it's when you're someone as knowledgeable as you are, you probably assume that most people have the historical familiarity that most people, unfortunately, probably don't. So getting back to your point, just to deconstruct. So if you don't know, the French had been colonizing what they called Indochina, which was what we call Vietnam. Can you explain who Ho Chi Minh was and what they felt about the French regarding that colonization?
sure. So, in the context of Ho Chi Minh, he was a Vietnamese nationalist who was raised primarily under French colonial rule. He became very resentful of the French. He was not particularly fond of how the French plundered Vietnam mainly for coal and for rice, nor did he take well to the French. It's kind of like what we had in the US with Carlisle Indian schools. The French had their own version of that or versions of that, where they would try to forcibly educate the people of Vietnam, force them to speak French, force them to adopt Catholicism, and would try to essentially turn them against each other. So they'd have those that actually took to say learning, French and becoming Catholics. Those who converted would then be recruited. They'd be part of the police and the military of France, and they'd be turned against those who rejected and resisted the colonial influence. And so there's a lot of divide and conquer rule that occurred in the context of Vietnam. That's typically how colonizers colonize. And the
So,
French did this strictly for
question,
economic
in terms
interest.
of the goals that Ho Chi Minh wanted to achieve, obviously, it's like your friend of your friend. It's like there's different relationships that form in terms of the hope of liberation from one group until you see the group that was trying to liberate you becomes the other one you're trying to liberate yourself from after that. So, how did it play out in terms of the transition in those ideas?
Well, in the transition of those ideas, after World War II, Ho Chi Minh led a revolt against the French. In fact, he had thoughts about this going back to World War One when he was a young man. And after World War II, he saw his opportunity. France was at its weakest point, and the French were, as I mentioned earlier, horribly ineffective at resisting the Japanese. When the Imperial Japanese Army invaded what at the time was called French Indochina, the French were worthless in terms of defending their colony. So, and the Japanese army came in there. They plundered Vietnam of its foodstuffs, caused a famine. So, in terms of Ho Chi Minh, that's when he took up arms. He recruited primarily from the peasantry in Vietnam that had been devastated by famine, that had been devastated by war, that had essentially nothing. Very, very poor people who were living quite literally on less than like $1 a day for subsistence and survival. So people often don't seem to really understand just how poor Vietnam really was. And so Ho Chi Minh heard the ideas of Mao Zedong. He heard the ideas of Marx and Lenin. I mean, he was a very well-read, well-educated man, particularly for his time. And so he recruited from the masses of Vietnamese people who wanted change, who were tired of being occupied. And so his idea was basically, hey, Vietnam for Vietnamese people, and for anybody else who wants to join us. And so, I mean, he was agnostic as to exactly who he brought into his movement, just anybody who supported the idea of native Vietnamese people defending themselves and standing up for their own land and doing for themselves. Um, and yeah, he took up arms against the French. That started in 1946, I want to say. And he asked Harry Truman for support. He said, "Hey, remember that phrase, give me liberty or give me death?" And Harry Truman did the exact opposite of help Ho Chi Minh. He instead funneled weapons to the government of France. And he's the one who first sent advisors, quote unquote, I think about 30 of them, to help aid the French in their attempt to recolonize Vietnam. And that did not go over well for the French. Um, so by 1955, I want to say it was, they were kicked out. And when Eisenhower was in office, he started to send more advisors.
Again, you're very good at getting into the details. I'm more of a thematic presenter. People, I'm sure, some people would love to hear every detail of what you're sharing. What I was trying to get on the point was in terms of the relationships here. So you're talking about the relationships now between what the U.S. is doing vis-a-vis Palestine and the inconsistencies of the application of the idea of liberty. I was just trying to get to the idea of the overarching themes between the relationships, not the specifics of how and what each piece on the chessboard got moved slowly but surely along the path you're describing. So here's what I'm going to do. You're a very, very knowledgeable human being, and I think for the right time and place, I would love to have that conversation. But I think your methodology is one of excruciating detail, which is great because it's good to know the details. But it's just hard to have that kind of a conversation when people just can't stay with it. It's too much to chew on at once. So what I'm going to do is email me. We'll schedule something for those who want that level of detail, that granularity. Great, we'll do it. I love to listen to it. But I think most people, it's a little too much for them. So come on back, okay? I mean that sincerely, but email me first. We'll set up a time to schedule. We can promote it accordingly. All right, Zach, you've been waiting patiently. I'm sorry we had a little detour there. I'm fascinated by the U.S. history and wars, but not everybody shares that fascination, I realize.
No problem at all. But yes, I was on your live last night, or I did see you when you were speaking for half an hour or longer with Jay, Christina, and Essen. So, but it was worthwhile, I guess. Um, the I'd like to say just 3 points. Go on mute, and if you could respond, if I can remember them. One, the first thing is Muhammad Ali did not go to jail. He did not go to prison. His case was thrown out in the Supreme Court on a legal technicality. To understand at the time, there was to understand at the time, uh, there was a movement. Obviously, Nixon campaigned on getting us out of Vietnam. So, oh, you're gonna check my facts. Don't worry, I know
Well,
what I'm
I'm going to
talking
find out
about.
the times and dates to make sure that if I got it wrong, I want to correct my mindset. That's what I make. I'm all about correcting my problems. If I make a mistake, I want to make sure I got it right.
Yes, he posted $100,000 bail.
Yeah, so this is my mistake. He was sentenced to go to prison, but he never actually served. That's a good point.
Yes, he was sentenced, but then he appealed, and while he was on
Yeah,
during his appeal, he was out.
right. Makes sense. And then it got overturned, like you said, at the Supreme Court. Yep, fair. Thanks for correcting that.
No problem at all. Secondly, I want to speak about opinion. It's okay for everyone to have an opinion, but for people who should be involved in the dialogue and the resolution, those should be the people who are involved. In this case, Israel, Israelis, Palestinian Arabs, America's involved. Whoever are those people who are involved should be part of the dialogue, the conversation, and the resolution. It's great that other people have opinions, but they're not part of the, again, you may speak about globalism, but um, other people who have an opinion, they shouldn't be involved. And now, to understand the difference between opinion and a perspective, opinions are right and wrong. Your opinion may be wrong, but your perspective is yours. So that's kind of hard for people to understand. They often confuse the words opinion and perspective. Finally, to reiterate what you had to say, and then I'll go on mute, and I'd appreciate your comments.
Well, can I, before you go to the next one, Zach, I'm not trying
Yeah.
to interrupt you, but I wanted to just get you to clarify. My understanding of the way that the treaty is written, the ICJ, the signatories, it says that any member signatory party can bring actions under the treaty. Do you think that they missed the boat on that, given what you've just described to us?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm speaking about individuals. The ICJ is the UN has their court. I forgot what the legal mumbo jumbo is for, uh, but the ICC and the ICJ are courts of jurisdiction for the United Nations. But if you want to ask what is the responsibility of the ICJ has two responsibilities. One is shoot, I can't remember the word. They have two jurisdictions. One is a contentious jurisdiction, which is legally binding. So two people are in a squabble. The ICJ has so that's contentious. The other thing is advisory jurisdiction. This case is advisory and not legally binding. Just to be clear. Now, what's unprecedented with this opinion, non-legally binding opinion, is they are giving 30 days for the state of Israel to prove that there's no genocide. But plausible doesn't mean that there's a conviction here. The ICJ did not say there's a genocide. They're asking for more evidence, unprecedented. So,
Okay. I want to clarify two things with you, if I could. First of all, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that if people don't have direct involvement in, or they're not party to something, for example, I'm an American, so I talked about the draft, right? Is it okay for somebody who's from France, who's not American, but who's looking at this from the outside in, saying, yeah, I think Chip's right to say that there shouldn't be a draft? You're saying that person shouldn't be able to have or express an opinion on it because they're not American?
that might be one example, right? They're not American. What do they care whether America reinstitutes the draft or not? Now, on the other hand, they may be involved because we're all part of NATO.
Here's the question, though, in terms of politics or just, human thinking. Obviously, there are a lot of things in the world that I talk about and I have no direct involvement in, but I share my thoughts on it. I guess according to what you're saying is back off, keep your mouth shut
No,
because
I didn't say that at all. I didn't
no,
say that at all. I said it's okay for you to have your opinion, but for
okay.
the people who are involved in the dialogue and the resolution, those are the interested parties.
So when third party countries get involved in things like the peace process in either, let's say, the Minsk Accords, or whether it's with Israel Palestine, are you thinking that they shouldn't be involved because they don't have a direct interest in the outcome with the actual countries involved in the dispute?
So I'm not saying that at all either.
Okay.
Sometimes
What are you
there is
saying?
a mediator who is not involved, who is going to facilitate that conversation.
And then the other thing, and again, I'm not a scholar about this at all, so please correct me because you seem to have a good bit of knowledge on the process. My understanding is that the court, you mentioned those two different categories. I don't have the exact names in front, but they make sense.
Contentious and advisory.
Yeah, so contentious and advisory. So that my understanding is that at this stage in the process, that the case is being presented as, I think you said the word is advisory. However, the findings of the advisory action can then lead to an investigation. In other words, it's like the first hurdle or the first step in the process that I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong. And that the subsequent step that's going to take more time and determination, which obviously isn't going to change the factors on the ground anytime soon, is the contentious phase. Do you disagree? Do I have that wrong?
Yes, you have that wrong.
Okay.
It could, but it if in the next 30 days there's proof of a genocide, then that could be evidence for a new case. But this case is closed. If it's not closed today, it's closed in 30 days.
So do you believe that because of what has been presented and it didn't rise to the standard that do you believe that there's no standard of genocide occurring, or how do you feel personally if you want to share your views?
My view is there's no genocide.
Okay.
Because for genocide, you often I've seen you on your TikTok live, you bring up the 10 categories for genocide, but you ignore the first two lines, which includes intent. Now, I can't quote that off the top of my head, but if you were going to, you showed the first 10, you showed the 10, but you're not showing the first two sentences, which includes intent.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've had guests on that have talked about the specifics of the convention. I've never actually discussed it directly. I've had other people come on and share it.
Maybe I'm confusing you. All you
Yeah.
white guys look alike.
Well, there you go. That's a nice thing to say. Yeah. So no, but in terms of, and again, this is more colloquial, not legally, right? This is the thing, and this is the juxtaposition I try to look at it from. So imagine if the script were flipped, and there was an action that took place where a Jewish group of militants fought an oppressive Arab country, and they incurred 1,200. Let me finish. Incurred 1,200 fatalities, and then the Arab power, in responding to the attack that was considered to be horrific to the population of the Arab nation, even though they maintain a position of power vis-a-vis the Jewish people. They responded by unaliving 25 to 30,000 of them, whether it's militants, civilians, however you want to do it. Do you think there might be calls to claim that is genocidal in nature, yes or no?
Uh, well, if there's not intent, then it's not genocide. Then it's not genocide.
I didn't ask you about the definition. I said, do you think there would be claims from people that it was? In other words, the public would be clamoring that it was, not the legality of it, just the clamoring in the woodwind.
I mean, again, that goes back to my first comment. People can have an opinion on anything they want, right? There's a opinion is right or wrong. Perspective is yours.
Fair enough. All right,
So
Zach, thanks for coming
the
on.
last
Thanks
thing I
for
want to mention real quick is to reiterate what you said, and maybe this will help you and your guests. Think about PrEP, PREP, which you said, start with your conclusion. PrEP stands for point, reason, example, point. So if you keep that in your mind, that you start with your point, you give the reason for your point, you give an example for your point, and then reiterate your point, that may help you. Again, I know you try to keep people to a short amount of time, so I hope I've been as short as possible. However, I do appreciate that you spent half an hour with Jake, Essen, and Christina.
Oh, great. Well, yeah, thanks for being here. I really appreciate your input. Yeah, some great suggestions, and thanks for clarifying the Muhammad Ali thing. That was really helpful. I appreciate that. Yeah, just to flesh out one last point, and again, we all have our different views on this. The thing I try to be consistent on is, people have said, I've heard this conversation met, that the expressed intent of the H group, having had so much vitriol in their hearts towards Jewish people, that's a perception among some, and maybe that is accurate. I don't know, but they claim that just that expression of that intent is genocidal in nature, and because if they could, they would, right? That's one of the arguments you hear. And my point about this is to be consistent. Yes, there were a lot of horrible things that happened on the 7th, and there's some confusion around to the extent or how many from whom, where. Just one is too many, I would say, right? Let's put it that way. And in the same breath, if somebody were to turn the tables, let's just say it was the opposite, like I said, I don't believe, because people have claimed that merely the intent, given the historical context of the Holocaust and the marginalization of Jewish people, that the mere intent expressed is genocidal in nature, right? What if there was actually 10, 15, 20,000 Jewish people that had perished as a part of this whole cycle of violence? I guarantee you, my guess is that there would be, from the tops of every hilltop in the world, oh my God, this is an ongoing G-side, I can't believe it. And there'd be a much different approach because of the historical sensitivities. And listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I don't think most people would be thinking of it purely from a legal standpoint. It would be much more emotional, like I think this may be in some cases too. But to be fair, fair is fair, right? I think that's a fair way to put it. I think there's no doubt, because what people are saying, what happened on the 7th was genocidal. Imagine if what happened since the 7th was, it's just, I think it's just, it goes without saying, I believe. But again, everyone has their opinion. Okay. Kaid Kassam, I think it is. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Are you there?
This is Khalid Chip.
Oh, hey, Khalid. How you doing?
Khalid Gisaimi.
Yeah, hey, Khalid.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
It is the same one, Sam, who came in your
Yep,
platform
I remember.
before. Yeah, actually, I want to talk about a little bit of South Africa, if you allow me, and its approach and the motives of South Africa to go to the ICJ. So if that's fine, I would like to share some thoughts.
Please
So
do. Yeah.
so many people don't understand the motive of South Africa, and they expressed that clearly, that why South Africa coming from the south, the far south, and to the aid of the Palestinians, and why the Arabic countries who should come to the aid of the Palestinians refrain from that. They decline. Actually, in South Africa, there is a serious culture, part of their cognitive social construct. Oliver Tambo, who was the president of the African National Congress, the ANC, he was before Nelson Mandela. And he said, South Africa will not be free unless Palestine is free and Western Sahara as well. He added to it Western Sahara. And Nelson Mandela, the same thing, he reiterated what Oliver Tambo said. Many people know Nelson Mandela, but they don't know that there are so many names in South Africa, heroes, and there are so many Jews as well joined the struggle in South Africa, such as Joe Slovo, for example. Now, South Africa believes that they have a concept called Ubuntu, and I explained it many times. And Patopele. Patopele means that people first. The Constitution of South Africa, number 108 of 1996, starts with this: South Africa belongs to all the people living on South Africa. So, which means that identity, creed, religion, ethnicity has a fluid concept in South Africa, which means that they are equal. The Constitution of South Africa, Section 39, provides for promoting customary international courts. And paragraph 2 says that courts in their judgment must bring their judgments in line with customary international law. Now, there is something in their judicial structure which differs than the whole world, that the Constitutional Court, which is the highest court in the land, can put its hand on any conflict in any court if there is benefit for the law and it serves promoting the ideas of the Constitution. That's why South Africa went to the ICJ, not to the ICC, which both of them international courts. Chip, I didn't hear you, my brother.
Yeah, just I was just hoping if you could, and you're saying why the ICJ did what it did, can you just give us a summary of what you believe it did? You gave us a good backstory about the people and the Ubuntu.
Yeah, so the ICJ, the judgment of the ICJ was wonderful, actually, because if the ICJ pronounced, for example, a verdict to ceasefire, that would consider that the Palestinians are on equal footing with Israel, that it is a state. However, the Palestinians are not a state. And in this way, the ICJ recognized tacitly that the Palestinians have the right to defend themselves. Because back in the head of the judges, they understand Resolution 1514 of 1960, which conferred the right to people to self-determination and to resist occupation and to establish permanent sovereignty over natural resources. The only thing that I see where many people talking about this, which is not a conflict, it is an attack on the Palestinians. It's a crime of aggression, actually, as prescribed in Rome Statute. They are not talking about R2P, the responsibility to protect, which emanates actually from Article 9 of the Genocidal Convention. R2P is a project was handed in the United Nations General Assembly by Canada, by which it obliged the countries to interfere in another country's sovereignty to protect people exposed to violation of their rights. And under this pretext, they interfere in Libya. And of course, they killed, they unalived 25,000 people in Libya at the time. So nobody is invoking this R2P, which is, as well codified in the Consecutive Act to the African Charter in Article 4, paragraph H. So, which compel the African people to interfere in the sovereignty of other countries to protect minorities or to inhibit genocide or anything like that. However, tacitly, the judgment from the ICJ recognized that there is a genocide going on, and in the meantime, the parties must take all measures to inhibit this genocide. Anyway, I don't want to go further than this point. Just I want to remind everybody that it is a collective responsibility, and I can see that it shook the innocence of the young generation to witness every day of unaliving children and women. Palestinians are not perfect victim as they want to show in the media. And that is what frustrating the media in the West and the countries in the North and the politicians. They want all the time to find a perfect victim. Palestinians are too proud. They are very proud people. They cannot be perfect victim. And they vow to avenge themselves. And at this moment of time, the awareness, the global awareness is very important. And I want to thank you, Chip, and I want to thank the young generation, amazing young generation. This young generation is bringing so.
Chip, you're muted, Chip. You're muted.
Sorry, thanks. Khalid, we have to let some other folks talk from the chat. Some people in the chat are, everyone gets to have their chance, and I appreciate you being here. You've shared your point of view, and I agree that the people of Palestine are incredibly resolute, and your point was made. Come on back. If you want to come back in line to say some more, please come back in line. We just have to give some other people a chance to say something. So just thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. Okay. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Okay, Jake's been waiting patiently. Jake, and by the way, just real quick before Jake starts, a couple things. One, if you're a moderator and you're letting guests up into the queue, please let me do that because when people start popping up unknowingly, it's just very odd. I like to keep charge of that part. So thank you for that. And then, by the way, for those of you who don't follow this usually, I don't know if you know if you've been here before, but my name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army vet. I talk a lot about geopolitics, talk a lot about this particular issue. Try to be objective and fair. Try to stay civil. That's sort of my shtick. As you'll see, I like to listen to other people. I try to listen. If somebody can correct me, like happened earlier, I'm all for that, right? That's a good thing. You get to learn something. I thought that Cassius Clay had gone to jail, but he had just been convicted of a crime, but he never actually had to serve time. So I'm glad to know that. That's good to know. So it shouldn't be a big deal. And then one last thing, my schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes we go over. Last night we went for 5 hours. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Today I do have a hard stop. I have a 3 p.m. appointment that I have to attend. I'm doing a podcast with somebody. So I can go until about maybe 2:45 if at best. So listen, somebody named Jake is here. I believe it's the same person. Jake and I had an incredibly good back and forth, very polite, but very, very not emotional. I'd say very passionate back and forth. So if this is the same Jake, first of all, welcome back, Jake. And I think the audience will enjoy what you have. I thought you presented your case very well, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I am the same Jake. And I just want to say, back to your point that you originally made before, the gentleman that came up about South Africa, because I want to go back to it. But you were talking about what I was talking about yesterday, actually, which was the intent part of the G side. And I think that the important aspect of this is that when we look at the organization itself, right, the root of the organization back in the 70s, before it even created its military wing, and then in the 80s when it did create its military wing after 87, right, there was a major sense of anti-Semitism, right? We both agree on that. And your attitude is more along the lines of the 2017 charter kind of corrects a lot of that anti-Semitism, correct?
I think they've changed their language to an extent where it's hard to say focused on it's only about unaliving Jewish people, and it's more so having a more pragmatic outcome with the 67 borders. That's how I'll say
Okay,
it.
yeah. So I would say, like in the original charter, for example, right? If you look at section, I want to say it's 20.
Jake, can you just tell people what the different charters were, and so they don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah. So the two charters, one was in 1988, created by by Ahmed Yassin and by his like original age group charter, right? And that original charter was in place up until 2017. If you want to make that argument, in 2017, age group kind of tried to be a little bit more politically correct with their objectives in their new charter, and they updated it. The problem that I have is that they didn't completely change, right? Because in 2019, you had a senior age group official that was literally saying that there are Jews everywhere and we must go global. Like he literally word for word said that, right? By way of slaughter, he says. So I think that ignoring these things, right? Ignoring that the actions that were taking place afterwards, right? In 2021 when they attacked, in 2023 earlier this year when they launched over 100 rockets into Israel. And then Israel responded right in what was it, Operation Shield and Arrow, Chip? Is that what it was called earlier this year?
I'm not sure the names. I get them all mixed up, but there's different incursions at different time frames. Yeah.
So the idea that that's an indication of they definitely changed, right? An organization that's been rooted in such a deep hatred and such a ridiculous amount of anti-Semitism is not just going to change overnight. And I think that that's incredibly important to understand, right? And then as far as the October 7th situation and what happened after, Chip, we went over the numbers. Even Al Jazeera claims it's 25,000 roughly, right? I don't think that even Al Jazeera is going to use the highest estimate, and not even they're estimating 30,000. So 25,000 unalivings. But like I said yesterday, when you take a look at the overall conflict, it lines up with the UN's estimates from previous conflicts with other organizations in urban settings. And it also does line up it does line up with Yagil Levy's estimate, which I don't know if you took a look at it. It was published by Reuters and The Guardian as well. And that was 61% civilian casualty rate. So as far as what happened on October 7th, if anybody needs a good source to look up, I have a great one, which was a report done on the forensic analysis. You guys can go on medialine.org space evidence on display, and you guys can see some of the most graphic aspects of the conflict, which I think it's great. If you guys haven't taken a look at it, it'll really open your eyes a little bit.
You mind if I write that down real quick? I'm getting my notepad as we speak.
Yeah, no
here.
problem.
1 sec.
It's kind of an older source. It was the report was done earlier on in the conflict, but it's still very important.
So it's medialine.org, and then what's the remainder of it?
And then you can just put space and then evidence on display at Israel's Forensic Pathology Center. I think it's something like that.
Hold on, I got a little more that I can write in the columns. I'm just going to write it down here. Okay, I'm going to make the date.
Just write evidence on display. It'll come up. It'll be like the first link.
So if I go to Google and I type in media line and I put down evidence on display, is that what I get there?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and I also want to just clarify here that like even with the Houthis, right? I don't know if you've checked their flag, what their flag means, right? If you've translated it. But go ahead and do that as well, Chip. Type in like the Houthi flag translation, and you will be shocked on what it says, right? Because it's not about just Israel or the US. It literally word for word is one of the most disgusting things that I've read. Yeah. So their intentions are very clear. They're directly involved in this conflict, and everybody in the comments saying, so proud of my Houthis, brave men, all these terrible things. Go ahead and read what their flag says. Chip, if you could read it for you're on your computer, I assume. Just type that flag in and tell me what it says.
Well, I typed into Google Houthi flag meaning, and then so I'm going. There's a Wikipedia entry at the top of the results.
Just look at the images.
It says slogan of Houthi. Well, I'm just sharing you. I'm looking it up. I'm just sharing you what I'm seeing when I look up. So
Yeah.
The slogan of the Houthi movement, officially called Ansar Allah, a Shia Islamic political and military organization in Yemen, reads, "God is the greatest. Death to America. Death to Israel. A curse upon the Jews. Victory to Islam."
A curse upon the Jews.
Right. That's what it says on Wikipedia.
Okay, so you can go click any other source if you'd like. You can. I mean, if you go on images,
I'm just letting people know the source that I got it from. That's why I said I didn't say it was. I didn't mean it the same way as it wasn't the same elsewhere. I'm just letting people know where it came from.
the colors are green, red, and white. Correct?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. And it's important to also recognize that the reason that they are these colors has to do with the idea of Pan-Arabism. That's why they're using the same colors as the Pan-Arab colors. So that's very clearly just blatantly saying anti-Semitic rhetoric. It's not even close, right? Like they're not hiding it, right? At the end of the day, I think it's the most disgusting rhetoric that you could possibly put besides, unalive to the Jews. But a curse upon the Jews, I think is pretty disgusting to write on your slogan, on your flag that you're going to be represented by.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just wanted to add that because I think that all of these organizations which are defending Palestine have some sort of root in anti-Semitism, even age group, right? Like they're rooted in anti-Semitism. It's not just
Chip,
for a
can
liberation.
I go
this is
in
very
there
confusing.
because
One
not
second.
everybody that
One
supports
second. One thing I do here, listen, again, this is one of my principles, okay? First of all, I'm totally for free speech unless it's violence or something like that or doxing. Secondly, and I appreciate this is very emotional, right? Me too. Trust me, I'm right there with you. But if I don't let somebody share what they believe and I cut them off midway to tell them that what I believe is right, that's not me being a good service towards free speech. So I disagree with some of what Jake said. I don't disagree with what he said about the nature of what's on that flag, if that's how it translates, which it seems it does. I think that's a bad thing. I don't want to curse any group of people in total. I think that's reprehensible. So I agree with Jake there. He made a statement about the fact that H group members, he just said a broad statement that it's all steeped in anti-Semitism. I think there's a small argument to be made there, but I think majority of the case is not the case. That's my personal view, but I want to hear Jake out, and then we'll respond to Jake. So thanks for your patience. I'll make sure I get you on quickly. Thanks, Jake.
Chip, are you aware of racism in America?
Never heard of it.
Really?
Come on, man. Yeah, of course.
So you're aware that, like, you know, our original, like our police departments, right, were kind of founded from upholding rather, upholding a lot of racist ideologies.
But this is the way I look at it now. So it's shifted a lot in America, by the way. There are systemic undertones of racism that pervade the system. Otherwise, we'd all be equal, which we're not, obviously. And just by the fact that somebody like Barack Obama or Colin Powell or others have navigated the system doesn't mean that it's not incredibly slanted against most people who come from an African-American background, or even many other minorities, unfortunately, too. But similarly, in Israel, same thing has happened where there's been people that have navigated the terrain. They have legal rights on paper, but it's not the same lived experience by everybody, to be fair. I did want to take issue with one point, and then I'll let you continue, and then we're going to let our guest chirp in a second. And that is, when you made the claim, I think, and if I got it wrong, tell me if I got it wrong, it says that the history of the H group is steeped in deep anti-Semitism. Is that something you think is accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay, let me share with you how I think it's a little different than that. There may be members of the H group who behave in a barbarically racist fashion. I can't deny that because statements have been made publicly, even recently, that are along the lines of what we've seen on the Yemeni flag, that's anti-Jewish, which, by the way, I vehemently oppose such statements. However, my big differentiation is Zionism versus Judaism versus ethnic Judaism. That's my big differentiation. And some people don't see it as I do. That's okay. But that's my point of view. And here's why I mention that. If you look at the history of what actually happened, first of all, the H group doesn't represent all Palestinians, right? That's fair to say. And not all Palestinians support the H group. On top of that, right? In fact, most don't, because more people live in the West Bank than live in Gaza. Only a percentage of people voted for the H group in the election.
Whoa.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. I was going to finish. And listen, you can correct me all you want when you have your turn. I'm happy to be corrected, as earlier indicated, because I don't get my facts right. But the people that live in the West Bank, they split politically, much to the pleasure of the Netanyahu side of the camp. They wanted to see different groups fragment, to have a less unified Palestinian people. But I think to take the broad, again, it's like saying all Jews hate Arabs. Well, I don't believe that's the case at all. And I don't believe that all Palestinians or all Arabs hate Jews. I think that's also equally absurd to say. By saying that the entire H group's premise is based on anti-Semitism, I disagree. I think it's anti-colonialism, anti-oppression, and anti-Zionism insofar as it's the implementation tool of the former two things I mentioned. That there are members of both sides of this issue that have hatred towards others for their own reasons about supremacy and disdain, which I would include Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and many others on the right, which I don't believe have a sense of good faith in this either. So it's unfair, I think, to point out that the crazy claims by one or two just crazy members who say crazy stuff on both sides is not indicative of the broader group. That's my point. So let me let you hear your response.
Yeah, so I wasn't necessarily making the claim of just that, right? I was also making the claim of also actions. And also, I'll send you like a poll. I don't have it up with me right now. It's on my computer. But of the West Bank, they did a poll to see if they did approve the actions on October 7th, and most did. So I don't necessarily agree with that most Palestinians do not support them. I don't agree. I think it was 70% said that they supported the actions. It could have been higher, actually. I'm not exactly sure. But I'll get that for you. Now, what was the other point you made? I just kind of like woke up. So, what was the other point you made? Sorry.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I do just not to be tit for tat. I think my understanding, and again, I'm not someone who has any direct relationships with people who are Jewish or from Israel or from Palestine or Arab, or I don't know much about any of it as far as the culture and the people. But as far as studying the history and what I perceive to be the motives,
I got you. I remember.
Let me finish the one. I'll right back. So you mentioned the fact that the poll of people supporting what happened on the 7th is indicative of supporting the H group. That's your. What I'm saying is not necessarily. It could be possible, and you may disagree, that people who support a successful resistance action in terms of the totality of the context of the conflict, as barbaric as some of it was, agreed. They support the idea of a resistance being put against the so-called the oppression they feel. That doesn't mean they support the group. It means they support the actions of the day, and without even asking them about the specifics, it's not fair to confer that they're in favor of everything that happened that day. The fact that they supported the event happening, that's an important distinction.
Okay. Yeah, so I actually remember what I was going to say. So you're saying that their problem is with the colonial power, and I would disagree. I would say that the entire idea of the colonial power comes from it doesn't come from the Balfour Doctrine like most people think, right? Like the Balfour Doctrine was after a series of correspondences between Hussein and McMahon. And in those correspondences, Hussein claimed to speak for all Arabs. And he then says in those doctrines, his goal is for equal rights for Christians and Muslims. Never mentions Jews once in 10 documents or in 10 letters. And these documents, these letters, these correspondences were over a series of 2 years, right? From 1915 to 1916. And now in those letters, right, he talks about speaking for the Arabs and wanting an independent Arab nation. Now they did provide him with that, right? They gave him that. So the idea that this is anything to do with an independent nation for Palestinians, I would actually completely disagree. When you actually take a look at the British Mandate of Palestine, the original British Mandate of Palestine before 1922, it was most of it was given to Jordan and to the Hashemite Kingdom, and that was the independent Arab nation. Now, even
I'm not interrupting because I want to stop you talking, Jake. I just, for reference, not in terms of actual, I don't know who you're talking about. You mentioned from 1915 to 1916 somebody's letters about this and excluding Jewish people. Can you just flesh that out a bit? Because I'm not familiar with what you're even talking about. So, and what relevance it has to the existence or non-existence of a Palestinian state or region or territory or people. Can you just provide the context? Because I don't know why you went into that detail. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So the reason I brought that up is because you brought up colonial powers. And part of that colonialism idea comes from Hussein, who wanted to colonize a region for himself, for his own empire, for the Hashemite Kingdom.
Can you explain who Hussein is? Because I'm not sure. I should know this, but I probably don't. Can you educate me on who this is?
I'll keep it really short. He's from Saudi Arabia, right? The guy's from Saudi Arabia. So basically, the idea was he wanted a kingdom. They gave him Jordan, right? They said he was okay with certain.
Who's they gave him what? Who's the they?
McMahon.
Who's McMahon?
Sir McMahon from Britain.
Okay, so they petitioned the British for a state of their own, and the British granted them what?
In exchange for a rebellion against the Ottomans.
Okay, so you're saying that was a desire from somebody who was of Saudi origin. How does that play into what was being discussed about the pursuit of Zionism and the colonialism of historic Palestine?
That's I'm going to tie it in, I promise. So the idea of Zionism, right, comes from even before Theodore, right? We don't. It doesn't come from him. It comes from a very long history. Jewish people have been saying for a very long time, next year in Jerusalem, and it's not like a hidden thing, right? Like they say it at a lot of holy days. So the idea to return to Jerusalem is something rooted in Jewish culture. Now, in 1881 was the first Aliyah. In 1904 was the second Aliyah. And in both of those Aliyahs, right, they were under the Ottomans. So it was before the British takeover. Now, once Hussein and McMahon made their agreement, right, the British also made an agreement with the Rothschilds in the Balfour Doctrine, but they did not define any borders. So, with that being said, they also didn't define any borders really with the with Hussein. But Hussein was ultimately under the impression that Palestine would not have been included. He knew that Palestine would not have been included in an independent Arab nation. And McMahon actually does clarify this in the 30s and says, yeah, it was not included, right? It was not supposed to be included in an independent nation. Now, the reason I brought this up is because as far as the colonialism goes, right, A guy from Saudi Arabia coming to Jordan and saying that this border, right, 70% of the British mandate is now mine because I worked with the British and now I get to keep this, right? Who exists today, by the way. The Hashemite kingdom exists today, and that country of Jordan is 73% Palestinian, right? It's mostly a Palestinian state. And the idea that the Palestinian state is meant to be in Israel comes from this idea that the Arab nations gave so that they could pin them against Israel, right? Because there was no cultural significant differences between somebody in the West Bank and the East Bank, right? So Jordan was like, hey, listen, we're just going to annex you guys, right? And then as far as Gaza goes, right, in 1949, Gaza was just occupied militarily by the Arab army in Egypt. So none of it, right, had to do with an independent Palestinian state. It all had to do with the opposition to a Jewish nation. And that's the argument that I'm making, because if it was...
I think I understand your argument. Okay. Again, different angle. I think what you're saying is, how is it illegitimate for some sort of a Saudi/Jordanian group to petition the British for something, and therefore it's inappropriate for Jewish people to want the same in a similar territory, given the dubious nature of Palestinians being more dispersed? And why is it they're focusing on this now? It's more so against the Jews than it is in favor of just establishment. I think that's what you're coming from. I've been doing a lot of talking. You've been doing a lot of talking. Other people have been doing a lot of listening and waiting. Let me let them jump in. So we have Arij and then Leah that wants to come in badly. Jake, I'm not sending you to the ice cube. We got to let some other people chirp in. My take is this, just real quickly. I don't know for sure. I think it's understandable from that. That's an argument that could be made. Again, I don't know who got dispossessed of their land as a part of the process that you just described. I have to look into that. Maybe you know more, you can share it with us. But I think the point most people from the Palestinian side make is, yeah, I understand you want what you want, you got what you got, but what happened to us as a part of that? That's the point I think people are bringing up. Let me see if they disagree or if they have other info to share.
Guys, I got to do real quick.
Hi.
I won't take long.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, please, Pablo. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Pablo.
Make a quick point. And I just want to go. Jake mentioned, got good information about the signal or the flag or what the Houthis rebel says. But I noticed something, if you could Google it and look at it independently. The Hezbollah and the H group in Gaza have a sign with their hands, and it's very similar to the NAZI. The N group in Germany, 1945, is exactly the same. I believe that if you don't have democracy in a country, and the people will continue to suffer. If the H group came to power in 2005, unalive the Fatah people, how can you go forward? You can't go forward, just like it happens in a lot of Latin American countries where people don't have a voice. They had it and the democracy is gone. You're never going to have a settle. The land, the genocide, the word that we use for genocide in the Middle East, I see a lot of Christian countries that were Christians. Iraqi had a lot of Christians, Lebanon. They're not there no more. It seems like they're disappearing every 10 years. So I believe the intolerance from one group, or even if you don't agree with Israel in many occasions, they have a lot of, this democracy, there's Arabs that live in there. Yes, maybe they don't have a lot of stuff, but there's members in the Knesset. Yeah, Obama was a president. They're still racist people, but at least they have a voice, and you have some free press. You have a protest. So I don't see the age group giving any freedom. Yes, they don't. Maybe they feel they lost the land, and maybe they did lose their land, but doesn't give you the right to say, well, we're going to try to destroy you, we hate you, and here we go. When you could maybe you have a small country, a small area there you control, try to make the best out of it when so much money is going in, and that was pretty much my point.
So, Pablo, question for you. Have you in your lifetime ever lived under a military occupation before?
To some degree, not too much, but yes.
Okay, so what were your circumstances where you lived under occupation?
Well, I had the right to protest. I had
like specific, like what country, what time of the.
I guess I could say Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican.
Okay, and so you've had a day-to-day where you couldn't go between different places, where you had to go through military checkpoints, and people's homes were getting knocked down, and water wells were being filled up with stuff, and snipers were shooting at your children, and you couldn't go different places. Some days you could go places, other days you had to wait 10 hours to go past a checkpoint. When did that happen in Puerto Rico?
No. That at that degree, it did not happen. There were protests a lot of times, and there were some areas, but not that at that extreme. But if our people in Puerto Rico never put bombs in themselves, and when I'm gonna blow these people up, and the other sides would try to block people from moving, yeah, it's horrible. Palestinians are suffering, no doubt about that. But if you have a people over you sending suicide bombers, and we're gonna send people here, and the other side, well, we gotta stop it. We're gonna put walls. We're gonna prevent it. It's a very horrible situation. But it takes two, and it takes two parties to make peace. It takes when you go to war. It takes two, and if you have that kind of system like the Japanese had a kamikaze, it's a very difficult people to fight with. So if you're sending children with bombs and they're strapped to attack the other, I don't know what.
Just, I'm not stopping you because I don't want you to make your point, Pablo, but at some point the AI system is going to catch the language, is going to shut us down. So you can't say, self-inflamed harm. You got to use different language to try to talk your way through some of the crime stuff. And one more thing, I understand your point. Let me make this one counterpoint. I want to hear your response. So in terms of deciding who gets to resist with which way, obviously you've lived under some, let's put it this way, challenges given the way the Americans deal with a protectorate like Puerto Rico. But I think in terms of trying to understand that, I can't fully understand what it's like to live under a military occupation or even a blockade where somebody who's stronger and more armed, who's always had the upper hand for decades and really hasn't given you a significant opportunity to get out from under it, even though they say they have over and over again. And yes, you've resisted in ways that may have been abhorrent to some or all of us. What else does one supposed to do? You can say you have to find another way, but what if you've tried every other way? Even politically, you've fragmented from people who are more in line with what you just said, and they're trying to figure out how to get out from underneath this situation they find themselves in. So, if what different things would you suggest somebody under these circumstances do differently to change the circumstances? That's a fair question to ask.
Yeah, definitely, it's a fair question. Like I said again, if the Palestinians that live under Gaza cannot really say, well, each group, why don't we try Fatah or maybe try another group? You don't have that option. And the H group says, well, you know what? We're going to destroy you, Israel. We hate you. We're going to destroy you. So it takes a lot of options at the table. In Puerto Rico, people have like I said, people are there protest. People make concession. At one point, it was a little violent, but it's calmed down a lot. And people still have a political party to make a voice. And some parties are changing. Right now in Puerto Rico, people are changing a lot of the views. But you have the option. Palestinians don't have too much option. They will execute you.
Palestinians also do protest. Sorry, Chip.
Yeah, they do
I
have
had to put it
protests
in
against
because he's
Israel,
trying
not
to
against their
say
own
we
government.
don't.
Very
No,
limited.
they protest against their own governments as well. I don't think you
Gaza,
understand. I'm a
not in Gaza.
Palestinian right.
Okay, hold on. We want to make sure this stays orderly. I don't want to stop anyone from speaking. Okay, Pablo, if you want to stay on the panel for a second, let me let a couple people respond, and then maybe you can respond back to their responses if that's okay. So, Arish, let's see what you.
I could be for a little bit more. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that when I hear something ignorant, it just, because this is a very sensitive subject, especially for Palestinians. To his point, he was trying to make it seem like Palestinians, just because we don't live under democracy, we don't have a voice. Actually, a lot of our voices are being used. It's not that the way he's thinking it is, looking at it in a very ignorant manner. I am a Palestinian. I do go to Palestine. You can look up Palestinian protests that are against their own government. It's happened before, but for them to go against H group, that's going to be something very hard for them to do because other than H group, they don't have anybody else defending them. Maybe some of the ways H group conducts the way they are defending the Palestinians doesn't seem politically correct, but other than H group, we'll just get screwed over again and again, like we have been since the state of Israel has been birthed. So, no, I don't think you know the full story. I think you're looking at it in a very ignorant matter. And that's just, it's not your fault. Maybe it's the news you're intaking, or maybe it's whatever you're watching that's making you think this way. But, like, I'm shaking right now. I'm sorry, Chip. Like, I've never.
Chip, you're on mute. You're muted, Chip.
Thank you. So yeah, I always do that. So I purposely don't want to interrupt people. I kind of force myself not to. Thank you. I got to get better at that. So I want to just ask Pablo this question, and this is a fair question to ask. So I think, I don't know if his name is pronounced Arij, but Arij just mentioned, maybe you're looking at this thing from a different angle with maybe a different backdrop. So let me ask you this question. Have you ever watched a documentary called Life in Occupied Palestine that's free to watch on YouTube?
I have seen I've seen a lot of the. I never denied.
That was one of those sort of yes nos. Just if you can just give me a yes or no, that particular documentary.
Sure, not sure. I saw a lot of document, but now I don't know. So I didn't. I, don't, I saw a lot of.
Let's assume that you haven't seen this particular one. The reason why I mention it is because I think it's one of the cornerstone pieces of educational information that I share with my audience and anybody who hopefully has an open mind. So I try to be very open-minded. I didn't know about the Yemeni flag earlier today. I'm glad Jake told me about it because I'm about the learning journey. And if it is what it is, it is what it is. So in the same vein, when you come on and speak in a forum like this and sharing one's opinion is great. Whether one is fully informed or not is up to question. And I think that in some of the things I'm hearing you say, I don't believe that someone like you has, you can tell pretty quickly, by the way, who's somebody who has or hasn't seen that documentary. So here's my invitation to you. With what you want to do with it. It's free to watch. It's about 45 minutes, so it's not the end of the world. You can listen to it in the background while you're doing a exercise or whatever. But a young Jewish woman, if you don't know the backstory, she was challenged by her friends. She was raised in a Jewish household in America, and she was brought up in a very Zionist-minded home. And not that that's good or bad, just is what it is. And so some friends of hers started to challenge some of her beliefs, talking about what actually happens in the occupied West Bank, and she couldn't believe it. She's like, you guys are lying, you're propagandized, you're just brainwashed. And they challenged her, next time you go to Israel, why don't you just go visit the West Bank and see for yourself. And if we're wrong, come back and we'll apologize to you. So she did. She went and stayed in Ramallah for 6 months. And what she saw completely changed her life. Not only was it not what she thought it was going to be, it was so much worse than her friends had shared with her. And so because of the emotional impact that experience had on her, and she's a person of compassion who doesn't want to come back and just take sides, she came back and spent most of her adult life talking about it. And she made a documentary, which is the one I just mentioned to you. So I think she's honest and heartfelt. I don't think she's being paid off by the Palestinians or those in high rises in Qatar. But you can see it for yourself and make your own determination. So I hope you'll watch that. And I'd love to have, by the way, if you're willing to watch it, I'd love to have you come back on and think about, in terms of what people should or shouldn't do under dire circumstances, maybe the level of circumstances that you see right now, according to your opinion, don't rise to the level of justifying any of the things you've heard or seen. Maybe after watching it, you might feel differently. I'd be very curious to find out. So let me let Leah come in and say one thing, and then I'll get right back to you, Pablo.
Hey, Chip. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I actually did watch that documentary. Also, there's another one called Israelism. That's pretty dope. That's also very informative. The young lady that actually did that one, she's also a Jewish. She was previously raised, in a Zionist household. And by going to Palestine and being there for a while, it kind of shifted her whole thinking. So that's another good documentary. To your question that you posed about living under occupation, I actually lived under occupation for the first, I would say, 6 years of my life, but my family was for a long time. My family's from Guyana, but our village is right on the border with Venezuela. And Venezuela been annexed and had military presence. I'm sorry. Venezuela then had a military presence on the border of Guyana for a long time that people are not aware of. And
Chip,
yes,
can I
it's
just say
very.
relevant here? This is a
Can I
completely
can I
different issue, though. This is
can I
not got.
finish what I'm saying?
Hold on a second.
Can
Let
I
Don.
finish what
We're
I'm
gonna
saying?
we're
Like,
gonna take we're gonna take
thank
turns. So
you.
Leah, please finish up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've been just listening to Jake for like 2 hours. Like, come on now. So the only reason why I said it is because Chip, you actually asked a question, so that we could have an idea of what it's like living under military occupation, living under a circumstance where you can't even go across the street to your neighbor's house because you could get killed by a military, by a sniper, by something. There's certain roads you can't even walk on because you're not of a particular ethnicity or anything like that. That's the only reason why I brought that up. So I am very aware of what it's like living under military occupation. And it's very unfortunate that today we choose to tell Palestinians how to resist an occupation. The age group haven't always been there. It's only in the 80s they came about. What has been happening to Palestinians and their land for decades before the age group even came about, right? So I know for a fact, as a Black American now, if somebody encroaches on my property that I own right now in the state of Georgia, I cannot tell you how I would respond to any type of annexation of my property. So it's very unfortunate that even the March of Return, people try to dismiss that when Palestinians were trying to return peacefully. They were being killed. They were being sniped. They were being unalived, right? Peacefully. So you cannot tell me, okay, let's remove the age group and somehow, miraculously, the Palestinians are going to get their land back. All those kibbutz are then going to disappear. All the land that was supposed to be Palestinian land, all of a sudden, is not real, is going to give it back. We cannot say that. I honestly wish that as Black Americans that we did had a little bit more rebellion when it came to this country's history. So let's be very clear. We know who the oppressors are. We know who the oppressed is. We know who those people are. So there's no way we're gonna sit here in our comfortable seats and tell Palestinians how to resist an occupation. Even the ICJ acknowledged that Israel can't even use the whole defending itself thing, because how are you defending yourself when you are on people's land? You are in my house, but you choose to defend yourself now? That doesn't even make sense. That's why the argument didn't even stand with the ICJ. You can't present that. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's very, very dishonest. I think it's very intellectually lazy when we sit here and try to act as if the Palestinians doesn't have a right, regardless of how they defended their land, to resist an occupation that's been violent, that's been racist, that's been apartheid-esque. We cannot then tell these people, oh, well, maybe if you pray a little bit more, maybe if you don't choose violence. Well, they did that. They tried that in 2018, and we saw what happened to them. So,
Let me do
yeah,
this.
I'm,
really
I'm going to
don't
listen a
know
little
how
bit
you
more, Chip. I'm
allowed.
going to listen
Let
more.
me
I'm
do this,
sorry,
Leah.
but I don't know how you allow that kind of lies about
Lion,
Jewish people.
Lion. Hold on, just Lion. I'm not trying to mute you. We do take turns here, just to let you know the format. Right now, we've been talking to Pablo, and then Arij and Leah chirped in. I wanted to give Pablo a chance to respond. Then we're going to let Red Dawn speak, and then Lion, you'll be after that. So we will get to you. Thank you for being patient. Pablo, please. By the way, first of all, did you think the resource that I mentioned sounds anything of interest, or is it something you'd
Yes,
rather?
yes. I would like to. Can you give it back? I want to make a quick point, but can you give that back to me? Because I'm going to look at it. What's the name of the
Yeah,
documentary?
the documentary is called "Life in Occupied Palestine."
Live Occupy Palestine. I'm going to look at it. I've seen a lot of documents. I probably saw. I just don't remember the name. I just want to make a quick point because I got to run. My
Okay.
cousin, he looks very Arabic. A lot of the Spanish people are like brown skin. And he went to Israel and with his wife. She's very white. And he kept getting stopped. Everywhere he was studying in Israel because he was a Christian and he was going to a lot of the sites, archaeology, Christian sites. He was getting stopped every 5 minutes. He would go to the airport. He would got into questioning. He was very angry about the situation. Basically, the security there in Israel is very, very tight. It's very unfortunate. I remember he was fuming. He looked just like one of those guys from H Group with a beard. He kept getting stopped everywhere he went, and he was very angry, very, very angry. But I tried to explain it. He kind of saw a lot of the reasons why. But I want to make a quick point that I believe, and I'd like to see everything in a broad base. And I think democracy is very great. A lot of people come to power that are bad. They leave in the United States, and everywhere you go, you see a lot of good leaders that come in. Some of them come back in. Some of them have different ideology. And I believe that the people in Palestine do not have that. And that's a very key to succeed. Yeah, you believe they claim the land. A lot of the lands there belong to other people. And they don't have a lot of, the Kurds, the Druze, they don't have their land, but they ever live in peace with Israel. Even in the north of Israel, the Bedouin, they live in peace. And yes, they don't agree with this land. How can you try to conquer land? You're never going to end the conflict. Give it back the land to everybody that originally had it. There are groups that don't have the land. And I just want to make one quick point and probably stay for a little bit and I'll probably listen, but I got to go. And I want you told me about the documentary. I will look at it because I like to get informed. Look at the signs of Hezbollah and H Group. What did they do with their hands? Very similar to, look it up, Google it. Just the same sign that the guy in Germany in 1945. You know the salute? You know what a salute is?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at they mention the flag of the
It's called the
Houthis.
Sieg Heil. The Sieg Heil is how the Germans called it.
This is why.
So I want you to look at it. Take time to look at it, because I saw it and I could not believe it. The signs is just the same as Germany. I gotta run. I'll probably just step out, listen to it. But thank you for letting me come up. Thank you that I believe people have the right to protest. I think sometimes you don't get the best out of it, but democracy is the best way to change things around and communication. Thank you. God bless.
Yes, Pablo. Thanks for being here. Good luck with that resource. I'm curious to hear your thoughts if you do check it out. Okay, people have been waiting patiently. Real quickly before we bring on Red Dawn, who's next, and then we'll bring on Lion, and then we'll get back to our region, Leah, for a quick response. And by the way, Leah, thank you. Your points were very nicely put and passionately put, so thank you for that.
Was total lies about everything. I really don't.
Hey, Lion, I don't know, maybe our English and I don't know, what I said a second ago, I'll repeat it. So we take turns.
Very, very good.
I'm gonna go to Red Dawn next. I don't want to drop you, of course. I want to be fair to everybody. I'm gonna go to Red Dawn next, then I'm gonna go to Lion, and you can share whatever points you want. I won't cut you off. I'm not gonna tell you you aren't right or wrong. I'm just gonna let you talk. But please give other people that same courtesy in the meantime. I have to run the live for something. I have to share people my schedule, just to let you know. I normally do this on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8 p.m. Eastern time until 10 p.m. Eastern. And then on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I do it from 12 noon, like today, until around 2 o'clock. Now, we have a very lively panel going on today. The time has flown by, so we'll go a little longer today. I can't go past 2:45 p.m. because I have a 3 p.m. podcast that I'm doing with somebody else. I can't bring the whole audience with me over there, unfortunately. So if I don't get you on today, I apologize, but I will get you in. These lively discussions are important to have, but more importantly than having the discussions is the decorum, in my opinion. So many lives on TikTok, everyone starts to yell, they don't take turns, they start to interrupt each other. It gets to be like mayhem, and nobody listens to each other. That's the other thing. So if you haven't been able to tell by watching me, I listen. I really take in what somebody says like a sponge. I bring it in, I let it stew for a second, and then I try to think it through, and then I respond. If you're somebody who just wants to come and say your point, you can do that, but you're never going to learn anything, nor would I if I do it that way too. So I encourage everybody, like the person before Pablo, he was open. Okay, I'll take a look at this. I may not agree, but I'll take a look. That's all I ask of anybody, including myself. Okay, Red Dawn, please come up with what you'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. I appreciate the way you run the forum because I don't like the yelling and screaming. I want to respond to what Leah said about the African Americans here in America. I served in the IDF, by the way. Technically, I'm still in the reserves until I'm 45. But they didn't accomplish civil rights by strapping boom booms on and, doing that sort of thing. Martin Luther King Jr., God rest his soul, he called for peaceful noncompliance and he marched with people that supported him, whether they were white, black, doesn't matter. And in the end, they were able to achieve civil rights here in America. Um, Also, Mahatma Gandhi in India, another one that always emphasized peace. I just don't think that you get what you want and you get taken seriously when you go immediately to things like what we saw in the first Intifada and the second Intifada, where, buses were being boom boomed in the middle of civilian shopping plazas. That's my first point. Having been in the West Bank while I was in the IDF, a lot of people don't understand the dynamics of what happened during the Oslo Accords and how it was split into three areas. This is something that Arafat had agreed to. One of the reasons why we saw violence is because a lot of the more extremist folks within the Palestinian territories did not like the fact that he even conceded at all. But you have Area A, which is completely controlled by the Palestinians. In fact, if you try to enter as a Israeli or a Jew, it's pretty clearly stated on signs that you will be probably hurt or even unalived. Area B is Jewish. This is where the settlements are. This is one of the things that I was doing while I was there. We were doing some guard duty on a settlement. And then Area C is kind of cut up in between the two groups because the holiest city for the Jews, other than Jerusalem, is Hebron. And it's still a highly contested area. So I want people to understand the dynamics of that. When we say occupation, a lot of people also don't realize that it was Jordan that was actually the first country carved out from the British Mandate of Palestine. After Jordan, they continued to control the West Bank. That's why it's called the West Bank. It's the West Bank of Jordan. They continued to control that territory until Israel came and liberated Jerusalem, and as a result, also liberated this area. So the same thing with Gaza. A lot of people don't understand that Gaza was also part of Egypt. Egypt invades Israel. Israel takes the entire Sinai Peninsula and is 100 meters outside of Cairo and keeps the Sinai Peninsula for years and then gives it back in peace. But we got one thing extra that we didn't have before, which was Gaza. So I think that the only
We can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt people. That's why I keep doing this. Sorry. And by the way, the reason I don't see on mute because a little thing comes up in front of it. So I want to make sure I got your points right. I didn't stop you because I don't want you to speak. I stopped you because you've made so many points. I didn't want to lose track of them. So you said that the methods used by the civil rights movement were not going into buses and cafes and that kind of strapping on the belt thing. You said that nonviolence and peaceful activity, but civil disobedience may be the better path to achieve something. You said that even Gandhi in India agreed. You said that Oslo and the differentiation of A, B, and C, that people were mad about that. He shouldn't have given up anything on Arafat. They said that it's not really an occupation per se because the original occupation was the Jordanians. That's why they call it the West Bank, was quote unquote the West Bank of the Jordan River. And that the quote unquote until the Jewish people liberated Jerusalem, and the fact that Gaza was actually part of Egypt because it was Egypt that invaded Israel, and therefore it was Israel winning the war that created the territory being part of Israel, not of Egypt. Let me just say a couple quick things, then I'll let you respond to that. Start from the last thing first.
Chip,
Now,
can you add me in the queue to respond as well?
say again.
Can you add me in the queue to respond as well too?
Yes, of course. Yeah, you'll get to speak. Let me let Red Dawn say one more quick thing, and then we'll let you respond, and then we'll go to
Chip,
Lion.
I was
And
gonna drop.
Hold on.
Um,
We can't, if people keep jumping in midstream, I gotta either mute you or drop you. I don't want to do any of those things, obviously, but we have to have continuity. I'll control it. Trust
I'll
me.
just wait for my turn.
I'm fair. I'm fair. One more time, I gotta drop you. I don't want to do it, but the interruptions make it really hard to run the show. So I try to be a courtesy, but if you disagree with it, you're free to go elsewhere if you think they do a better job. As far as Gaza being part of Egypt, now, there's a big statement by those on the Israeli side, a big sort of narrative that quote unquote Israel was under threat from the Egyptians. This is the storyline from the Israeli point of view. Again, it's a narrative that they were under imminent threat, and therefore they had the right to attack the Egyptian Air Force and the Syrian Air Force, and then move their troops into the territory up to the Jordan River. That's the statement that was made. They then captured the Sinai, which included Gaza. They captured the Golan Heights in the north and southwest Syria, a strategic high ground. And then they also took all the territory up to the edge of the Jordan River. That's what happened in 1967 over the course of about 5.5 days. If you don't know that, go study it. That's what happened. Now, most people looking from the outside in, just like with the U.S. and WMD claims in Iraq, said, hey, wait a second. There were exercises going on in the sovereign territory of Egypt. They weren't. It wasn't a pending attack, even though you may have claimed it may have been so. Therefore, we don't see you under imminent threat. Therefore, the things that you did to capture that territory is not legal. It's illegal under international law. You can't just go fight somebody because you think they might fight you, and therefore that's an illegal war of aggression, and therefore the territory is taken in an invalid way under conquest. Okay, so therefore, to make the claim subsequent to that quote Israel owned Gaza because of that is dubious at best. From a historical standpoint, there's a UN resolution called 242 which completely condemns what Israel did during the 6-Day War and has stood ever since. It just hasn't been implemented. There's been no formal action taken against it. So I guess you can say possession being 9/10 of the law. Israel subsequently started to settle Gaza in 1973 until about 2005 when they finally withdrew from Gaza. So that's what actually happened. As far as the choice of actions of what to take, now listen, it's easy to say to somebody who's not, if you're not going through the same experience they've gone through, remember that the people in America, the people are African Americans. Yes, they went through Jim Crow. Yes, they went through slavery. They went through all sorts of KKK, the terrorism, all the stuff in the South we've read about, but they weren't formally and militarily occupied for decades on end. And in their struggle, things slowly but steadily and eventually improved dramatically. The opposite has happened in this case. They've tried everything peacefully over the decades, and nothing has changed with regard to peaceful efforts. In fact, their situation has gotten worse. The Israelis have continued to clamp down more and more, settle more and more territory, make other justifications for further marginalizing the people. And at some point, if you're looking at something, especially if you're African American, and by the way, there were plenty of members of the African American movement that didn't want to use peaceful. There was a big split between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King over this very issue. And there were things that violent that took place. Let's face it, there's been a lot of violence in all these struggles, so to speak. But to somehow say that somebody needs to sit by and play nice eventually because it's their struggle. And they have to be, and by the way, international law further says, and I'll be done with this, that if you're under occupation or brutality from another group, blockaded or elsewise, which are, by the way, acts of war, that's a perpetual state of war. It's not peace because somebody then later decides to resist the next day. It's not peace. It's an ongoing nature of hostilities that are implemented by the more powerful entity. So let me let Red Dawn respond to that, and then Leah, you're going to come in, and then we'll go to Lion.
Okay. I know that the Yom Kippur War, there's maybe differing opinions on why Israel waged that war. But I'm pretty sure that if any country in the world sees an enemy starting to assemble close to its borders,
This was they're different.
it's
They're different.
probably
By the way,
going to.
just Red Dawn. Just the Yom Kippur War was in 1973. We're talking about 1967, the so-called Six-Day War.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the 6-day war, yes. Look, we can go into history a lot. We can also, when the land was originally partitioned, and then the state of Israel declared independence. 5 countries invaded the very next day. I don't think that. Here's my problem. This is our ancient homeland for the Jewish people. We have one.
Red, can I just ask you one favor? I'm not trying to, again, you can go to whatever alternate argument you want, but I did address specifically what you said. I responded to what you said. Now you're going to a completely different pivot point. So my question is, in fairness, just if you disagree, that's fine. But can you address the counterpoints that I made as far as techniques and justifications and struggle and those kind of things? And then if you want to shift, that's great.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Israelis were being attacked for a very long time by Syrians in the Golan Heights. It's basically a plateau that just looks right down over an area of Israel called Emek Achula. They used snipers for many years to just target Israelis that were farmers there and stuff. So as far as the 6-day war and with Syria and the Golan Heights, we could get into the arguments on that, but it's a fact that the Jordan was the first sovereign nation to come out of the Mandate of Palestine by the British. The West Bank was Jordan until Israel took that. So these are just the points I'm trying to make. I just want people to see the other aspects of it, because a lot of words get thrown around like G-side or occupation, and I just think that to only just use buzzwords like this and not understand the details, it's unfair to the argument itself. But yeah,
By the way, you're muted. You're muted.
The reason why I brought up the reason why I brought up the specificity thing was because a lot of times these things go, well, what about this? Well, what about that? It's good sometimes to stay on one thing and try to do it. I think it's an important point, and your argument is just as valid as my argument, or the one that I tend to lean towards, or that I find that makes a lot more sense to me. But it's okay. I'm not right and you're not wrong, or vice versa. But I think a lot of people in looking at this say, well, what about the struggle part? Because we know it's normal when people are living under duress from another power. Let's just put it that way. I mean, this is not the exact equivalence, but look what happened in terms of the mindset of those who were living under the horrific nature of the Third Reich in Germany. They were in different camps, and they've been channeled into these terrible ghettos where they were being horribly mistreated by another group of people that had the power over them. And at some point, they made a decision to resist some of those dynamics. I know the circumstances are drastically different. We're talking apples and major oranges. But it's the human mentality of when you're subjected to someone else's will and mistreatment, I'll just put it that way, simply, that you're going to want to get out from under it and you're going to want to push back against it. And I think to say that somebody should somehow find a different path, I mean, you've not lived their experience. I haven't lived their experience. I believe they have tried to live that path through different political entities and different negotiations, and they would have much rather accomplished their goals by that path. I think the thing that I find the most difficulty with is to paint the resistance as this abject hatred of Jewish people, to swipe it away and to delegitimize these very issues, which are normal human resistance. That's my point. Let's let Leah come in for a second, then Lion's going to be next.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm definitely not dismissing the fact that there should be safety on both sides. Civilians should be safe. I definitely know that when it comes to civilian being harmed deliberately, that's war crimes. So I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm in support 100% of especially what happened October 7th. A lot of lives was lost innocently, right? However, we got to put everything into context. And I think when instead of answering a direct question, people tend to throw a bunch of what ifs and other scenarios to make it seem like it's so complicated. It's so complicated. It's so, nobody can figure this thing out. But that's not true, because we all know a two-state solution is the only thing at this point. There's no eliminating Israel. There's no eliminating Palestinians. A two-state solution is where we need to go moving forward. How do we get there? We do know, however, from what the ICJ has, South Africa has put up, and the ICJ agreed, there's a lot of territory that was supposed to be for Palestinians that Israel, the kibbutz, all these different settlements have encroached on, which kind of like undermines the integrity of even attempting to have a legitimate two-state solution option moving forward. Right? If we have land that's supposed to be designated for Palestine or the state of Palestine to develop, and you keep putting Israeli settlements there, then we really can't say that after this whole thing is done, let's say there's a ceasefire that does come very shortly, that legitly there's going to be anything different than prior to October 7th. I really can't say that if all from today, let's say there's a ceasefire from today, because of the way Israel has strategically put those settlements and those roads and all the red roads and all that stuff, there is no way that we can legitimately say, okay, all right, now let's move forward. It's 2024. Let's not look in the past. Let's look for peace. Let's make sure both sides are safe. Make sure both sets of civilians can exist and grow. There's no way to do that for Palestinians, but it's a clear-cut way to keep doing that for Israelis, and that's not fair. But I'll listen, Chip.
You gotta unmute.
Yes, I know.
Lion, yeah, please welcome.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, for Leah, I don't know what you're referring by the ICJ never talked not about occupied territories, not about kibbutzim, and not anything like this. It was not part of the ICJ, so that's regarding to you. But Chip, regarding to you, 6 days war. Let's start with the 6 days war that you claim that we have our narrative. I think you have a narrative. Do you think closing the Suez Canal?
Just want to let you know, Lion. I'm not trying to. This is not my narrative. I've read historic scholars discuss it both
Narrative.
ways.
You said it's our narrative. So I'm asking you.
No. I said it's the Israeli narrative says this. Other narratives are this. They're not mine. I don't really
Okay,
have a
so
side
I'm
either way.
asking you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Closing the Suez Canal. Is it a casus belli or not?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Look what is happening today. Okay? With the Yamans. Okay? It's a casus belli. This is an international water. Okay? You cannot close it. They closed it. Look at the newspapers, the Egyptian newspapers, before 6 days war. They were declaring war on Israel. They were bringing their armies to the borders, not only Egypt, Syria and Jordan.
Can I quickly say something?
I am please, Salim.
Let her
Thank you
finish.
so much.
Let her say what she needs to say, please.
Israel asked Jordan, don't get involved. Okay? The only luck that Israel had is that we striked first. And yes, when you are under threat like that, from 3 armies, you need to strike first. And we were able to do that in 6 days because we eliminated their air forces on the ground in the first 2 hours. That's why we win that war, okay? And the West Bank and Gaza is legally Israel land, not because we occupied it in a defensive war. It's because when we made peace with Egypt, in the agreement, Egypt didn't want Gaza back. It handed Gaza to Israel in agreement, in peace agreement. She said, we don't want Gaza, you keep it. The same with Jordan. We have peace agreement with Jordan. King Hussein, 1988, went through all the nations and said, we don't want the West Bank back. Israel, you keep it. Okay, Google that. Before you're coming and saying this is a narrative or not a narrative. Now, Israel always handed her hand for peace. Actually, from 47, okay, the UN petition agreement, okay, the Palestinian had their own land. They rejected it. The UN didn't say all this land will be only for Jewish. It had half for the Palestinian and half for the Jewish people. Actually, they were not called Palestinian there. They referred themselves as Arab because they were part of the pan-Arab movement. They didn't want their own land. They wanted to be a big Arab state. Never mind, the Palestinian exist only from 64. Yasser Arafat invented the name and the flag, but we'll get to that in a minute, okay? But from 47, they rejected their right to the land, and instead, they opened a war at the state of Israel that was only 1 day old, okay? 5 Arab armies attacked Israel simultaneously. Somehow, I don't know how, in God's will, the Jewish were able to win the war and to win the land. It helped a lot that the Arab countries asked the Arabs in the land to leave, to go outside for 2-3 weeks until they will demolish the Jewish people and throw them to the sea. This is in the newspapers, exactly what I'm telling you. Okay? Since then, Israel reached her hand for peace time after time after time. Israel is the only one that offered peace agreements to the Palestinians. I never heard about any offer for peace from the Palestinian side. Okay? Only they answered us with opening a war. In Oslo Accords, it was the Intifada. Okay? Every time they are attacking us. And they are becoming more and more and more radical. Now, it's all about jihad. If you read the Hamas charter, even if you read the PLO charter, it's all about jihad. Read it. Okay? And what happening now in the West Bank? I'm old enough to remember that I could go as an Israeli to travel and to buy and to shop all around Israel, in Gaza and in the West Bank. And they could come here to shop and to work, and we live together. Okay? But since the Oslo Accord, a little bit before, actually always we had here tea attacks. From the 60s, we had here tea attacks. I'm sure you remember the hijacking planes, okay? Kidnapping school children, bombing themselves in coffee shops, buses. Actually, there is not 1 month in Israel without 1, 2, 3 tea attacks, okay? So Israel is doing whatever it can to protect her civilians, the Jewish and the Arabs one. We are not the only one that are getting unalived here, okay? Israel, 25% of Israel are Muslims and Arabs and Christians, okay? We are all Israeli citizens with the same rights, but we do protect ourselves. Yes, and there will be checkpoints. If you want to come to Israel, Israel want to check that you're not wearing a vest, kaboom, or you don't have a gun or a rifle, right? Like you have in United States. I don't know if you're in United States, but I hear that there are more than 160 checkpoints inside United States for drug stuff. Okay?
Do you think that I was fair in giving you ample time to make a number of points from your point of view?
You can stop me whenever you want.
I just want to make sure you think I was fair. I wasn't trying to cut you off
I'm
without
not
being.
saying that you're not fair. Sometimes I have
I'm asking. That's fine.
hard time listen. Sometimes I have hard time listen to things like to hear things like before me. I think her name was Leah. Well, total like it's anti-Semitic to the end.
Let's do this. You obviously made your point clear. You disagree with Leah wholeheartedly. Listen, I don't know anybody in Israel and I don't know anybody in Palestine. Not that makes me some perfect arbiter of the truth, right? Everyone's going to look at different information and interpret it based on whatever reasons they do. I guess our brains all work a little differently. Just to give you a quick summary, though, if somebody said on a scale of 1 to 10, how objective do I think that Lyons, I don't know your first name, I'm sure it's not Lion, but how objective do I think the point of view was? And I've had many conversations very similar to this way before October 7th with many people around the world about this. I'd give her about a 2 in terms of 10 being the most objective, 1 being, no objectivity at all. She's right about some of the things he said in terms of the factual things that happened. There's no doubt that, there were things said in the newspapers. That's true. That there were troops in the Sinai. That's true. She said what happened as far as the war, where Israel decided to go ahead and do what it did by bombing the Egyptian and the Syrian air forces. That's true. But the thing that I've noticed more than anything is somebody's trying to make heads and tails of this as an independent person. A lot of emotion comes in, right? A lot of people want to justify it from their point of view, and I get that. But again, the idea that Israel is some sort of this innocent, woe is me people that just wanted to be left alone and all we want is peace and there's no other thing. Everyone just that narrative, that's the main flavor of the takeaway from what I just heard after the last, 5 or 6 minutes of listening, is completely detached from reality. Now, I'm not saying that Israelis don't have a right to peace or security like any other people do, or Jewish people, or any other people for that matter. I'm wholeheartedly agree with that. But the narrative around that doesn't include the full picture of what's been happening, especially since, even if you throw out everything that happened with the founding of Israel, just put that in the rearview mirror. Let's just say that that's ancient history. Just like in my country, what happened here when the indigenous population was slaughtered, let's face it, and pushed off the continent, and our, quote unquote, my forefathers and our families have lived here since, right? That happened. But what's happened since? So if you just look at what's happened since then, as far as how's the Israel, you mentioned checkpoints. Great example, by the way, and I agree. On the border, I think Israelis have every right to have a checkpoint. If people are coming to and from work inside of Israel, from Judea and Samaria, or from Gaza, however you want to say it, fair enough. I totally agree, because that's security. If they want to build a separation barrier, fair enough, that's security. They have the right to do so. They're a sovereign nation. Where I take issue with it is by taking checkpoints and littering them through almost every aspect of the territory, such that movement of anywhere in the territory where people have lived for generations is impossible.
But that's
It's
not correct.
it's a disaster. And then here's what I would invite Lion to do. Same thing I did to a previous guest, and I gave you tons of time. I'm going to get another response from Leah, because I think she's not here. I think Arij. Lion, do me a favor. I literally sat on my hands for about 5 minutes and let you say stuff, and I wanted to jump in like 10 times, but I didn't, because I'm polite. Just please be the same. I don't want to kick anybody out. That's not how I like to do things. Yeah, just please stay muted until it's time. I'll tell you when it's a turn. We'll take fair turns. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a great documentary, and you may not know this. Listen, I didn't know much of this until I researched it. Why would I? And most people from Israel, in fairness to them, they are given in their family and their upbringing by indication of many who have since come forward after the fact and said, hey, this is what the reality was as it was shared with me going through my life experience, either as an Israeli or as someone who's Jewish growing up elsewhere under this particular style of discussing the situation. It's understandable because it fits and it makes sense, and it supports the point of view. However, there's other things that are happening that aren't disclosed or aren't talked about at all. And I think it's fair to look at those things, and then you can decide based on what you've been told your whole life versus what you now see. How do you want to say it? Maybe you agree wholeheartedly, you never change your point of view. Maybe you change completely. I don't know. But my hope would be that everybody's open to finding out more. I just listened for 5 straight.
Since I'm Israeli, just a minute.
One last time, and then I got to do what I got to do. I've also noticed this trait too. I try to be the most polite, open-minded, fair-minded host on TikTok. That's one of my goals, is to be fair and reasonable. However, I've noticed there's a tendency of people who are pro-Israeli. They just want to jump in and say what they have to say. They don't listen. And if they do listen, they interrupt constantly. And they always have to make their point. I'm okay with listening to your point. I just gave you 5 uninterrupted minutes. I didn't interrupt once. And in the time I've talked here, you've interrupted me 3 times. So I don't know what else to say. I'm trying to be fair. Let me finish my point. I'm happy to listen to you. So I'll be quick. Point I'm trying to raise is there are documentaries that people have made who have been through the very experience that I'm describing. Okay? You can say, no, it's a bunch of lies. That's you. Do you. But if you're open-minded, which I hope we all are, and I've been, that's how I've learned about this thing, is you look at stuff and you say, nope, it doesn't make sense, or yes, it makes sense. There's a great documentary I mentioned earlier called Life in Occupied Palestine, not made by the Palestinian Authority, not made by the H group, not made by some rabid, Qatar-funded back group. This is a Jewish woman who was told a certain thing growing up in her family in America, who ended up visiting the occupied territories and learned an entirely different reality she had no clue about. And therefore, it shifted her thinking, as I think it would for most of us who have an open, compassionate heart and mind. Now, I'm not saying it rectifies or justifies the things that have happened in terms of different incursions, buses, cafes, what happened on the 7th. I'm not saying any of those things. What I am saying is, in terms of being a more fair arbiter, not being a 2 out of 10, but hopefully being a 5, 6, or 7, or even 8 out of 10 in terms of objectivity, I encourage people to look at those things. You may ignore me and think I'm an idiot and that I'm biased and whatever. Okay. But I said, I don't know anybody in either territory. I don't really have a reason to take a side. In fact, I often say, and I'll finish with this, that if the tables were flipped 180 degrees and there was a partition plan that was oversawn by the British and they allowed the Palestinian, quote, natives to take over half, whatever the territory is, and that Jewish residents, historically Jewish residents, had been displaced and they were pushed off their land and they were scattered, most of which went to a small strip in the south, many of whom got put in different countries or ended up in what we call the West Bank or Judea and Samaria, whatever. And they were subsequently resisting here and there because they couldn't get peace through a process and they were frustrated and they used abhorrent tactics to try to push for their goals. But it also got pushed back and they've been further marginalized and subjected. And even with what happened now, I would be very critical of the Arab government for not only what they did initially, but for what's been happening to the Jewish people subsequently. Therefore, I'm fair because it just happens that it's flipped the other way. It has nothing to do with Jewish or ethnicity or Arab or Christian or Muslim or any of that stuff. It's about the power dynamics and what's happening to whom by whom. That's the fairest thing I can put it as. I always like to say, I don't care if it's Ethiopians or Eritreans doing it. It's just the fact of what's been happening. And would you want it happening to you? Would I want to have my family members hurt on the 7th? Absolutely not. Would I want to watch the tactics that took place? Absolutely not. Would I, if I was occupied and blockaded for 75 plus years and watch this slow but steady drain of my people and my hope? I don't know what I would do. I probably would fight back in some form or another. So let me let Lion jump in. I will sit on my hands and listen for 2 full minutes and not interrupt.
Yes, sit on your hands, please. I don't know what you're saying, but actually in the petition plan, they got half of the land and the best half of the land, and they said no. No one rejected them, not to the West Bank and not to Gaza. Okay? Please look at the map. Now, not like you, I don't need documentary. I'm Israeli. Not only I'm Israeli, I was a lefty in Israel. I saw more Palestinians in my life than you will ever see. Okay? I went to those villages to help them. I've been with them because my heart went out to them. But then you know what happened? At the Intifada, I'm old enough to remember. Why are you muting me? You muted me. You wanted okay. Their sons became terrorists on the Intifada. One of the family that I helped, one of the sons of the family that I helped, okay, blew up a restaurant in Tel Aviv. So I understood that it doesn't matter how much I will go to help them and be with them, okay, they will still hate me and want me unalive because they don't want a Palestinian state. They want the land of Israel. And they say it, and this is why they are rejecting all the peace agreements over and over and over again. And I will ask you again, sir, why do you send me to a documentary? I'm in Israeli. You need to come to Israel. I will take you to a tour, okay? And show you Israel. I don't need to see on television any documentary that someone made from his point of view, and I respect his point of view. It's his point of view. But there is a reality, and there is a documentary that someone edited, filmed, or whatever. Okay? I live here. I want with the Palestinians. I wanted to live in peace with them. I did my best. I was protesting in our street for peace, for two-state solutions. But guess what? They don't want to live in a Palestinian state aside.
Okay. So that was 3 minutes actually. So you made your points. Let me review the points that
In
you just made.
peace.
Hold on. I gave you 3 minutes. I not two. Okay, we have other people that want to come in too. So you don't need a documentary. You've seen seen more Palestinians in your life than I'll ever will. Probably correct. You've referred to people on the other side as them. So I find that troubling because I hear a lot of that language coming out of the pros. They, them, they don't want peace. Them, we don't know what to do with them.
Yes, it's
Okay,
they and them. What can we do?
it's for the fifth time. Please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Both times I've given you the floor, I've not stepped in once. And each time I've taken the floor, you've interrupted me 6 times now. So please don't keep interrupting. No Palestinian state. They don't want that. They want to unalive either Jewish people or they want all the land to themselves. You said that you'd help somebody as a younger person and they end up doing something in a cafe or restaurant in Tel Aviv. So therefore, there's no hope for them. That they've rejected every peace agreement. They don't want peace. They want all the land because you live there. You know better. Okay, that's what you're saying. And the fact that the son did this attack, it's indicative there's nothing that can be done. So let me do this. Let me just pause for a second. I'm going to let someone else come in because a lot of people have been waiting to talk. Zarter, I can't say your name properly. Well, come on in. Please come in.
Yeah.
Got about 15 minutes, by the way.
How you doing, sir? How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me a space on your platform. It's the first time, but I think we've met on other platforms. To be honest with you, been listening to the guy before. He was talking about how he described the occupation of Palestine, the occupation of Jerusalem as a liberation. I'm gonna go to that a little bit, but allow me as a Palestinian, a descendant of the Canaanites and the children of Israel in that holy land, to speak a little bit on how we as Palestinian picture what happened in the ICJ yesterday. If you give me just only a minute to speak about that.
Please.
Now, unfortunately, and I want to explain that we as Palestinians, yes, we lost hope in all the international body, just to make it clear. We don't expect the United Nations, ICJ, ICC, or any international body to come and stand with us and practice and push for justice to our people. Sadly, because these international bodies has been ran by supremacy and KKK people, if we can really say that. However, despite the ICJ refused to announce a ceasefire, despite they could have, but let's look at the judges. We have 17 judges, and there is 6 points came out. 15 against 2 judges voted that the colony of Israel should take all measures within its power to prevent genocidal acts against Palestinians. What does that mean? That means that they recognize the colony of Israel is a genocidal colony and they are telling them stop doing that anymore. 15 out of 17 as well voted that the colony of Israel will ensure that its army doesn't commit any genocidal acts. What does that mean? That means that all the pleads that South Africa presented to the court regarding the acts and proofs and evidence that the Israeli military has been committing genocidal acts in Palestine should be stopped. 16 out of 17 judges voted that the colony of Israel will prevent and punish public incitements to commit genocidal against Palestinians. There you go. The third time they recognize that the colony is a genocidal apartheid colony. 16 out of 17 judges recognize that the colony of Israel will ensure the provision of urgent services and humanitarian aids to Gaza, which is actually, it's a good thing. Sadly, the Egyptian regime is blocking all that with the help of the Israelis as well. Number 5, 15 out of 17 recognize that the colony of Israel will ensure the preservation of evidence related to the allegation of genocide. That's the fourth time they recognize that the colony is a genocidal colony. And final one, 15 out of 17 recognize that the colony of Israel will submit a report to the court in 1 month showing its compliance with these orders. Let's see within a month, despite it's actually a very long period. And based on the numbers, that means another 13,000 unalived civilian Palestinians, might include 7,000 innocent children within a month. But however, it's a freedom process, and we know as Palestinians that freedom has a price to pay. And sadly, the Western imperialist power has never shown any sympathy or empathy toward non-white nations on the planet. We know that throughout the history. However, we as Palestinians, where we stand, we appreciate what South Africa have done, and we consider what have happened is a positive thing. We don't really consider it as a big issue, but it's a positive thing, and it will lay the ground in the it will lay the ground to futuristic steps against this colony and those who actually supply them with weapons and political support. So let's see what's going to come after that. However, by clearing this out, let's go back to us as Palestinians, how we really look at the genocide and the occupation on the land of Palestine. Because people trying to eliminate us as Palestinians existed there for thousands of years. How come not when Jesus was actually a Palestinian?
Chip, you're muted.
I'd love to hear all your information. We have an amazingly packed panel with a limited time frame, so maybe a different time we can go for longer. Right now we have, I think, a total of 9 guests that are waiting. Can you just wrap up in the next 30 seconds, please?
Definitely. I would actually wrap it up in about a minute or two maximum.
Nope. It's got to be 30 seconds or less. You've already gone more than 4 minutes. So I got to keep you down. Okay, sorry about that.
Sure, then 30 minutes it is. We as Palestinians, we don't really look at the 67s and the 2019-93. We look at what have happened to us regarding the occupation that's been taking place since 105 years and has been given on a gold plate to the Israelis to continue since the 1940s. So we look at it when they have started throwing our babies into ovens and occupying more lands. Why would we really accept to share our land with some people who just came and stole it from us? So before these people claiming that we have no right and we didn't exist, it's a liberation. We are under the liberation and we have the full right to resist and imply and impose actually full liberation on the ground. And that's what we are actually doing right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please come back into the queue. I did have a 3 p.m. appointment that was going to schedule a Zoom call with me, but I don't see the invitation. So if it pops up before the call, I'll be taking it. If it doesn't, I'll continue on the live here. So anyway, and the person, this is what happens in TikTok. People contact me. They want to do interviews. And then what happens is that I say, please don't contact me in TikTok. Contact me by my email or my Telegram. They don't do that. And then we get, so anyway, just one quick thought about that. Yeah, think of it. The person that was on before named Lion, I literally, listen, it took everything in me not to interrupt the person because she was saying some things that I just find very unpleasant. And she's entitled to her opinion. And listen, she probably believes every word she's saying as much as I believe every word I'm saying, which is normal, right? What I wanted to say is this. She's talking about 1948, how quote unquote, everybody attacked because they didn't want peace. If you're someone living somewhere and somebody there's a minority of a population that gets more land in a land settlement than you do, what are you going to do? You're not going to be happy about that, right? You're like, what? We're 65% of the population. You're going to give 65% of the land to the minority or whatever the numbers were. It wasn't a fair deal. And I can understand not wanting to say yes to that. Plus they weren't consulted. They were just going to take stuff from people. So just put the shoe on the other foot is all I'm trying to say. That's what I think is the point here. And, the fact, and this is the other part that's hard to swallow, okay? Many of the refugees who left places throughout the world where Jews were being exploited and anti-Semitism was at its heights, they were rejected even from America, for gosh sakes, right? They came back to Palestine. They were welcomed in. They weren't like attacked or shunned. They were immigrants that came in and people tried to assimilate, right? And it was only after things became too difficult to assimilate, once the numbers got so far out of whack, that things became problematic. And the writing was on the wall as far as what was about to happen. So, listen, nobody's perfect, but at the same time, just think of it from the other point of view. If you were living somewhere with your family, would you want to be told you had to leave? No. That's the bottom line. I think no one can answer that question any other way. Okay, I think we had Celine that wanted to say something.
Yes, please. My God, I have to admit, same here. That was very hard for me not to interrupt, and definitely respect your panel for this. But I will say the first thing that made me want to interrupt was her calling the Suez Canal international waters. This is not true. That is not factually correct. In 1956, it became completely under the Egyptian sovereignty. So they hold that kind of power. And if she doesn't remember, I do. In 1957 is when Israel, France, and the Brits tried to overthrow that, and it was condemned internationally, including by the UN and by America. So I can't with that entire narrative, that's aside the points though. What I really wanted to address regarding her claims was something as well about 1947. Oh, the Palestinians could have accepted it. Oh, we give so many solutions. I'm sad that she's gone because I would love to hear her response. But in so many solutions, you know, these so many solutions that they're talking about are 5, which, mind you, one of them is the 1947 solution that they had absolutely nothing to do with, and the other 4 in the past 76 years that were not feasible. They were not even close to a solution. She also asked.
Can I just say one quick thing, Celine? I mean, one of the first comments that when Lion said when she came back on, which I thought, again, I think this is kind of indicative of arrogance. I live in the United States, okay? I've lived here my whole life. I know people in the United States. If somebody were to say, hey, there's a documentary I know about that was made by a filmmaker who can show some things you might not be aware of in the US, I would say, okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't say, I've lived here my whole life. I don't need to see a documentary. But notice what Lion said. I don't need that. No one can know everything. I know hardly anything compared to what some people know. And therefore, being open-minded and listening is a great quality. When people shut themselves down to any possibility of anything not being correct in their life, that's a dangerous place to be, in my opinion. So I just had to get that out of my chest. Thank you very much.
No, I completely agree, and I felt the same way because that's constantly what you hear. Oh, you don't live here. I wonder why. Like, please. Anyways, but when it comes to this like 1947 narrative, because I do want to point it out because it's their favorite one to cite in terms of, oh, we offered peace. They love to cite 1947 partition plan, but they refuse to cite the other 5 or 6 that were proposed prior to the 1947 one, like the Haim-Korvinsky solution, which was literally a unitary state, which was literally what the Palestinians were proposing, but the Zionists refused this one, right? It's this whole idea that, oh, suddenly everything started in 1947. Well, 1936 post-partition plan, right? Let's reference that one for an example. 1936 was supposed to be 30% to the Zionist population or movement, and the rest to the Palestinians, and then something specific regarding Jerusalem, right? So we had that solution come up, and it was immediately rejected by the Zionist entity, right? Then it was after a month rejected by the Palestinians who did not want this as well, because they made it clear no partitioning of the land is feasible. Makes perfect sense. Now let me jump to, we're skipping a couple in between, but let me now jump to the 1947 partition plan. 1947, to paint that out as if it was a solution that had to be accepted and somehow the Palestinians rejecting it was deferral of peace process, is completely ahistorical, number one, and number two, literally defeats the purpose of a partition plan or a recommendation. Exactly what it was. It was a recommendation. We did not have to accept it, the same way you did not have to accept the Haim-Korvinsky, the same way you did not have to accept the 1936 partition plan. So in short, I'm going to make it clear that by them accepting the UN 1947 partition plan and then subsequently going in and invading the Palestinian land, not only the 1947 part that they were, given, quote unquote, given or whatever, but also going into parts of the region that was not part of the 1947 partition plan is like beyond disingenuous. We didn't have to accept it. To, simply put, I'm going to say that. The last thing I'm going to say, because there was so much and I probably forgot half of the stuff that she said, but one thing that did stick out to me was the whole claim regarding, there was, it made it very easy for us because they told the Arabs to leave. Okay, sure. Now I will refer you guys to very simple and easy sources that are available, right?
Tantora.
Yeah, Tantora is one of them, but specifically is you have Zionist historians who discussed this, right, where they literally discuss the how do you call it? The expulsion of the Palestinian people being their main goal, right? Being their main goal. But two, you have literally the news broadcastings from British Mandate of Palestine. It's available, right? It's available to us, and this had been analyzed by countless people, including Erickson Childers, who was also a historian who looked into it, and he found that the broadcast transcripts showed the exact opposite of what the Zionists are claiming, right? It shows that the Arabs were urging people to stay and to fight because the goal is to ethnically cleanse you, so don't let them. And on the other hand, you had the Zionist broadcasting stations saying for the Palestinians to leave, get out, literally doing something like fabricating lies and exaggerating the course of battle to fearmonger, which was exactly what was done. So we had things that happened to the Palestinian people that already was scaring them, and then you started hearing in news broadcastings, which was targeted to get them out. So I'll say one last thing regarding something that the other person, not Lion, but there was a guy who was up here. He said something about and I don't know where this claim comes from, so if anybody can give me a reasoning for it, I would love to hear it. Maybe you as well, Chip. Regarding the whole Transjordan was a part of Palestine. What is this? What is this entire claim? Like, it was very clearly written out. If that's the claim, then so was Lebanon and so was Syria, because it was all Blad de Sham before the Sykes-Picot agreement. So, I don't really know where they come for this claim. Like, the people, there was no mass population transfer. There was like these kinds of things didn't really happen. So people just received autonomy or autonomy for the land that they lived in, and then you had for the Hashemite kingdom. I have my opinions on that, but it's okay. Yeah, that's if you do have anything, I wouldn't mind us hearing your opinion on that, Chip. Where does that come from?
Real quick before anybody continues.
Hello. You're
You're muted.
You're muted, Chip. We can't hear you. Shit, sorry. Yeah, the way we work the panel is we go from the bottom to the top like Eric Warsaw does it. Sorry, my dog was licking water in the background. But no, I don't have anything to add to that right now. I think those are great points that you made. I do want to just quickly mention to the group, though, I may have to jump. There's a person who scheduled a podcast with me that was supposed to start at 3 p.m., which I haven't gotten the meeting link yet. So if the meeting link does filter in, then I'll have to go. Right now, I do have to take my dog out, so I'm going to try to go outside without interrupting the signal. But there have been times when I've gone out and either I can't see the comments or people can't hear the guests or whatever. So I'm going to do my best as that happens. If it does get messed up, I'll start the thing over.
one thing. This is a pro-Palestinian or pro-Israelis?
Mods. Just a sec. For the person who just came in, I'm not sure what your situation is, but for you to jump in like that and just say, listen, I don't know what type of, do you go into somebody's dinner at a restaurant and jump in and go, are you talking about the world? Dude, come on. I don't know what's up with that. So find somewhere else to play ball. Okay, we have the next person here is Jax. What would you like to say, Jax?
I was just coming in to do the mod, announcement type of thing, because now that you're hosting a multi-level multi-guest, and I also was checking in on your time schedule. If you're new to Chip's, this Chip is running a new multi-guest the way he is. Usually he would do one at a time and have a conversation, but he's multi-guest. If you wouldn't mind, please, on the top there, you'll see he has his username. You'll see an orange heart right there. If you tap on that, you join Chip's team, and then it helps him with the algorithm. And there's it's TikTok. It's a battle app. When you use multi-guests like this, they prefer that. Please, there's over, we got you out of shadow, Banana. There's over 500 people here. Please tap the screen. It's free. Sharing is free. If you're enjoying this kind of conversation, please engage with the panelists. Please engage in comments and tapping and joining the team. It's and everybody that's new here, explaining how Chip usually does. He really does go one by one. He doesn't like any personal attacks or any jump ins, much like other panels are run. He does go exactly one at a time. I'll just stay here until he is muted. Until he is back, because my dog is calling me right now. I'm so sorry. I'm muting myself for a second.
That's okay. No worries, Jax. Yeah, I try to be fair and balanced too. The other thing is I let somebody speak who I disagree with entirely for about 5 or 6 minutes with no interruptions and let them just keep making points. And the only time I usually will stop somebody is if I can't write them down fast enough or I'm going through 6 or 7 so I don't lose track. And then one thing I do to prove that I'm listening to people is I actually read back to them what they're saying so I fully understand, make sure that we got it right. And then we try to address the ones that make the most sense. So try to be fair and balanced. You can't make everybody happy. And to come onto somebody's live and just blurt out like, "Hey, what's it?" that's not something I would do either. I try to stay muted until somebody gives me a turn or whatever. So everybody's got a different style, to each his or her own. Okay, so Jax, let me see. The next person is, I hate to say I can't read your name very well, but it looks like somebody wearing a hat in Russia or something.
Been on here before. Do we just talk and talk and talk and then you come up and talk after we're done, or do we do it back and forth, or what do we do, Chip?
It depends on the nature of the conversation. So most people want to chime in on the point at hand. We're talking mostly about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Some people have talked about the ICC.
Right.
But the point is, let's say, for example, you want to say that I think 67 borders or whatever. You make your point, maybe a couple, three, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, well, I would like to start with Argentina, Australia, Canada, Japan, Paraguay, UK, US, and the EU classify H group as a T group, and if you publicly support them and don't think that FBI, CIA, Mossad, MI5, MI6 is not listening, and then after the next attack, you won't get a polite knock on your door, or worse. This goes to the 451 people that are listening right now. You're living in la la land. You're delusional. By coming on this app and saying you are pro H.
You're muted, Chip. You're muted.
At what point in the conversation today, or specifically with me or whomever you've heard here, who has said that they're pro H group? I just want to hear the answer to that question.
I don't know everybody's name. This is more of, I guess, a statement because I hear it all the time.
So
I'm
you're
on.
and we don't do generalization.
To be honest,
Do I get to speak or not?
I'm not interrupting you. Please go ahead.
Somebody else on the panel did. I'm on these lives quite a few hours a day. I am not Jewish. I'm not Palestinian. I am an American. And what scares me the most is whenever a group like H group says that they also want to have T attacks in America. The fact that I've been on lives like this, had panelists be goaded into saying that they are H members in America, and a T attack in America is imminent. I call my senators and let them know what is going on, and their response was, "We know."
Chip, you're muted.
If you're referring to a situation where this has happened, do what you need to do in those circumstances. As far as I can tell, I've been keeping a close eye on the comments as I can. I have a couple moderators. No one's made statements that they have allegiance with, alliance with, or members of different groups like H group or Jihad or whoever, nor have they stated an intent to carry out any sort of violent act. If they did, they'd be immediately removed and reported to TikTok just out of sheer common sense. So not to say that you can tell us the sky is blue, but I understand your point of view. If you're concerned that people are going to become violent or that this conversation will lead to violence, fair enough. But I've not seen any indication of that. What are you referring to in this particular live that you're talking about?
I never said, Chip, it was this particular live.
Okay, well then, in other words, so what's your general point? You're trying to say that you think the FBI is going to come visit people who are having conversations about politics in the Middle East?
What I'm saying is it is illegal to support a T group. The United States and the other countries I listed earlier designate the H group as T groups. And if after the next attack happens, if people really think that they can come up here, say that they are pro H and other horrible, awful things, there's people up here that say they hate America also, not on this live, not this live, but other lives. And they would love to see a T attack as an American in America. It blows my mind. So I am more looking at, instead of the same arguments we have all day, every day, this is real life. And right now I have an audience of 523 people. This is real life. We're up here going back and forth about the same points all day, every day. Whenever there's people in Gaza, there's people in Israel, there's people that are being unalived, and we keep arguing about 48, 67, and all these other things. whenever we have this platform, what we should actually be doing is calling on other other nations to get rid of the H group, because my goal is for the people in Gaza to have a fruitful, prosperous life. People in Gaza have a fruitful, prosperous life than the people in Israel do, then I don't have to worry about sending my two sons to the region. I would rather send money to Israel than my sons to a war.
That's a fair
Chip,
point.
you're muted.
I got it. That's a fair point of view to share. And just one thing I would share with the group. I've been on TikTok very actively now for, I don't know, 3.5 months. So I'm not by no means a veteran, but I'm on a lot of lives as well as I host a lot of lives. And in none of them, I've not seen examples of what you're sharing. And the other thing to be careful about, I think we have to be careful about, is ascribing motive to people, because you hear them say certain things, you then automatically assume others. So let's say somebody is angry about what's happening in Israel-Palestine. They're very emotional about it. But just because they're angry, or maybe they're even happy that something occurred on the 7th. I don't know for sure what that means in somebody's head. Somebody may extrapolate that meaning to be they're happy with women being harmed and young children being, different atrocities that were alleged or happened, that they're for that. That doesn't mean that per se. They may have just been for the fact that their team, quote unquote, that they support had a chance to put something in the W column in terms of the long-term struggle. I don't know. I'm not going to report that to the FBI. Certainly not going to say that they're supporting an attack domestically. And they, by the way, everyone has the right to hate America if they want to. I don't feel that way about my country. I hate what my government does. I criticize it all the time, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. And we can disagree about what that governing function should be, but I don't think it's unusual for somebody to say that I don't agree with sending hundreds of billions of dollars to support foreign wars that benefit a very few people in the business community or the military-industrial complex. That's not a fair, doesn't mean I hate my country. It means I don't think the policies that are being put into place and the use of funds and militarism and stuff like that is makes sense for the domestic population. So I'm not going to warn people what to say or not say here. I'm not going to threaten them that the different organizations are going to come to their doorstep. What I'm going to say is, listen, if you're somebody who espouses violence, that's not a smart thing to do in any case, whether you're somebody who works for the Israelis or whether you're somebody who works on behalf of independent groups that support different struggles. But in the end, this is a free speech platform. I give people very wide latitude. I let you speak your piece. I think your message is a little bit, quite frankly, condescending and a little bit arrogant, that you kind of have it all figured out of what people should be doing with their time. If you want to put your time and energy in that direction and not talk about 1948, God bless you, man. If you want to start your own lives and talk about how other countries can remove the H group, go for it. This is my life, and I try to give respect to a wide latitude of views and ideas. You shared yours. Thanks for coming on. Let's let the next person speak. Okay, let's see. Next person. I can't read your. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
can't read.
magician. I came here before. Um, yeah. Once he started saying that, man, you can see I was very upset. It's like they come up here, put fear in other people, but he don't talk about what happened in the university when the IDF soldiers literally threw skunk gas on the students. He don't talk about that. Isn't that considered a T attack in America? I mean, people in the comments, isn't that considered a T attack? But then again, he comes on this panel and says, he literally says, I got 500 viewers. I'm like, no, Chip has 500 viewers. Like, I don't understand where these people come from here. He claims to be American, he's over here trying to belittle the rights of Americans here. I just don't understand with some of these people. But then again, they have this ideology just because people are from the Middle East that they're automatically enemies. I honestly don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand. And people like him, they never bring up the T attacks that the IDF do to the American students that are protesting for peace, that are protesting for the freedom of the Palestinians. And I think I was up here when the lady Lion was up here, and she talked about the documentary and whatnot, that she don't have to see it because she lives there. People like that are just, like you said, arrogant because they swear they know it all. But I always been referring to Tantora. I actually finished watching it today. It is actually very hard watching it because what they did in 1948, they're doing it again and again. And people are afraid in Israel to speak up about it because it's very taboo. They're saying it never happened, but then again, it's their own people literally confessing on video that that happened. So, to all the people that are in Israel right now or on this panel, are you saying that the people that actually got your land are lying? I don't understand. Like, are they lying? These people literally did a geno back in 1948, pushed a lot of Palestinians out of their own land so Israel could become what it is now. So, and to the guy that was on this panel talking about the age group this, age group that, how come you don't talk about what happened to the university students when the IDF soldiers threw skunk at them? You know, you're using our rights, using our freedom to speak up for people that can't even speak up. I just don't understand. How can we have people in this country that are against that it's against freedom? What you think, Chip? What do you think on that?
Well, I think it's a fair point that people, the conversations around who supports whom or what might happen over time with respect to actions, the fact that an action was taken domestically that actually did result in people actually being harmed by something that's, a chemical agent that has varying degrees of burning of the lungs and the eyes and stuff like that, and also smells really horrible, is not even discussed or brought up. So, yeah, I mean, the threat of something is bad. The actual doing of something is worse.
Right, like it's just ridiculous. I just can't understand how people could wake up every day thinking what's going on in Palestine is okay. Me, I have conscience, I have morals, and regardless where I'm at in the world, I know right from wrong. So to the people that think that they know it all, a lot of people don't know nothing. Like when I go visit my family in Dominican Republic, I don't stay in resorts. I go to the actual hood and see what life is really about because I want to experience life. I want to see, okay, is these are the things that people are actually talking about, or like because people hide stuff. People hide a lot of things. They're afraid of the truth. And me, I like to seek the truth. Thank you.
Fair enough. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, no, when the next person speaks, just to let you know, I occasionally, I'm definitely human. I have to use the restroom in just a second. So I'm going to let the next person come on. And while they're speaking, I'm going to mute myself, but I will be able to hear them. So my phone's also charging for a bit. The link didn't come through for my 3 p.m. meeting. I asked them to email it to me and maybe they got confused. So a lot of times what people do is they'll send me messages here on TikTok, but I can't see them while I'm on the live. So hope that didn't happen, but if you are watching and if I'm not with you, I apologize. I'm not trying to ignore your request for the meeting. It's just that I never saw it come through. Okay, and we got a great panel going on today. And I do have to take the dog out soon. It may mess up the stream. It's happened before, so worst case, we'll have to restart when I get back inside. That's going to be about 5 minutes from now. So for those of you who are waiting, I know people have been very patient. Thank you for doing so. I really appreciate it. One more quick bit of housekeeping. I do have a link tree in my bio, just to let you know. So if you're curious, if you like my style, my name's Chip. I'm an Army veteran. I've been on social media for about 3.5 months. Started on TikTok like literally the day before what happened on October 7th. Totally out of chance. Just never did it before, decided to start doing it. I do things like I study a lot of geopolitics. I'm one of these weirdos who learns a lot about different stuff around the world. I was a political science major. I was in a tank unit in the first Gulf War that was on the front lines. So I know that what combat's like. It's awful. It's terrible. There's nothing good about war. So I'm a peace activist now, and I've met a lot of interesting people through the movement. I did learn about this issue as far as Israel-Palestine goes right before I left college in 1987. It was a thing called the First Intifada. Yes, that makes me old. I agree. Yeah, the dog wants to go out. So anyway, in my link tree in my bio, it says Linktree Chip Barnes. I have a Twitter. I have Instagram, YouTube, Rumble. All of these conversations are recorded and they get put onto my YouTube channel, usually within a couple hours of the live being finished. So a couple really interesting ones recently. We had a Senate candidate, independent for New York named Diane Sayre, who was on Wednesday. And then Quinn the Eskimo from Cairo, Egypt, came in for about an hour and a half yesterday and gave us some great updates from the ground, answered questions about donations, what's actually happening at the Rafah border, all that stuff on the ground there, which is great. So it's all archived on my YouTube channel. Look in the link tree. You'll see it on there. There's some Telegram groups you can participate in. One's called Palestine in Focus. You'll see the other ones there. Check them out. They're all free. At the bottom, there's some links. If you want to help out, I'm doing this full time with no other income. So I may be working a job soon if I can't make this work. But there are some ways you can contribute. There's like Cash App, Venmo. And by the way, I'm by no means getting rich off this stuff. I probably make about $200 a month right now. That's not a whole lot of money, right? For putting in about 70 hours of work. So anyway, I love doing it. It's just that I have to figure out a way to make it work like anybody. There's a Patreon in there. If you can give like $5 a month, only if you can afford it. If you can afford to give, please do. If you can't, but I'm going to keep all my accounting on my website, which is going to be up soon. It's chipbarnesonline.com, and all my donations will be listed. So I'm not going to be somebody who makes off with the money kind of thing. And I think that's fair to be transparent, right? Okay, so let me bring up our next guest. It's Dana Hillman, I think it is.
Yes.
Hi, Dana.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Before you need to go, I don't know if you need to go right now or in a few minutes, but I wanted to recommend you, since you like documentaries, you should watch the doco that's called Black Sunrise. Okay, it's about the massacre at the Nova Festival, and you should watch.
You said Black Sunrise?
Yes.
Okay.
זריחה שחורה בעברית. Okay? It's available on כאן 11. You just type כאן 11 and you will get it. Okay? Black Sunrise.
When you say type in, I didn't understand what you said as far as what to type in to find it. I didn't get the pronunciation of what you said.
Okay, it's called, the channel that it's on is כאן 11. KAN and 11. And the movie and the documentary's name is Black Sunrise.
Okay. Is it subtitled in English? Is it done in English? Is it in Hebrew? How is it put together?
It's in Hebrew. It says זריחה שחורה, and they have subtitles for English.
Okay. Can you watch it on YouTube for free, or is it a site you have to pay for, or how is it distributed?
I think you can find it on YouTube also. And also, you should watch the documentary Nova. It's Nova.
Just called Nova? Okay, this is both about the festival on the morning of that Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. What was when you saw the documentaries, I'm assuming you've seen them, correct?
Yes, I saw the Black Sunrise.
Okay, without using inflammatory language, what was your emotional reaction to when you watched them? How did it make you feel?
I mean, I already knew most of the things, but it was heartbreaking. It was very tough, very hard to listen to to listen to the testimonies. It's young people who just went to a festival, to a music festival. Mm-hmm. They did nothing to deserve what they got. There's no excuse for it. No excuse in the world for it. None.
Does the video include, and this, I'm not saying this to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. There's been a lot of conjecture, as you may or may not know, about the events of the 7th, especially with regard to the Nova Music Festival. And there's a lot of conjecture as to, what happened to whom, when, where, and how. I've seen some video, not a lot, from what I could get my hands on. I saw a video of a first responder from the IDF or from the police, I'm not sure which, that showed up at the festival at what looked to be like a concession stand where the people would come up to get drinks or food. And it did show a lot of unalived bodies. The video didn't show, and one can assume who did it, but it doesn't show it happening in real time. And then you mentioned the word testimony. So in just a second, I want to cover that. But there's a lot of conjecture, and I want to just get your take on this, if you think it's where you stand on this. So I've heard, and maybe it's right or wrong, I don't know, that in the response to the events of that morning, the Israeli military, both on the ground in the kibbutzim, as well as during the festival, as vehicles were leaving the festival and people were running from the festival, that the directives that the soldiers received in the Israeli military were to engage potential H group and other members that have gotten out of Gaza, and that the consideration for the civilians or those who may be being taken hostage was secondary to engaging the potential military targets, and they collectively call that what's called the Hannibal Directive.
I don't know where you heard it, but I can say that it's not true. You should listen. Just watch the documentary, okay? Don't speculate.
Well, I'm not
Please
going
don't
I
speak
will
about
watch it for sure.
speculations.
One of the things I want to say though, just it's been in the comments. I don't know if you've seen the comments. People are making the claim that there's I don't know. I'll watch it. I promise you, I'll watch it. They're making the claim that it's something that's doctored in such a way to make it appear one way when it may have been another. What are your response? What do you say when people say that?
No, it's very, listen, people who, if you ever experience something like that, I am assuming that you haven't.
No, absolutely
So
not.
if you haven't, please don't make assumptions to make it seem to fit your narrative. Okay, just watch it. Just watch it.
I give you have my word. If it's available on YouTube, if it's something you have to pay $10 or $15, I may not. But if it's available to watch on
I
YouTube, I'll
will
happily
send it.
watch it.
You know what? I will send it. I will make it my personal purpose to send it to you, and you can watch it. Okay? There will be nothing, no obstacle for you to watch it. Okay? I
No,
will make sure of
you
that
have my
person.
listen. You don't. You can if you want. But if I tell you I'll watch something, I'm curious to see how it's presented. Quite frankly, so I'll look. I mean, I don't like watching atrocities, but if it whatever, I'll just have to see it to
No,
make.
it doesn't contain atrocities. It's
Okay.
literally head talking. It's
Fair enough. Yeah,
okay.
fair enough.
It's testimonies of the young people who survived this massacre. Okay, so I want, please, to continue speaking without interruptions. Is that possible?
What I'll
Because
do is
I've been here
yeah,
for like
it's in,
20
I don't know what
minutes.
time it is where you are. It's 3:14 p.m. my time. So what I'll do is I'll take the next 2 to 3 minutes. I got a couple things I got to do. I'll put the phone down. I'm not ignoring you. I can hear you. I just have to step in the other room. But yeah, next 3 minutes you have the floor. Okay, no interruptions.
Okay. Okay, so I want to respond to what Celine, I think, said before. And all this, in every pro-Palestine, I hear all the time about the past and what happened 70 years ago, 80 years ago, 100 years ago. So since you pro-Palestinians like to live in the past so much, let me bring you back to 6th century BC to what happened then. Okay, the exile of Jewish people from the kingdom of Judea into Babylon, now is Iraq, and they were forced into exiles. So you can make the conclusion they were living in the kingdom of Judea. And by the way, the song, the very famous song of Bonnie M, by the rivers of Babylon, is actually based on the Psalm 137, which says, by the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down, there we wept when we remembered Zion. So we always sang, since 6 BC, when we were forced to become exiled into Babylon, ever since then, we always wanted to come back to Zion. And this is the origin of the word Zionism, because Zionism was always, even before the political movement of Zionism, it was always our ambition and our desire to come back to Zion. Zion meaning Israel, the kingdom of Judea. Okay? So if you want to go back to the past, go back way in the past, okay? Why settle for only 70 years, 80 years when you could go back?
Oops.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If you,
I
I
didn't. I didn't get her off here, did I? I didn't mean to take her down if she came down. Did she leave or
believe
did I?
they
I didn't take her down, did I?
who. Oh, sorry, your voice is cutting, Chip.
Did somebody take her down? Because I didn't take her down.
But oh, is it your voice or is it me?
Can everybody hear me okay? Because I didn't take her down. I don't know if
I'm not
somebody else.
sure. Maybe she
No,
got
I didn't.
banana. I'm not sure. I didn't notice.
It could be. Let me say one quick thing and then I'll bring Celine on to answer. Oh, she's still here. Okay, good. She's still here. I just didn't want to cut you off if you were still speaking, but I did want to take a slight break because it was 3 minutes and say this. When people go back in certain times in history, I understand from their vantage point, they may believe that that is the correct time to analyze it, the framework, and therefore it's justified to say that my people, quote unquote, were there at one point in this time of history, and therefore we're just reclaiming the territory that we've been pushed off of historically. And my point would be, and what other scholars will say is, hey, I mean, come on, why don't we go back 4,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago? Or I don't know where the right starting point is. For the sake of what I do to analyze this conflict from, again, everyone's different. I look at what's happening from about 1850 to present. That's the framework in which I look at, because that's when most of the modern variables shifted dramatically in terms of the Theodore Herzl and others who wanted to form this movement. Sort of a rejuvenation of the idea of Zionism happened mostly in this time frame, as far as I understand it. So, and the other thing is, it's not fair. People who live in the region, by the way, if you look at the demographic data, just go to Google and type in population by ethnicity in Palestine, 1800 to present, or something like that. You'll see that the numbers of indigenous Jewish people that lived in the region was very, very, very small. It was something like 2 or 3% of the population versus people of other ethnicities. You'll see it. And then it changed dramatically from 1800 to 1935, 1940. Understandably so. There was a big push for immigration to the land to build a Jewish state. But those changes usually are accompanied by some sort of challenges. That's the way life is. Look what's happening in the US and other European states where there's a lot of immigration and there's turmoil. And it's not unusual for that to be the case. So in terms of time, though, I think it's really unfair to pick one particular time and say, that's it, it was ours, therefore it's ours now. Anybody could kind of play that game. If you do DNA testing of the majority of the current populations of Palestinian and other Arabs, you have more of them match the historical data from well before 3,000 years ago. So I don't know what's fair or not about that. I think either one to pick is not fair. That's why I go from 1850 to present. Okay, so I think we have F.A. Bishop that wanted to talk, and then we have a few other guests. And there's Dana. By the way, Dana, hang tight. I'll give you a chance to respond after F.A. has a chance to say something. F.A., did you want to come up?
Listen, I didn't finish. Someone dropped.
Hold on. I know you got dropped out. Listen, it wasn't purposeful. These things can happen sometimes.
I didn't finish.
Hold on. Dana, I gave you over 3 minutes of unbridled talk time. So let somebody else respond, and I'll give you a chance to respond back. I think that's fair. And we had a couple minutes before then for you to share the documentary and your sentiments. So I'm not being unfair to you, I promise. Okay, FA is not responding. Lord of Melon, and then we'll let Dana come back and say something.
I am responding, but she came on, so I had to shut my microphone.
Okay, go ahead, FA, please.
Right. Well, really, I don't want to go too much about what the Dana just said. I personally don't trust any documentary or news or information coming from Israel, because it has now become clear as daylight that the majority of the stuff that comes out of Israel is mostly lies and fabrications. This is one. Returning back to history, 75 years ago is related to today. 3,000 or 2,000 years ago is not related to today whatsoever. And if you are saying that because somehow that land, this is what you say, used to be yours 2,000 plus years ago, then the Christian could come and say, all right, Jesus was there, Christianity started there, therefore that's our land, we're indigenous, and we're going to take it by force. To me, Israel remains an illegal state, and this is my opinion. It remains an illegal state. Palestine is an occupied land, according even to the recognition of the international community and the United Nations. So to come and try and push a video or some information coming from the Zionist end, people have stopped trusting their information, because everything they have said throughout this genocide, it has been a lie after a lie after a lie after a lie non-stop. And if you felt heartbroken and pain for the people, for the pain that happened on the 7 in the Nova festival, I'm actually speechless. On the nearly 30,000 people, where 11,000 kids amongst them have been unalived with F-35 jets. You know what you use an F-35 jet in a conventional war? 2 armies against each other. So everything you have said is pure propaganda. and it's absolutely irrelevant to the truth on the ground. We can see, for me, I don't need to go and watch something produced by Israel. All I need to do is watch live TV and live streams to see what's going on in Palestine. So I think you need to put that aside. As for the guy who was saying, I'm going to report to whoever is, look, somebody's T groups are somebody else's freedom fighters. One thing. Second, if you truly care about America and you do not want atrocities and T operation to take place in America, I think you should be petitioning your own system, your own government, and prevent them from going and doing their massive, big, exterminating T operation across the world, therefore causing people to retaliate. And that's all I've got to say so far.
Let me say one thing about that. Thank you, FA. First of all, I disagree to one point, and that's not because of I disagree with the spirit of it, but I disagree with the specifics in terms of humanity. So I do feel horribly for the family members and the victims of what happened on the 7th. Now, the soldiers is a whole other issue. So of the 1,200 or 1,400 or whatever the number is, those of you who are uniformed and armed, those of who were uniformed and armed, that's a different story. That is combat. That's part of security. That's part of the military aspect of this. The civilians are a different story. Okay, I don't know what happened to whom by whom, because I don't have the videos to show all of it. And I don't know what role the Israeli military played. Maybe if I watch the documentary, which I will watch, to be fair, because I can't recommend other people watch documentaries if I'm not willing to watch them myself. That'd be hypocritical. I will watch it. To back up one point that FA said, and this is just an observation, I'll share it as it is. It's my observation. It doesn't mean I'm right. That is, over the years that I've watched this conflict, especially in recent years, because I've been watching it more frequently on videos, much more available, the statements that I've heard made by Israeli officials, including members of the IDF and their representatives, I know they're not true because of other information that I have, or they turn out later to not be true, to such a degree that it's very difficult on face value to accept somebody when they say, this time it's different. I swear to you, I'm not lying this time. Now, I'm always one to look at evidence, of course, if it makes itself available and it proves what they're saying is true, albeit. But things like testimony, and I'm not saying there aren't people who attended and survived the Nova Festival who saw their friends or family members get harmed, aren't giving accurate testimony. I probably am inclined to believe them, right? As I probably should, because you can see the emotion and the conviction and those kinds of things. I think that's fair to point out. There's other testimony that's harder to believe, especially with conjecture around things like graping and mutilation and unalived situations like with burning and this, that, and the other, that are harder to understand. The more exceptional atrocities that are so emotionally gut-wrenching. And the example that everybody gives, and maybe it's unfair because it was more hearsay, was the 40 babies thing. And maybe it was just the reporter who screwed up. It could have been. But the fact that it was amplified so widely and broadly and has become like the poster child for the atrocities and it reflects so negatively on this group of militants, or T-words, it's that flavor of behavior that casts, unfortunately, a dubious shadow on the other information that flows from the Israeli machine, which is very sanitized, by the way. If you don't know, people are going to doubt this. If you live in Israel, other people, this is not me speaking, these are people who grow up in Israel or who grow up in other households that believe in the same way of thinking. They've finally realized something that's much different than what they've been told growing up, and they completely shift their thinking. I hope those people aren't anti-Semitic, they're Jewish, but they shift their point of view because of the difference, the huge difference between what they've been told, just like what I found out in 1989, versus what actually is going on. And that's a fair thing to point out. And there may be many people from Israel who are very kind people, who are very rightly so outraged about the 7th. I think that's fair. Who may not be aware of some of the other stuff that influences the decisions or conclusions of people like myself and other members of the Jewish community who see this for what they believe it is. And so in fairness, we all have our take. I always talk about this. My take is my take because I'm Chip and I've been through the experiences. I've bumped into stuff. Dana has her take in her life experiences. I'm not trying to delegitimize her experiences. I'm saying they're different for reasons that are, maybe not apparent to us. But I think we shouldn't outright deny things that people claim, because if they've seen testimony and they believe it, we should investigate it with an open mind. even though we've had reasons to doubt things in the past. So I told Dana I will watch that. You have my word. If for nothing else, if I don't agree with let's say, for example, I were to watch it and I don't agree with the testimony or it seems dubious. I'm not saying I will, but I hope that Dana will take the feedback that I share, because I really don't want to say yes or no to what I see. And I'm going to watch it. I'll make some notes, and hopefully Dana and I can continue the conversation. I don't think it's despicable for people to question things when they have a sincere reason for doing so, and not some other motive out of hatred or disdain for the other, quote unquote. So I hope that's fair. Let me let Dana respond to that because she's impatient. Sorry, Dana. Please go ahead.
Well, yeah, after you saw the atrocities happen on October 7th, the raping, the beheading, do you feel the same about when you see, footage from Gaza? Don't you think it's questionable?
Well, put it this way:
Especially when you see that the age group is directing and is literally directing it.
I guess
You
anything's
see
possible.
in a lot of the videos, the logo of age group is written in the video.
The ones that I've seen, Dana, just to let you know, and of course, every group has the potential to put out not only things that support their argument, but also they could try to falsify videos. I guess it's possible. I think the reason why so many people around the world are upset about this, it's not because they don't like Israel per se. Most of them had no opinion before what they saw on the 7th. They were outraged initially with what they saw on the 7th, and I think rightly so, and they understood and sympathized, just like on 9/11, people sympathized with the United States. Now, what the U.S. has since done from that point, and what Israel has chosen to do since from that point, have involved things that the average person see as very, very hard to take in, even though, yes, what happened on the 7th was horrible, but by international law and other vantage points, yes, something terrible happened, but does it then justify a response that is not only equivalent, but vastly more from a numerical standpoint disproportionate, which is always the case when there's an attack by
So you think that we should go and do October 7th to Gaza?
Say again?
What will be a proportionate response?
Well, I think the most important thing if
Because
Israelis,
if I literally did a video before. I did a video called "What If." I imagined, okay, theoretically speaking, that we were in another situation, a situation that after October 7 happened, all the Gazans would round up against the age group members and would hand them over to Israel. Look, here are the T, take them, handle with them, imprison them, do whatever you want with them. But they haven't, right? They actually supported them. They actually sheltered them. So what is the proportional response to that?
let me answer that.
How
Okay, so
can
first of all, let's say, for example, the people of Gaza had the desire to do what you just said. Think about the practical matter of that. Who has the arms in that relationship? Who's the stronger party? Imagine if somebody from Gaza did want to do what you said. They approach members of the militia as they see them coming up from the tunnels to engage what they perceive as the enemy, the Israelis. Are they supposed to go up and ask nicely, "Hey, would you guys please surrender?" They're going to told. They're going to told. But first of all, they'll tell them to go to hell, right? As most fighting forces would do if somebody from their population said, "Hey, cut it out." They're doing their thing because it's what they believe, and they believe it's the right thing. And that's why there was a split politically in the first place, because they disagreed between the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and what people in the Gaza Strip and their militant groups decided was the best way to deal with what they're seeing. So let me
yeah, so
finish.
they support
Almost done,
T.
almost done. So, and one more thing about the evidence here. I tried to make this point. This is really important, by the way, not only for people like me who try to make heads and tails of stuff, but just from the standpoint of Israel. Let's say that I was a staunch proponent of Israel's future. Unfortunately, the way the perception has gone with this, Dana, and you may not agree with it, but perception sometimes becomes reality in the public sphere. And right now, Israel has the protection, both militarily and politically and financially, from the United States, which, like it or not, it's the most strongest superpower in the history of the world. So that's a huge advantage for Israel. But what's happening on the negative side of the balance sheet is that the popular sentiment now towards Israel, it was very, very strong in favor as after the attacks, like it was for 9/11. But what people have been watching since, and I've seen probably 300 or 400 videos. I don't think they're all doctored, even many, if any, are. And they've shown buildings coming down and people being completely unalived, whole families being knocked out. Water's been held back, electricity, water treatment, food, fuel, medical supplies. People are watching this and they're thinking, what's wrong? Are the Israelis, do they lack humanity? Because I understand they're angry. You asked, what should they do? Here's what I think they should do what they say they want to do. They've said publicly that they want to go after the H group for security reasons. I get it. However, the H group is a concept, not a people. What do I mean by that? Resistance in and of itself, and I don't agree with the tactics that were used. I really don't, I swear. And I lament the lives that are lost on both sides, civilians all the time. But even if, let's say, the military right now, tomorrow, snap their fingers, all the militants are killed. Let's just say that happened today. That's not going to snuff out the resistance. For every one that's killed, 3 will come in their place. Is it because people that are inherently violent? No. It's the same thing that happened in the U.S. colonies. It's the same thing that happened in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. People who are under the control and mistreatment of another stronger power have the natural urge to resist. You and I would too, I believe. Now, you and I may not use the same tactics that they used. We could argue about the best ways to get freedom from occupation and oppression. But that's natural and it's going to continue. To expect otherwise is to be completely against the nature of human beings. So let me let you chime in and see what you think.
From a guy, Paul Kessler, I don't know if you heard the name, Paul Kessler, in the California, a Jewish man who demonstrated pro-Israel rally was unalived by I don't remember his name. Wait a second.
Where did this happen?
His name is Louay Abdel Fattah El Naji. Okay, a Muslim American, a computer science professor in the College of Morfark, who previously expressed pro-Palestinian views in social media. So you see, there is a concern for violence in when you see this pro-Palestinian.
I'm sorry, I'm not muting because I want to. I'm muting just to let the audience know, including Dana, that I'm about to take my dog outside because she's got to go to the bathroom. And when I've done this before, I just want to give the audience a warning. Sometimes the live will freeze up, or sometimes the comments, I can't see them, or sometimes I can't hear the person speaking, or they can't hear me, or something goes wrong. So if anything does go wrong, just let you know. If we lock up, what I'll do is it takes about 15 minutes to walk the dog. I will restart the live when I finish with that, but let's hope for the best. Okay, Dana, let me unmute you so you can continue. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so he was analyzed for speaking his mind, for supporting Israel. He was analyzed. We see a lot of times that the pro-Palestinians are not very, supposedly say, oh, free Palestine and all of that, but they're not really about freedom, because if they were about freedom, they wouldn't be violent. They wouldn't be unaliving people who just wanted freedom. Okay, they want the freedom to unalive them. That is like the absurd thing that the main
Dana,
aim
can
is
you
to.
tell the audience where this occurred and when? Because I've not heard of it. I apologize.
Okay, so it's very funny to me that you don't hear about violence and all the things happening, but you do hear about something that happened supposedly like a chemical attack in a college, but you don't hear all the other stuff that's going on. It was in November 5th. Okay, it was in Thousand Oaks, California, United States. There is a charge against. Okay, he was arrested. The person I spoke about, Louay Abdel Fattah El Naji, an American Muslim, a computer science professor. He is arrested, and there he's going to be charged with a homicide. Okay, so you see that this is not one incident. Okay, this is the most a person whose only crime, alleged crime, was to be to support Israel, and he was unalived. Okay, it's
Yeah,
about
that's
your
obvious.
age. It's
That's
about
obviously
your age.
reprehensible for.
Think
But
of that happen.
I want to first say I condemn any violence against anybody for expressing their point of view. That's terrible. And I don't like violence is horrible. I don't know if it's anecdotal or indicative, as you say, about the violent nature of Palestinians. If one particular individual out of I don't know how many millions of people do something harmful, I wouldn't ascribe the same motive to all Jewish people or all Israelis because somebody unalived a Palestinian protester. Just to let you know. So I don't know if that's fair or not. Dana, I do have to do this. There's
Listen,
been a
this
lot of people
protest,
waiting to talk. I've given you a ton of time. I'll give you more later. Let's just let one more person chime in. If you want to wait, that's fine. If you don't, I understand. Let me let, I think Asma hasn't had a chance to talk yet.
No, a lot of melon was before me.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, it's hard for me to remember the order. Thank you for being honest. Melon, please. Yeah, right.
Just a second. The people in the chat are saying that they cannot hear Lord of Melon, but I can. Everyone is saying they can't hear him.
Right. This was my fear. This is my fear of what would happen. Let me try to go back on.
They're saying they can hear me. Sorry, Jax, I'm interrupting again, but they say they can't hear him, but they can hear me.
Okay, I'll just let you know, panel. You guys go ahead and talk, and I'll get back inside so you just listen to you guys talk. Okay.
Yes, I just have to close the door here so I don't get some background noise. That's it. Okay, so I just wanted to address a few points here. Let me start with the newest one that Dana was talking about, the man who was attacked, the pro-Israeli man who was unalived. Um, as far as I know, that was actually he wasn't protesting, that was a pro-Pali march that he attacked, and he started to attack people, and unfortunately he was unalived by that, but it was an act of self-defense. People were marching, there were no problems, nothing. He started to attack people. That's the first thing. The other thing I want to address is the guy who came up here and said that this and this and this country are stating the age group as a T. Yeah, that might be right, but it's only 8% of the world who are stating the age group as a T, and we know who these countries are and what they stand for. Just gonna say one word, APAC. Another thing is the ICJ didn't state age group as a T group, which I think is very important to mention, because they could have done that and they could have condemned the act they did. They asked them to return the hostages, yeah, and that's fair because the every person should do that. Every legal institution should do that. Another thing I want to talk about is the claims that Dana did about the documentary, and she says that the atrocities that happened, and I just want to say that there is actually a news report from News 13, and it's an Israeli news report that where they talk about how their government were lying to the people so that they can get they can get the excuse to do what they did in Gaza, and they actually explain very well. Their own people explain very well how they lied and what they lied about, and that there's no unbeheaded beheaded babies. There was no raping and stuff like that. I'm not gonna take a lot of more time. The last thing I wanna address is the guy that said that the age group want to do T attacks on the United States. I have not heard or seen that in any place ever. I would really like a source for that, because if that's true, of course, that's not okay, but I have never ever heard it before. But what I want to say is he comes up here and claim that we Palestinians and pro-Palestinians go out and say that we support stuff like that, and we don't like the United States, we don't like and we want to harm them. No, that's not true. I have never ever ever heard a Palestinian or a pro-Palestinian say that they want to hurt the United States. They criticize the government, yeah, and they might wish some people in the government got hurt, yeah, but that's because of the acts of these people. But I have never ever heard them say directly, "Oh, we don't like." No, we respect the American people. We respect every single person who's standing by us. We respect every single person who went out on the march in D.C. We respect every single person who's writing to their senators, to the government. We don't have hate in us at all. I'm really talking. I'm really talking from my heart, Chip. I have never heard a pro-Palestinian, or especially a Palestinian, wish harm on other people who has nothing to do with this. And I'm not gonna take any more time. If you have time, I would like to come back maybe later. Thank you, Chip. Sorry. Yeah. They can only hear me. I don't know why. No, they can. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. But actually, while he goes in, I would just like to recommend a documentary, if that's okay. And there's actually two. The first one is The Occupation of the American Mind. It's a great documentary that tells you and breaks down how they use the propaganda to control the mind of especially the American people. And the other one is Israelism. Also a great documentary that shows you um, some of, I don't know the word for it, but it's occupation of the American mind, the occupation of the American mind. It's and the other the occupation of the American mind is on YouTube. It's only, I think, 83 minutes, but it breaks down very well what how they use the propaganda to control the mind of the American people. Israelism, I'm not sure if it's on Netflix, but I think you can find it on YouTube too. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
I can on the panel.
Okay, I just let you know, I can't see the comments, but if you all can see the comments, and I can't manage guests either from my end, so someone's gonna have to manage the guests. But I can keep going, but probably the
Can
best thing to do is for me to restart the live if people want me to, or I can end it if people don't want.
yeah.
Okay, how's that? Uh-huh.
Before this happens.
Perfect. Now
There he
he's
is.
back.
He's
Can you
back.
hear everything? There you go. See, we got your
Back.
back,
Thank
Chip.
you. Thank you, Hers.
We
Thank you
got
so
your
much. I
back.
didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect,
Can you
everybody.
guys hear in the comments?
Yes. Oh.
All right, now
If
real
All right,
quick,
good.
just
remember,
to
if
let you know,
you
we lost about 170 people through that transition, which is my fault, by the way. So if everybody here, I know this is a pain in the neck, but if you hold down your finger over my head for like a half a second, all of your friends will come up, and you can invite people back or other people to come in.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
anyway, that's the deal. Listen, I have to take the dog out once in a while. I get to go to the
Sure.
bathroom, so it
life
is what it is.
happens, so what we have to do now is keep. If you could power type the tap Chip and get up the likes. Obvious, one of the best things to do, which everybody is doing, and finally, it's been taking me months to convince everybody. If you could just tap that little yellow, orange heart, however, golden heart right next to Chip's name, that you get to join his team. And then right there, that means every time you comment, every time you watch, every time you do anything, you already boost him. You give him team points, and it's just a single coin. If you have it, if you can't, it's okay. Tapping is free, sharing is free, engaging with the panelists is, also helpful. But like the team bracelets, the cheer ups, the little hearts, they make a massive difference in this app. And then the other thing, Chip is doing this, and he has been doing a fantastic job. We could all admit that well, otherwise we wouldn't be here if he wasn't doing a great job. He is doing this out of the kindness of his heart and for activism. Yes, if he does have a subscription on here, and on his link tree, there's other forms of places. If you go on his bio, you'll be able to see it. There are, he does have hours that he does normally, host lives. He used to do a one-on-one, and now he is turning into a multi-guest platform. So, I jump on here because I just want to make sure that I could help him out. There's a lot of little nuances here and there that could really help his platform. We do want him out in the For You page because this is an important thing, especially the fact that he has the history of being a lieutenant, and this is a vital person. So we do appreciate everything you do for us, Chip. You have been absolutely fantastic. And one thing I could tell you is the other most important thing is engage in the comments. It doesn't matter how it is. Just engage constantly. It drives them up the algo. And I'll be silent for now. I'm just hanging out, Chip, just so I could help you because I really. Oh, and you have a subscription goal. You happen to succeed it. If you want to update your subscription goal, you surpass your subscription goal, which is fantastic.
Yay. Okay.
I mean, you guys have everybody here, everybody on the panel, on all sides. So you guys have been doing absolutely astonishing. This is an exhausting task, and everybody's here because we just want to be, we Chip, myself, like we want to boost your voices and we want to hear all sides. And this is just something that, I'm going to say it again, 100 days, 100 days past, yes, 100 years and 100 days, but it's tough, and you guys are all taking your time out and you're doing this, and I'm just proud of you all. I'll stay silent for now.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I wanted to thank everybody for being here, by the way. Just for those of you who don't know me, my dog's whining too. I think she wants to go back out, but she did her business, so she'll have to deal with it. My name's Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. It doesn't make me a military expert, as people have accused me of saying. I'm definitely not. But I'm somebody who knows a little bit. I served in the first Gulf War in the what's called the first Iraq War, first Gulf War. I was on the front lines in a tank unit. So, yeah, I've seen combat. Combat sucks. Violence is a bad thing. I'm now a peace activist. And I learned about the Israel-Palestine issue when I was back in senior year of college, which was, believe it or not, 1989. I feel horrible even saying that. It just sounds like an old man talking here. Anyway, so I learned things I didn't know, and as an American, I've been able to speak to it in a little more informative manner than the average person off the street who just learned about this since the attacks of 10/7. And so, I just happened to coincide with my coming onto social media. So I was on Twitter before that. And so, if you go back and look at my Twitter feed before October 7th, you'll see that I was very actively talking about this particular issue. It's just one that's been close to my heart for a long time, just because I knew a lot about it. And I just felt badly for people from Palestine. And like I say, if the tables were turned, I would feel badly for Jewish people, because it's not about who's doing it. It's about what's happening in terms of the dynamics, in terms of who's oppressed and who's holding the power. So, I would love it if there'd be a ceasefire, B, there'd be a solution that was equitable with dignity and self-determination that would alleviate all this problem and pain. And as I see it, again, I could be wrong, but I know there's different ways of looking at this. But the way I see it is that the Israelis have really never intended for peace. At least their actions indicate that. And that the different quote-unquote deals that have been offered to the quote-unquote Arabs over the decades have never been really good deals, enough that anyone would want to say yes, including that which Israeli leaders have talked about. So I'm frustrated for the Palestinian people. I'm horrified for what's been happening since the response to October 7th, as I'm equally horrified to what happened to civilians on the 7th within Israel. So we got to be fair and got to be compassionate, got to think from the other person's point of view. Everybody's feelings and matter in terms of the people they love and on both sides. So with that said, the next guest coming up is going to be, is it Asma or who was next in line?
Ask because she spoke while you were.
Okay, so is Ask the Angel next?
Yes.
Okay, ask
Hi.
the angels what?
Okay, so hi there, Chip. Nice seeing you again. I saw you on Docs Live. Good platform, good presence. Really enjoyed you, and I hope you go back. So I wanted to start off by I know the previous guest that was here, the Israeli guest. She was talking about, yes, she was talking about what a proportionate response might look like. I think she was a little curious about that, a little reactive in her response, and I was a little worried because I kind of thought she may have alluded what would have been an appropriate response after what happened October 7th. If she kind of alluded to the question where does she think that it would have been a good idea for them to do the same thing to Gaza that Gaza did to them? So no, actually no. We wouldn't be here if you would have taken a different approach. It seems to me that this conflict is just constant back and forth. Again, I'm looking at this from the outside in, okay? I'm American. So I see that in this whole situation, wouldn't it have been the priority to negotiate the release of the hostages? The hostages were the priority here. But you took it upon yourself, your leadership that is, took it upon themselves to go on an aggressor campaign, and not just that, but unalive children. Seriously, is that what you consider a proportional response? So I thought that was a little concerning. And again, if we go back to the ideal and the collective consciousness that really is troubling, and we're really not going to get anywhere until you acknowledge, okay, the errors, and you, at this point, based on the international court case that's emerged, Israel's going to have a very hard time getting out of this. They made a choice. They chose to go in there in an offensive manner. To me, it doesn't seem like a defense. It was more of an offense, an offensive attack, and one against the other. And you've been doing this for over 100+ days. So what I'm trying to say is, the international court now is involved, and whether you people in Israel understand this or not. It's been 75+ years of oppression, of mistreatment, of them feeling that they have no rights, they have no freedom. So, I really don't understand what solution you think would have been but better. This solution would have been, what I'm trying to say, if this solution would have been a better option for you guys, when in the end, we have no Hamas leaders captured. You've unalived thousands of people, and here we are, square one, nothing. So it's going to be, again, let's say that there's a ceasefire. Let's say in the future that there is a ceasefire ordered, and you do ceasefire. So what's next? Are you going to wait for something else to happen and then just go back and do the same thing again? So I think at this point, there's going to be a strong arm here, and that's going to be probably the United Nations, the International Court, where Israel is going to have to say, you know what, we're going to have to get to the table, and we're going to have to get together with the Palestinians, and we're going to have to agree, whether it's a single-state solution or a two-state solution, or what solution is going to be on the table or finalized. It's going to have to happen. Whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. So I turn to the next person.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your point of view. Appreciate that. If it's okay, I got to make some space for some other people to come up. So I'll just move that around. If you want to come back in, please come back into the guest queue. Okay. Melon, did you get a chance to talk yet? I thought you did. Did you have anything else you wanted to say real quick? We have Moody coming up
Uh,
next.
no, I don't think it worked. But I would love to take this opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to say, thank you, Chip, for what you're doing and your presence here. I think it's really, I think you're a very, very respectable person, and you're treating this in a really, in a way that I think everyone should look at. But I do want to say that, and I'm interested to what you have to say about this with your military background. In my view, after 9/11, when 2,000, 3,000 Americans were unalived from a T attack, right? America had a response, which by the lowest estimates unalived 200,000 Iraqi civilians, the lowest estimates, right? Most Americans thought at the time that Iraq had something to do with 9/11. It didn't. We know now, 20 years out, that they lied about it, right? They lied about the WMDs. They lied about the incubators, right? And yeah, almost 1 million innocent civilians, right? And that response was out of emotion, right? That response was out of anger, right? And Israel right now is making that exact same mistake. The war in Iraq did not bring more stability to the region. It caused more harm and more destruction. The act of going to war there did not help the situation of Teism, right? Of Shmerism. It did not help it, right? It created instability and created the ISIS, right? Now, it is so baffling to me that there are people out there in 2024 who believe that by displacing 80% of the population who needs international food aid to survive, by reducing the number of trucks from 500 trucks daily of food aid to like 10, 20 a day, right? How that is somehow going to deter people from joining the H group, going to deter people from wanting to fight back. Because now, it's a beautiful puppy, but now, if people weren't on the side of the H group, they didn't want to join them, well, now they've been displaced, well, now they've been hungry, now they've been, seen death and destruction all around them, children's legs being blown off, right? Now they have a very legitimate reason to want to fight against Israel if they didn't have one before, right? So this idea that Israel's campaign of relentless destruction is somehow going to bring peace is an absolutely absurd one. It's absolutely absurd. And we know that from history. And I just want to say to Israeli people speaking, we are not against Israeli people. We are not. We don't like to see this endless cycle of violence that has been happening for the entire existence of Israel. But it's very, very clear that this strategy that they're using is not going to get us anywhere. It's only going to create further violence. And that's something that I wish the Israeli people understood, that we're not against them, that we are against violence, and we see their actions perpetrating violence. Right? So thank you very much. I really appreciate the time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. And it's good to hear different perspectives from people about how they feel about this. And I couldn't agree more. I think that, as somebody said very, I think, presciently, the least safe place to be for Jewish people. It was intended to be a Jewish homeland, safety from persecution. Now it's the least safe place to be on the planet for Jewish people, is inside Israel, because of how this might inflame. And a lot of people have left. Let's face it, that incursion scared people, I think, as it should. So, listen, I think we all want people to be safe and sound. What we want to have is people to be free from oppression, free from occupation, have self-autonomy and dignity, most importantly, to be free from harm. Although it wasn't all at once on one day, it's been going on steadily for a long, long time, especially since 1967. It's been bad. But even before, if you really study the history of this, and yes, there have been incursions against people who were Jewish. It's happened, but not nearly the number of massacres that have happened against Palestinians in the formation of the state. Were some people told to leave their territory, that it will be fixed after the war? Yeah, it happened. Were many moved off their land forcibly at the end of a gun and watching the adjacent village get completely unalived? Yeah, that happened too. So this is all part of the big struggle. And listen, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Israeli. I understand people who see it differently. I can understand their point of view. I went to the pro-Israel rally, for gosh sakes, to try to better understand people. That's how I work. But I still can't get away from some of the horrific things. And most people from Israel around the world don't know that. It's not even their fault. I'm not trying to say that in a condescending way. I was just told today, and I'll take a look, to look up for a documentary. I was actually doing it a second ago by one of the guests who's very pro-Israel. She said it was called Black Saturday. It was about the events at the Nova Music Festival with testimony from survivors about the victims. I looked for it. I looked on Google. I typed different names. I went to YouTube. I typed different names. I didn't find it. So it's not that I don't want to watch it. And if the previous guest wants to send me some sort of a link, I will watch it. If for nothing else, and again, I'll watch it sincerely. I'll take notes. And then what I'll do is, if I think it's sincere and good, I'll come back and talk about that and talk about the specifics of what the testimony is. Or if it seems a little bit off, I'll talk about that. But just as I ask people and give them resources, I'm happy to take a look. I don't have unlimited time, but if it's something I can look at in an hour and a half while I'm doing other stuff, I'll happily watch it, right? Of course, that's only fair. Okay, we have Moody. Moody just talked. The person that's here, Margaret. Margaret, there you go. Margaret's there. Let me let Margaret come up. Again, I'm going till about 5 o'clock today. I have to take the dog out for one more walk, so we have 50 minutes. So if you can, out of respect for the other guests, if you can make it short as possible, please. Thank you.
Am I up?
You're up. You're up.
Oh,
Chip,
hello, how are
Moody
you?
didn't talk. It was Melon who talked. I'm sorry.
Margaret, I'm so sorry. Let me let Moody
No,
go
that's
first.
fine. That's fine.
I got mixed up. That's a typical thing for me, that I'm getting older with all these crazy Gulf War symptoms. Please, Moody.
It's okay. Thank you, Chip. First, she said Black Sunrise. I looked for it as
Sunrise.
well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I looked for it as well. I couldn't find it. I did find, it's called Israel Age Group Surviving the Nova Festival Attack. It's a film on YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Got it right now.
I wanted to speak on the October 7th topic. So my whole thing is, like, I don't want to deny anyone's traumatic experiences, especially if they like know somebody personally that were there, that was unalived, or if they were there themselves. Like, I'm not going to deny somebody's traumatic experiences. What I do believe is, I believe in third-party investigations, because third-party investigations are needed for there not to be a biased answer, or a biased opinion in the matter, and so that the international community can actually justly punish whoever was in the wrong. And I think that's important. I believe people should honestly take it into consideration. And I'll bring up one example, because you brought up an example about the Apache helicopters. There was also the tanks, and there's just a lot of question marks. In this example, this man's name is Nico Estraga. And I'll put it in the chat, but Nico Estraga was said to be at the Nova Festival, and he claimed to have witnessed 29 of his friends be unalived at the Nova Festival. However, when there was I had this source up. There was an investigation, and I'm trying to pull up the source right now. And he wasn't even at the Nova Festival, and he was outed by a journalist. And he was also known to be taking donations. So he took a donation for his story, for his hurt. And I can there's a couple different articles. This one I'm gonna quote real quick, and then I'm gonna cut because I know you got to get other people's voices on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is on the county local news. There's also an MSN and a couple other ones. There's actually one on an Israeli website. Actually, the Jerusalem Post, this one. Nico Estraga created the biggest scam of Israel war, saying he saw 29 of his friends unalive in Reem. He got donations from entrepreneur Noam Lanier and was exposed by Daniel Amram. So it's an interesting story to read. I don't know if I cut out. It's an interesting story to read. It's on the Jerusalem Post, which is an Israeli news network. And I think there just needs to be a third-party investigation allowed when the doctors were barred from speaking to the international community by Israel. That's just a huge question mark to me. And I think there should be an investigation on both sides. Like that's a fair ask.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you there. And so, can you repeat the name of the person who was accused of providing misinformation, real quick? Just
Nico Estraga, and I can put it in the chat. Nico.
Oh, Nico or can you use phonetically like NIC as in Charlie, B as in bull?
November, India, Charlie, Oscar.
Right.
Alpha, Sierra, Tango, Romeo, Oscar, Golf, Alpha.
Okay, Nico Estrago. You've been in the military. It sounds like that's the military alphabet right there.
Yeah, I'm an RO.
It says scammer. This is Jerusalem Post. Scammer lied about surviving October 7th massacre for cash. Interesting. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, listen, if something was bad enough there, then they should just talk about what it was and leave it be. Why embellish it or why try to lie about it, right? I'm sure there was enough bad about it that would suffice. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, that goes part and parcel with what I said earlier, and I guess it is what it is. My experience has been that there's just that a lot of that goes on in the Israeli sphere in terms of government representatives, IDF spokespeople, different representatives of the government running around doing interviews on TV. It's just a very one-sided lying by omission or lying by commission in this case that is just, it's hard to trust people, right? It's just, it's a pattern. Yep. So, okay, thanks, Moody. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for awesome stuff. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't know that. Again, this is the great part about being on the internet. You just learn stuff from people, right? This is really cool.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. Just to let you all know, I did pull up that documentary now that he gave me. It's called Black Sunrise. So I have it up. I was starting to watch it. You know, it looks like it's very well made, by the way. The cinematography looks spectacular, so who knows. But I'm going to watch it, and I'll let you all know what I think next time we talk. Okay, real quickly, while I have a bunch of people here, please do me a favor. If you don't know who I am, I'm Chip Barnes, Army veteran, served in the first Gulf War, learned about the Israel-Palestine thing long time ago, 1989, from one of my classmates. So as I got on social media right before the 7th, just happened to coincide with what happened, and so I kind of knew something about it, so I was able to talk to it. And I don't know if you know the history. I lost my account 4 times on TikTok in the first 5 weeks, which is crazy. First 2 weeks in, had about 64,000 followers. Boom, like I just downloaded the app. I'm like, what? And then the same thing, 2 weeks later, started a new one, same thing happened. I'm like, damn, what do I have to do not to get in trouble here? And then I had a third one, it lasted 2 days, gone. And then a second one lasted 2 hours. I was like, damn, I guess I don't have a home on TikTok. And then a day later, my first account mysteriously came back. So what the hell do I know? Anyway, so I've tried to be very, very careful with my language and my written, all that stuff. So I've been using all the appropriate stuff. It's silly, but it is what it is. I do want to show something on video really quickly from TikTok that is interesting. We can let the next guest come. I'm queuing this up just so you know. And by the way, All of these are recorded, so if you came in partway through and you want to catch the full conversation, we've had some great guests, some pro-Israel guests that have been fun to listen to and have a back and forth. I really try to be fair. I try to really listen to people, really hear what they're saying, try to run it through, even repeat it back to them sometimes to make sure I'm understanding them, and then try to objectively look at it vis-a-vis what I've learned and try to make heads and tails. I think that's a fair way to be in general, and I think as far as hosts being fair to other people with whom you disagree, I got to be somewhere up in the list because I try to go out of my way to do it. Now, sometimes people act in an unruly fashion or they jump in and interrupt all the time, and I just don't like that. I don't do it to other people's lives, and I don't like it happening on mine. It just kind of makes the conversation impossible to kind of get around. So this is not Jerry Springer. This is Chip. But anyway, that's my style. If you like that style, I just want to let you know I have other social media like most people, and the way you can find me elsewhere is to go into my link tree, which is a little link in my bio. It just says link tree Chip Barnes, and it's clickable. Now, if you're outside the United States, for some reason, TikTok has removed that clickable link, but the letters that you have to type into a web browser are listed in the bottom of my bio. So the worst case is you got to type it in. Best case, you click on it, you get a list, and it gives you my Twitter and my all that stuff. So, but if you want to find the recordings of these videos, they're usually posted within an hour or so of them concluding up to my YouTube and Rumble. We recently had a U.S. Senate candidate on, which was really cool, named Diane Sayre. That was Wednesday. We had Quinn the Eskimo on yesterday for about an hour and a half from Cairo, Egypt. He's a TikTok celebrity that went down to try to help out, and he's been in Cairo staging. So if you want to hear the latest on the ground, check that out. And in addition, I'll give you my schedule just so you know when to come back. If you want, we're going to go till 5 p.m. Eastern time today, which is another 32 minutes or so. If my math is right. No, about 42 minutes, whatever that is. And then I got to stop. I got to take the dog to the park because she's going out of her mind. And I need some outside time too to get some exercise. But anyway, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'm live from 8 p.m. Eastern time till 10 p.m., sometimes a little longer if we have the right guests. And then Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays like today, I usually go from 12 until about 2, but if I get a really good panel and we're kind of going, if the flow is there, I'll go as long as I can stand it, which today is till 5 p.m. So the one we did last night, by the way, went on for 5 hours. So I warn you when you go to watch them, they're long, but they're interesting. Lots of good conversations. And again, with this particular style, if you like it, there's not a lot of craziness here. So it's passionate, but it's orderly, which I think is a good thing to have. So anyway, having said that, let's bring on our next guest. We have Sajada, I think, or no, Margaret, right? Margaret was next, then we have Sajada, and then Meowco Wave.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Chip, and it's so wonderful, and thank you so much for bringing me up, and to everybody in the panel here. I truly, truly want you to know how much we hear you out here. I'm on a little tiny island off the west coast of British Columbia. Right. I'm a 62-year-old grandmother married to an Indigenous elder, fighting occupation and colonial rule as we speak, and have been. My husband, I'm of Scottish ancestry, adopted, named, and married in the big house. So I have a foot in two cultures here, which makes me a little bit different. Not better, not less than, not better than, just different. I'd like to take people's minds back to the fact that the colonizer always controls the narrative. And here in 2024, we must look at what's happening here with the media, how they're managing to control media or the narrative, and who controls the media. So here in Canada, you can fit our entire population into one of your cities. We have CTV, we have CBC, we have Global, we have a few other ones here in Canada. And if you look at how the narrative is being put forward to the Canadian public, and I don't imagine it's much different in the American public. So it's an indoctrination of the masses. And please, everybody, I urge you all to do your due diligence. Look at and question what it is that's being put before us. I am not a conspiracy theorist in any way. I am pro-Palestinian, a Christian grandmother. The only woman in my church, the only person in my church who's standing up in support of the Palestinian people and asking and demanding that our church step forward and publicly call for a ceasefire. Although I realize that may not be the best thing because of the political situation within between Palestine and the Israeli people, I just want everybody to know, to be pro-Palestinian does not make one anti-Semitic. And here in Canada, we have people losing their jobs. We have people that are losing their livelihood and are being called out in a political, like we're being absolutely slammed for being anti-Semitic when we step up and say enough. It has to stop. We are not against the Israeli people. It is the governments that are controlling this. So if people realize that $14 billion over the last, I think it's the last month in America has been put forward to Israel. Who's funding this? You think Israel would be able to fund this military? It's not a war. This is a slaughter. This is a G-side ethno-cleaning slaughter is what this is. And people have got to take a stand back and look at this. Canada, a little time, $10 million in November was committed of our taxpayers' dollars to fund the military movements that are happening in Palestine right now. AIPAC is the largest lobbying organization in North America. They have more power in our country and are controlling the government narrative here. So please, I ask everybody, and how I come forward with this, my husband is First Nations. And what has happened to the Palestinian people, this is not a new thing. This does not, October 7th was not a defining moment in this occupation. This goes back to 1947 and even previous. And if people need to, they've got to step up, do your homework, understand the background of this, and understand that we here, we have a voice, we can move forward, we can make change. What was called a T group in South Africa, Mandela, and those underneath and around him, the military group around him is now running the country. And so please, the same thing can happen in Palestine. But the first thing that we must do is we've got to protect the Palestinian people. Right now, we have a Canadian citizen who has Mossad, find Mossad, who has a journalist. We've got more journalists that have been unalived in any other conflict since they have no records of this. They are deliberately being targeted. So if we look at, rather than having opinions, Mansour, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm Mansour, I'm sorry, I apologize. Mansour, if we look at the facts, my opinion is irrelevant. It is the facts of this situation. This is before the International Criminal Courts. It has been named as G-side. There is no opinion anymore. There is no debate anymore. This is 100% a G-side, an ethno-cleansing of an entire society. And I have seen it. I have witnessed it with my own eyes as a great-grandmother here in Western Canada. What has happened and is still being felt by my children. So please, 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 everybody, push your politicians. These are elected officials and they understand one thing, and that's money. And if we can boycott and we can use that, and Chip, you're an incredible voice for people out there. Thank you so much, everybody. I know that I'm getting a little excited. And I know that I come across as a bit aggressive, but please know it is the passion for the Palestinian people. And we here in Canada, we stand with you 100%, and free Palestine. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate you very much for coming on. Yeah, British Columbia. If you haven't been to British Columbia, by the way, you have to visit. I've been to Vancouver and the surrounding areas, and it is breathtaking. It is an awesome part of the world to be in. So even if you can get to Vancouver Island especially, you're going to fall in love with the place. It's unbelievable. So You're lucky, Margaret, whether you know it or not. It's a beautiful place to be. I agree that Canada's political scene has gotten out of control. It's literally like an upside down world up there. I used to really admire Canada. It used to be somewhat sane, a great place to go visit as an American, even go to live. And it's a whole new world now. So, again, that's a whole other political conversation. I do want to say hi to a special guest, though. There's somebody that I admire on TikTok. He's probably been around a hell of a lot longer than I have. But he runs a very, very successful, ongoing program, probably not too dissimilar to what we're doing here, although I talk a lot more than he does. His name is SoCal Smitty. Let me bring Smitty on. If you haven't seen Smitty, please follow him, by the way. You'll trust me. I didn't do it initially because I thought he was pro-Israel. I don't know how the hell I thought that. But he's more of a fair-minded person. He lets all the guests speak. He does a damn good job. So if you're not following Smitty, please do. And you'll love his lives when he does them, which he does all the time. He puts in a lot of time. And but don't completely ignore Mr. Chip. I'm not saying to leave me forever, but if you want to go out and kind of check the other person, you can date around, but don't leave your primary. That's all I'm saying. Let me let Smitty on it. How you doing, Smitty?
Good, yes, definitely don't leave Chip. Absolutely, absolutely. No, there's room for more than one, though. There's room for more than one. But no, I appreciate all of the love, Chip, and you're an amazing guest, and I could learn something from this very peaceful discussion. My lives tend to be a little bit more animated, so I can certainly learn something from you as well. But no, I'm glad to be up. I thought yesterday's ICJ decision was very impactful in the short and long term. And I see this, and I'm trying to look at it from as objective a point as possible. But I see the ICJ ruling as both a short and a long term loss for Israel. I see it in the short term because when we look at what the ICJ was looking to decide, right? This was a preliminary hearing in essence, where South Africa brought their case on the 11th, Israel responded with their defense on the 12th. And then yesterday, the ICJ was just really deciding, is there enough prima facie evidence, right, to bring a trial forth for G-side? I don't know if we can say it, but and that's what they decided. And I think it was kind of a foregone conclusion, right? And so people didn't react to that piece of it, I think, as strongly as they should have. But the reality, right, is that is a tremendous decision against Israel. It would be like, right, and that's why I don't understand why so many people are celebrating or feeling like the ICJ did Israel a favor, right? It would be like if you were, Chip, going on, you were accused of unaliving somebody, and you went to the preliminary hearing, right? And the judge said, yes, you do have to go to trial for potentially unaliving somebody, and you being happy about it, right? It wouldn't make any sense. And so this is exactly what this is. And so, that's why I say it is definitely a short-term defeat for Israel. Now, the long-term defeat comes through when you look at the allies of Israel, who I think took the biggest L of all. Because if you look at the climate here, especially here in the United States, where you have the latest poll that came out said 35% of Americans believe there is a G-side going on, and another 29% are undecided. That is 64% of Americans that are, again, either undecided or believe a G-side is going on in Gaza. Now, every one of those people has ammunition with this ICJ case to go to their congressman, to go to their senator, hell, to go to the president and ask them difficult questions on why why this country, right, is continuing to provide arms and material and financial assistance. So I think this ICJ case and this preliminary decision has really opened up a lot of, again, ammunition, for lack of a better word, against Israel in the case of Gaza. So I think it'll be very, very interesting to see where this goes forth. The last thing that I wanted to say is we also have another case for what's going on in the West Bank. That'll start on February 19th. With Indonesia presenting at the ICJ, and then February 23rd with Slovenia presenting as well. So there's a lot going on. And so I would love to hear what you think, Chip, but that was just my initial take from the results yesterday.
Yeah, so my thoughts are this. I'm disappointed. I'm very happy that there's movement taken to sort of point out what's happening, officially. because we've all been watching the videos and the updates, and yet there's nothing we feel we can do to stop it. And it's good to have something, anything to kind of point out what we all are collectively thinking and seeing. Having said that, I'm disappointed that the institutions don't have a greater reach. And it's really the fault of the United States. Let's face it, these institutions wouldn't be in place if the U.S. couldn't control them, right? That's the bottom line. So things like NATO, things like the UN, these different court hearings. The U.S. actually has an act on the books that if any of their leaders or soldiers are taken to The Hague, they will literally intervene militarily. That's how crazy it is. So we make the rules, but they're for other people to follow. The international rules-based order is we make the rules, you follow the rules, or we have a problem with you, which is terribly unfair, right? It's hypocritical and all that stuff. Hold on, dog. So that's my response. I wished it had more teeth, but I'm glad that there's a scarlet letter being applied formally and officially to a state that I believe is a rogue state practicing settler colonialism based on a political ideology that cloaks itself in Judaism and the victimhood that has been around since 1948 and before, about using the plight of the Jewish people long term to substantiate its misdeeds. And that's the nicest way to put it. Smitty, I do want to have you stay for a video I want to show if you don't mind. This is going to be quick. We'll bring on the next guest after this. By the way, if you're trying to get on the panel and it keeps timing out, the best thing for you to do, I think there's somebody named Maximilian, the best thing for you to do is exit TikTok, come back into TikTok, and then re-request, and that should solve the problem. Let me pull up this video really quickly. It's in my main, if you haven't seen the video I made, it's on both my backup account as well as my primary account. And it's an important video because if you don't know what happened, I've been on a panel that's pro-Israel for quite some time. It's by a guy named NYC Joe. You know, listen, think what you want. I've done videos about this as well. Sometimes the way you get treated is very indicative of the people you interact with. So I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, let them speak, don't interrupt them, all that stuff. As long as they don't say anything inappropriate or it doesn't break the guidelines, like Smitty, I'm a free speech advocate, obviously, because Smitty does a great job letting people express themselves, sometimes to many people's chagrin. So he bends over backwards, which I appreciate. By the way, he lets some dialogue, he lets some things go back and forth at times. It gets a little hectic. It's not quite Jerry Springer, but it's definitely in the neighborhood sometimes, which, hey, that's a different style of doing it. So let me pull up this video, though. I want to show you something. The reason I talk about this, and the reason why it matters is, you know, we're here advocating for what we believe personally. I'm not getting paid. I've been accused of that, but I get donations in small amounts from people. Fair enough. I ask nicely that if they want to give, great. If they don't, that's fine too. But I was accused of doing this like on somebody's payroll, which is absurd. I just advocated for it because I believe in principle that this is the right thing to do. I know a little bit about it, so why not share it with an audience? And it's worked out nicely. But I'm not doing it for clicks or followers, any of that BS. So it just has played out that way. So I want to show you a video. What happened was somebody on one of these panels, and I wondered at first because let's look at the average Israel population. The people we see online they're white European background for the most part, and they're Jewish, and they happen to advocate on behalf of the Zionist cause, which is their right to do, and I respect their point of view. I understand it. I just disagree with it. But it turns out that one of these persons online, his name is Mr. Avocado with an I, like avocado with the word I, or he goes by Nicholson. His actual real name is Nicholson somebody or other. He's from the Caribbean, I gather. He speaks French as his secondary or primary language, but he's been on the Israeli panels. Something just seemed off. I wasn't quite sure. I was like, what is this guy doing? That's kind of odd. But again, whatever. He may be from Israel or maybe moved there or converted to Jews, whatever. But what I came to find out that my spidey sense, which is usually pretty good about reading people, was right on. Turns out he's a paid operative by Israel. And what happened was, and this is the crazy part, Israel, he said one thing, I gather, he'll tell you about this in his own words. He said one thing that the people who were paying him didn't like. Maybe he slipped and said something. And what happened was they weren't going to pay him. Whatever they'd agreed to pay the guy, they were basically stiffing him. So instead of him going off into the night and just quietly, he came out and did his own live, and he started to protest to the very same people who he'd been working with, saying like, hey guys, you better damn well pay me or I'm going to let all your dirty laundry out. Just check this out. This is unbelievable. Let me find it. Let me get the exact spot. Right, here we go. Pause it. Just one sec, almost there. I'm going to turn my camera around. All right, here we go. You're going to love this. Let me turn the volume up. By the way, I did this last night around 10:30. My neighbor freaked the fuck out. So let me see if I can do it now because she likes it quiet. Okay, there's me. You know this guy, right? Tell me, I hope you can hear this okay.
It's awesome. I work for the Jewish agency and now they refuse to pay me. Because of one slip up, one thing that I said that they didn't appreciate, and now they refuse to pay me. So I'm going to put out all the Zionist dirty little secrets. the IDF is actually a T group? Do you truly believe that? Not just a T group, not just a T group inside Palestine, they're a T group outside. They know I'm good at psychology.
Now watch what he says about whether he cares about Israel or not.
We don't care, Zionist, pro-Zionist, and what. We just need our money. Just give us our money. That's all it is. Simple. Everyone has been saying I'm being paid, and it's true.
So that's the end. Now, by the way, that video, just so you know, goes on for 4.5 minutes. I just played it for a very brief, clip to give you the main idea. But if you want to watch the whole video, I'll probably post the whole video on my page as well. I got it from Eric Warsaw. Thank you to Eric for fishing that out and getting it to me. By the way, just so you know, that guy NYC Joe, and again, I don't know any of these people, so there could be more to the story, but you got to go with what people do and what they say as far as your interaction. So I will tell you this. They've been extremely, extremely condescending and rude towards me. They've made all sorts of character disparaging comments about my character. They said I'm doing this for money. They said that I'm a pro-Palestinian shill. I'm the white American trying to go to bat for Palestinians. And I'm a white American, but that's about the end of that one. They said that I claim that I'm a military expert, which of course I don't, and I'm not. But they claim that I'm using I think one guy went on, this guy named, what's his name? He's really bad. This guy, Captain Jonathan, he also hosts live too. I think they're all caught up in this same thing. My guess is, again, I have no proof. I have proof of the one guy, but my guess is they're all sort of people that are on somebody's payroll doing this work, quote unquote. And I tell you, I'd love to have a check from Cotter. If anybody's listening, you want to send me some money, I need it, but I'm not expecting that. That's silliness, right? But what I'm trying to say is there's people whose views are not necessarily their own, and they're out there arguing these points online, which I think is disingenuous at best. And, I just don't find that very, not much integrity there. I'm not going to sell my soul for money to talk about an issue I disagree with, but everybody's different. But it's always nice when you can out somebody. Now, what the response was, I went onto one of their lives last night. This was kind of fun. And they didn't know that I knew about this. And so I had my turn to unmic, and I played that video. And the response was unbelievable. First, they responded saying, "Oh, you're a liar, you're a propagandist." And then the guy that I showed you in the video said, "What's wrong with being paid? Lawyers get paid to represent people. What's wrong with being paid?" So on the one hand, they were denying it, but then he said, "What's wrong with being paid?" So I don't know what to make of it, but it's just indicative of a greater trend. We heard about the previous call talking about that person who put out misinformation. And then stuff like this, it's just part of the same flavor of behavior that's basically completely unethical and complete lies and distortions, right? And it's disappointing. I would love to be able to say something positive about what the Israelis do. I just have a hard time finding material to say that stuff. Anyway, I've talked a lot. Let me see who was next here. I think it's Mikhail Wave. We have about another 20 minutes. Smitty, you're welcome to stay or go. I'll leave you here if you want to stay. That's great. Like I said, if you haven't followed Smitty, please follow Smitty. I'll do an Eric Warsaw here. SoCal Smitty, if you don't know him, he does great lives. Listen, he's probably one of the top people on all of TikTok in terms of having panels and guests. And, he's somebody who I aspire to be as good at sometime because he's, he and Eric are like the OGs of panel-based discussions on TikTok. So, and by the way, Smitty, I hope your 10-year-old daughter's doing well. If you don't know, Smitty's 10-year-old daughter just had a recent birthday, which is beautiful. Good for you. And she played in a soccer game. I still don't know if she won or lost, but I guess we'll find out.
I appreciate that. I do got to run, but I want to say something really quick.
Please.
They did lose, and it was interesting because they were, it was one of those. I know it was one of those situations where, they all went in a little too confident because they were the top seed and they lost. But I did want to say something about the video you showed, because I did hear that that guy was doing this as kind of a scam or whatever, to trick pro-pallies. But I thought it was interesting that he leveraged anti-Semitic tropes to pull the scam off in the first place. And, I don't care, right, what you do, who does what, but, it's never okay to use hate, right? Like it never is. I don't care if you're trying to scam somebody, if you're being, truthful or whatever it is, right? It's never okay to use hate. And so I thought that was interesting as well. But no, you're doing a great job, Chip. Sorry. You're doing a great job, Chip. And much appreciated. Much love to you. And yeah, I think you're doing great. So I'm going to drop. Thank you guys for all the hospitality. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Great to see you. Great having you on. Yeah, it's nice because Smitty's always listening and kind of navigating and kind of, I guess, kind of, what's it called? He's moderating his panel, right? He's most of a moderator. It's good to hear his point of view sometimes because I don't get to hear it much. So I'm always curious, what's Smitty think about this, right? So that's pretty cool. And the other thing is, he's dealing with people that are highly charged, that are just wanting to step on each other. And sometimes it does get a little bit out of control, but he always gets it back in shape. So if you haven't checked out Smitty's lives, please do. The other person I want to promote, and again, nothing's about any one of us, right? It's about message, about fair-minded debate, and hopefully getting somewhere closer to objective truth as best we can. But Eric Warsaw is another person to check out. He has a panel mostly every night, and Smitty does his so often. I don't even know what his schedule is. He's always online. So I don't know. Maybe Smitty is getting paid by the nice folks overseas. I don't know. But speaking of that, just to let you know really quickly, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but I do this full time now. I'm trying to. I'm also trying to learn how to trade, which is really tough. I've been following the markets forever, but I have so many flaws in my trading, so I'm trying to work with somebody to get better, but it's a long process. So in the short term, I do have a little bit of savings left, but I'm not trying to milk you guys for money. I'm just trying to tell you I have expenses like anybody else, bare bones. And so I'm trying to find a way to make this work. So with that in mind, and only with that in mind, if you can check out my link tree, if you're somebody, by the way, I would appreciate it if you would, rather than do it here, which is always welcomed, do it on one of the links in my link tree, and here's why. I have no problem with you helping here if you want, but you may not know this. TikTok, good for them. They keep 70% of whatever somebody pays a content creator, which, hey, it's their business. Good for them that they can get that kind of money. That to me seems a little bit top heavy, but it's their choice and it's your choice to do what you want. In my bio, if the link in my bio is called a link tree and it says Linktree Chip Barnes, if you click on that, it has all my social media. It has a few groups where called Telegram, which is a messaging app where people can basically interact with some other stuff. Some of the content, by the way, that we can't put here because of community guidelines goes on the Telegram group. One of them is called Palestine in Focus. So a lot of the content, if you can't see it here, you want to be kind of in the inside, go there and you can check it out. It's free to join, all that stuff like that. And then towards the bottom of those listings is my donation links, which is, I'll just tell you what I have and I'll shut up. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle, and then of course the Patreon, which is a monthly continual thing if you want to be a supporter. I'm building out the additional tiers, TIERS, where you'll get access to videos first, like these recordings, you'll get them first. A couple days later, they'll go up on the YouTube. I'm going to be making exclusive content. I'm going to be having lives only for my Patreon people coming up soon. I've done this for about 2.5 months, completely, no pay, basically a few donations, which I appreciate. But, eventually I got to pay, I have about $2,600 a month in bills. That's just putting it out there for the crowd. And I'm just trying to cover that. And I'm a happy guy. So if you don't know me, I like to walk the dog and I like to keep going in the woods and just live a simple life and try to eat properly, and once in a while play some golf and maybe play my guitar. That's kind of me. I'm not
not to interject, but somebody said that they can't click on your link tree.
If you're outside the United States, just to let you know, this is one of the weird, peculiar parts of TikTok. So if you're in the United States, there's a clickable link below my bio that has a little chain next to it, and that should click through. If you're outside the United States, in my bio, it's written, but you can't click on it. You have to actually type it into a web browser, and I don't know why TikTok does it that way. Who knows? So, but either way, if you type it into a web browser and hit enter, or whether you have the clickable link, it'll take you to the same list of things that I described. Have at it. So that's all on me. Just to tell you my schedule really quickly, for those of you who don't know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, and then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, like today, usually 12 noon to 2 p.m. Today we've had some very interesting panel guests, so I've just kept it going. I do have to stop in 15 minutes, unfortunately, because I have to go take the dog out again, and I got to get some exercise myself. So let's bring our next guest up here. I think it's Mikal Wave. Is that the right person, or did they already speak?
Yeah, it was me. Also you can just call me Wave, the Michael Wave part. It's just a thing where it's just a microwave joke. Don't mind that part. But I wanted to read a thing from that is related to this conflict, but it's still related to a show and a tabletop RPG based off of that show. And of course I'm going to be saying some words weird because I don't want to get this live taken down.
Right.
But this is from the universe. This is coming from a tabletop RPG that is based off of the show Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I want to read this because it feels eerily similar to what has been happening as of late.
Okay, please go ahead.
The air nomad Ginasade. There are no air nomads alive during this era because of the air nomad Ginasade nearly a century ago. The air temples are damaged and in some cases left in ruins. The mechanists and the other Earth Kingdom refugees currently live in the northern air temple, but their technology overtakes much of what was originally there. The Fire Nation has removed or destroyed most of the important relics in the other temples, but there are secrets only the air nomads knew.
I'm going to do a quick poll. So do me a favor. If this is resonating with you and you want it to continue, type 1. If it's kind of confusing and you're not really sure, type 2. And then if we get more 1s than 2s, it's going to continue. For me, I'm a 1. I'm not really following much of the synergy here. But if you want to generally just say that the synergy of X is similar to Y and kind of leave it at that in a general sense, I just don't want to have people kind of sitting here bewildered while you go on. We have limited time, obviously.
I can skip to like the main part.
Well, just instead of reading it off, why don't you give a general summary of what you believe its importance to what we're watching? How about that?
Okay, I'll just skip to like the big part because that.
No reading. Okay, no, I've asked you nicely. I don't want to take you down, but just please, if you want to provide a summary, that's great. I'd love to hear what you think about it.
All right, it talks about how there are just a lot. There are several similarities with what happened in that just thing, especially later on in a part that I didn't read yet, which was that the group that did that to the air nomads, literally, they said that, oh, we were justified because they wanted to take over the world, and they did not. That was actively false. And they said, and so the group that did it said that they were justified.
So which part is whom? Are you relating I don't know the name of the group, to the Israelis or the Palestinians? I'm just trying to make...
The air nomads would represent the Palestinians at this point.
Quick, my love, not everybody knows Avatar. I get what you're...
Yeah. I'm saying that the air nomads...
Let's do this. Listen, I understand that some people follow certain subsets of communities and stuff. I think the vast majority of people who are here today have no clue what you're referring. So maybe next time, I want to have you on a different time if you want to make the connection. I'm fine with that when we have a little less traffic and not up against the end of a deadline like this. But for example, you can say, I play a game or I'm part of a community that does X, Y, and Z, and this is how this story might relate to what we're seeing now, and then get into it. I wasn't really clear on that. I think the audience was kind of lost too. Let me do this, Mako. I appreciate you coming up though. I really do. And it just was hard to make the connection that you found. So maybe we can do it another time. Was it Shai that was next? SHAI, I think.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Shaista. I am South African and I'm Muslim, and I visited the West Bank in 2019. Some people were asking me questions about it. I was held back by the IDF for 6 hours, detained for no reason. I presume it's because either my religion, which was maybe reflected in my surname being Abbas. Abbas is obviously the one of the leaders in Palestine. And then in a second incident, I gave a few shekels to a beggar, and I was called in for questioning and interrogation by the IOF. Why was I doing that? What was the purpose? Please don't do that again. Please go and take the money back. I also witnessed a lot of atrocities there. For example, Palestinians with several degrees and were very well educated, pharmacists and so forth, are not allowed to work as pharmacists. They're only given very minimal jobs. They're allowed to be like a taxi driver or just a restaurant waiter. They're not allowed to work in very high paying jobs. Mm-hmm. They also have to work in a certain district, which is very small, so there's very limited opportunities economically. It was a horrible experience in that wherever you go, there's AK-47 guns pointed at you in every direction. So it's and you haven't done anything. You're just a tourist, and I was there on pilgrimage. So I just wanted to explain that. Some people had some questions about that. The other thing I wanted to speak about is the ICJ hearing. We in South Africa are very fortunate that we have a Muslim foreign minister, Naledi Pandor, and she headed up the section on that, which was why I think we had got traction. South Africa, like any other country, is well, not any other country. South Africa is a democracy, and there is a large number of Zionists living in Cape Town who have a lot of pushback. In fact, one of the mosques painted a Palestinian flag on the mosque wall, and the Democratic Alliance, which is the opposition party to the ANC, sent them a letter to please, take that down, because the flag is somewhat distracting to people that are driving on the highway, which is absolute nonsense, because obviously there's other posters and signage and so on. So it's not to say that South Africa is, that was fully supported with going to the ICJ. There is a certain group of people who are very much pro-Israel. We even had I don't know if you know Table Mountain in South Africa. It was lit up with the Israeli flag. We have a very small percentage of Muslims in South Africa. Less than 2% of the population is Muslim. But we were able to still lobby our government, explain the situation, get to the bottom of the truth. And fortunately, our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, with the foreign minister, Naledi Pandor, was able to get to the bottom of the matter and hear both sides. And they don't just speak to Palestinians, they speak to Israelis too. For example, it came up
We have
in...
about 30 seconds left to finish your point, because we've gone on for almost 4 minutes.
Okay, my apologies.
That's okay. Just let me know.
Okay, great. I would like to hear more about what people think about the ICJ.
Just to let you
I'm
know,
very
Shai, we've talked about it for about 45 minutes to an hour out of today's live. It will be recorded and up on the YouTube channel and Rumble channel within about an hour. So if you want to go back and rewatch that segment, you can scroll through till we're talking about it and check it out. So.
Okay, cool. Thanks. That's all from me.
All right,
Thank you.
wonderful. Yeah, from the South, that's amazing. From the South African perspective, that's nice to hear from somebody. There is somebody coming up. Whenever somebody warns me or says be careful about so and so, that's the person I want to talk to the most. Because, hey, listen, it's fun to have a different point of view, right? I mean, it challenges me to think differently, which I think is good. For those of you who are on here right now, and I'll be quick, if you didn't get a chance to speak, for which I apologize. This is hour number 5. I normally go 2 hours, so I may come back on tonight after like 7:30 maybe or so, maybe 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you come back in and I haven't taken you now, I'll take you first, okay? And I apologize. If there's been comments rolling through that I have not seen, again, I apologize. I don't catch everything because sometimes I'm listening very intently, and it's not the easiest thing to do, especially trying to keep all your thoughts about you. Okay, I want to bring up W briefly. We have room for 2 more people, and W, and then it's going to be Corey, and then we're going to finish up. Sorry, Dennis, I gotta finish up at 5 p.m. or so. W, please come on.
Thank you for having me. So, really quick question. It's my first time seeing you here. What do you represent, or what do you support?
Well, in terms of that, I'll answer that question as best I can. So just to let you know my background briefly. Okay, so my name is Chip. I'm an Army veteran. I've been aware of the Israel-Palestine conflict, for lack of a better framing, since 1989. One of my college classmates gave a senior presentation for our political science class that went over what's called the First Intifada. You sound like a younger person. Obviously, I'm 56. So ever since then, it kind of shattered my view. I heard from my country growing up that Israel was our ally, our friend. It was a safe homeland for Jewish people, and that everyone around them wanted to unalive them and push them into the sea, and they were all T words. That was all I knew. I didn't know anything about a Gaza Strip or a West Bank. Now, I since came to read a bunch of books, and then, of course, with the advent of the internet, did a lot more reading there, as well as listen to podcasts and lectures and YouTube. You know how we all go down the rabbit holes, right? And I've made an effort over my life to try to understand both points of view. For example, I've read Alan Dershowitz's book, The Case for Israel. I've read some Benny Morris. I've also I went to the pro-Israel rally in D.C. recently. Now, here's where I fall in terms of my analysis, and I try to be fair. And by the way, I'll just say just so you understand how I am. If the script was flipped in terms of the parties right now, and it was an Arab nation that had been carved out and orchestrated back in 1948, and it had been Jewish indigenous residents and those who had migrated from Europe that had been displaced forcibly or even told to leave, however you want to frame it, and then subjected to what's happened since, however you want to frame it. But I look at it as an oppression situation, as many do. And I understand the other side of the argument. I really do, and I respect it. I just disagree with it.
So you're not on any side?
1 second. Let me finish my statement. I'm almost done, and then I'll let you respond. I promise. So, in getting to where I fall on the issue, in analyzing it, if the Jewish people in that same circumstance had been subjected to what's happened, but they periodically fought back using questionable tactics, let's say buses and cafes, and even what we saw in 10/7, I would condemn the unaliving of civilians in all cases because I don't believe in those tactics at all. But what I do try to do is be fair and look at the framework of what has happened since the beginning, who got dispossessed of whatever was going on. Obviously the way I look at it is if I had my family in a region and something changed politically and I got pushed off the place I've been living, I don't think anybody would like that, right? It's kind of a human, like, why do I have to go? What's wrong with me? And especially it was done with either violence against me or my family, or the adjacent village just got destroyed. And what are you going to do? You're going to stay around and wait to have that happen to you? No, you're going to take off, right? And then I'd been a refugee for a while. And then the more powerful force that has greater influence and control continues to do what is at its will to the people who either aren't armed or who have less ability to fight back. So I would be critical of the Arab government under those circumstances. Now, in this case, the parties are flipped. It happens to be the state of Israel, who happens to be a homeland for Jewish people, for which I'm happy there's a place for Jewish people to be free from oppression, as I am for all people. However, unfortunately, the dynamics have played out such that Palestinians have gotten what I believe is the short end of that stick. And therefore, I'm not for Israel or for Palestine. I'm for the oppressed to be given an opportunity to not be oppressed and try to make the best of a difficult situation. Everyone sees this differently, and I respect different points of view. There's what's happened, and there's how people interpret what has happened. So I'll leave the rest to you for the remainder of our time here.
Okay, thank you a lot. So I just want to say, basically, I believe everyone saw how after, I don't like to focus on the attack that happened recently in October, because they should, not including the rockets every year that they launch on Israel, each month at least there's 5 attacks averaging, like in Israel.
Who is they?
Okay, for example, there's a lot of news of a Palestine, like if you go on Jewish Lives Matter on Instagram, there's footage of everything I'm saying. If you go there, you're gonna see footage. People going
what I
to
mean
a,
is this. When you said the word they like 5 times, what do you mean by they? Who are you
by
talking about?
they, I mean people who just wish bad upon Israel. Who, it could be either Israeli themselves or it could be Palestinian people. Majority have been Palestinian. Just looking at the history of it. So just to put in perspective, what they do is, for one video that I saw, they a Palestinian was driving a car. He crashed it into the sidewalk in
Right.
Israel, in Tel Aviv,
I saw
yeah,
that.
an Israeli tried to help him, and he ends up jumping out the vehicle, stabbing survivors around the area, and
Right.
6 people went to the hospital as a result. And I just want to say, that happens 5 times a month in Israel, and not each attack is the same. Sometimes there's 100 people who suffer. Sometimes it's 5 people, 1 person, and I'm telling you, if you go on Jewish Lives Matter on Instagram, this shows all the footage.
I believe you. There's no reason to doubt you. I believe you.
Yes, for the viewers, So, okay, let's say for example, Israel is wrong. Everything that people say the worst Israel has done is true. Everything that they say is true. I don't care how oppressed you might feel. It's not right how after October 7th, they paraded American hostages, Israeli hostages, tourists from Germany, from Italy, from France, who were at the festival, down the streets of Gaza, and spitting and slapping their bodies. And some of them were not even alive, just putting that out there. And they're all...
I'm just asking you, I've not heard about that nor seen it. Is it, where did you actually, how did you learn about that or see that, what you just said?
Okay, so I can show like a white pickup truck driving down the street of Gaza. You can't even see a body or a weapon because there's such a huge crowd of Palestinian people surrounding the truck, just trying to slap the hostages and spit on them just to get a chance to do it. I
By the way,
could
was
have
that
it on
men?
my
Or
computer right now.
was it just men, or was it women and
It
children
was
too that you saw
it
that
was
way?
everyone that they took on October 7th. Women, children, men, everything. And
Not to
Hold on.
interject. We won't
Let
be
him
showing.
let him finish, please. I want to hear what he has to say. Thank you very much for waiting.
so, yeah, I believe to receive a genocide, it's to receive a massacre targeting a specific ethnicity in an unprovoked fashion. And Gaza definitely is not multicultural or innocent. And basically, I can't even describe how disgusting it is every month, but they promote underage marriage in Palestine. They show, I have a video. Uh,
I tell you what, I think I want to stay on the part about the conflict. As far as the religious practices or who believes who is underage and stuff, that's cultural and debatable, right? And I don't
no,
know what
no, yeah, I was gonna go somewhere with that. So I have a video on my laptop right now. It shows a Palestinian 11-year-old girl holding a weapon, wearing a Palestinian flag, saying she's only gonna marry Jew killers. Why is she even thinking about that at 10 years old?
Well, I always point this out, and I don't think either is right. Let me say that clearly. I don't think the intent to unalive somebody simply for being a part of a group is anything that's ever to be anything but condemned. Put that right out there. And in addition, this goes for the same practices that are unfortunately carried out in the West Bank. If you're not familiar, I could provide you tons and tons of videos that I have. And if you don't know this, the standard practice in the West Bank from the IDF soldiers is not so much, not necessarily everybody, but enough that it's notable and significant. Instead of intending to harm a Jewish person, they actually harm Palestinians, most of whom are young kids who are just out standing around waving a Palestinian flag during a march. They get shot in the groin, in the kneecap to permanently disable them, as well as sometimes in the head so they're no longer with us. In addition, many get scooped up for very minor things like being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or maybe even throwing stones at an armored vehicle or soldiers, which understandably can cause some damage sometimes, but rarely. And they get scooped up and put in what's called administrative detention, or they go through a military court and they end up staying in jail. So this is why I'm mentioning this. Many believe, who look at this differently that's not on the Israeli side, that many who find their way into Israeli custody or incarceration are not necessarily guilty criminals, but more so similar to what would be deemed a hostage, because they're not really there for any particular reason other than Israel can take them there. So here's the question. If the mission of the day, even though it was accompanied by some awful things that everyone should condemn, to whatever extent they did occur, because there's some confusion around the exact numbers and what happened with the military, et cetera. I'm not certain. I'm still digging for that. But I acknowledge that anytime somebody was harmed, or even if hostages were spit on or smacked, I'm against all that. I think that's reprehensible. But what I understand, and see if you disagree with this, my understanding of the core mission of the day, in addition to just resisting in general because they've been blockaded for such a long time, was to grab hostages, not to necessarily harm civilians and hurt them per se, but to use them as leverage to try to swap out some of the people that are in the situation I mentioned earlier. Do you think that plays a role, or do you completely reject that?
I believe there's some truth to what you said, because some of them were involved just because they want to like they wanted to just sacrifice themselves and just enjoy being involved in what was going on. Some people were actually their main goal was to get prisoners released from Israel. And the thing is, when they released hostages, for example, they released a few kids back into Israel. Those kids, they ended up going back. Yes, they released them. Yes, but their parents didn't make it. They didn't make it that day. So they're gonna go out their whole life not seeing their family anymore, being complete. And I just want to say something like, so everyone is discussing about how Palestine is suffering, right? But I don't understand. I ask everyone, name one achievement how that Palestine has done besides their olive oil trees, which they provide for their economy into circulation. That's all they provide. They're the biggest exporter of olive oil.
Let me address that point.
Repeated this earlier.
Hold on one sec. Hold on. Let me finish. I know this is tough to sit by sometimes when you hear things you disagree with. So I'll answer quickly and then I'll pass it on to somebody else because I've given ample time. We're actually way over the deadline again. So the point I'm trying to make is this, okay? I understand your point of view. I don't disagree with it in terms of how you feel about it. What I would say is this. You said Palestine is being hurt. That's not the case. People see Palestine differently. Historically on maps, Palestine is a region, not a nation state. And even leaders from Israel, like Golda Meir, have said that when they grew up, they were Palestinians and they lived in the territory and they carried a Palestinian passport from the 20s until the 40s before the formation of Israel. So I don't think that's in dispute, but it's people within the territory defined as Palestine that are suffering at the hands of the Israeli government and the military. So what does that make up? It's mostly Arab Muslims, but some Arab Christians as well. And some other people.
If you
Hold on.
Google,
Not quite done yet. So in terms of disparaging a group for not progressing further in their development of their society, right? That's kind of what you're alluding to, that what have they done, right? That's a common moniker that's put out in Israel, like, well, we're the modern Western state. Look at all the things we've made the desert bloom, quote unquote. And look at these people. Ben Shapiro said that Arabs like to just bomb stuff and play in raw sewage. That's what Ben Shapiro said about the way that Arabs live. Let me explain to you something if you don't know this, okay? Imagine you and I are in a place where someone has a big fence put around us. We have maybe like a small town, and some other group of people, a military, etc., decides everything and anything that comes in. They also periodically destroy things that we try to do for ourselves, so we're more self-sufficient. We don't have to depend on somebody, and it gets destroyed. So ultimately, they maintain the dependence. They control how much food comes in, what type of electricity and power comes in, whether natural gas gets in. They determine whether medicine gets in what quantity. There's certain items they just don't let at all. No chocolate. I mean, what's life without chocolate, right? Now in the West Bank, if you don't know this, there's a great documentary called Life in Occupied Palestine. Imagine trying to go to work, you and I, right? We want to go do our job, or you have a small business or whatever. And what happens? You get up early, you try to go where you need to go to do the work you're going to do. And what happens? You have to stop by a checkpoint. And this can be deep within the occupied territories. So you go to checkpoint 1, there's an 18 and a 19-year-old soldier that man the checkpoint, or a female. And they tell you, men can't go through today, only women between the ages of 30 and 40 can go through. And you're like, what? And there's hundreds of people waiting at the checkpoint that are there for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time, never knowing each day when you get up if it's going to take 15 minutes and it'll let you through, or never knowing if you're going to move at all. And if you go to work and you get stuck at checkpoints on the way home, you may not be allowed to go past a checkpoint after a certain hour at no fault of your own. That's just one example of thousands of things that Palestinians have to deal with. And my question to you is, if you were going to try to develop your culture and society under those conditions, how would you be able to do it with the controls that I just mentioned?
so you were mentioning, I want to, so you mentioned they get regulated, everything, the food, the water, you know,
in Gaza,
everything is regulated,
in
right?
Gaza.
Yeah, in Gaza, yeah, it's all regulated, right? So my question is this for the people.
It's not regulated, it's controlled by the Israeli government.
Yeah, controlled. So my question is this: if why do they rely on Israel to provide them resources when they have a bunch of Muslim nations surrounding their border that don't want to accept them into it? Because I actually found out why. When Lebanon took Palestinians in, they ended up massacring them in the 1970s. They caused the Lebanese civil war. When Yemen accepted them, they disliked their behavior, so they also kicked them out. When Jordan took them, they also began some sort of war. No one wants to accept them because for some reason, everywhere they go, they begin some sort of conflict for no reason. It just follows them somehow.
All right. So the supposition is that Palestinians are troublemakers. They are violent. No one wants them because they're undesirable to some extent. That's kind of the flavor of the argument you're making. So let me explain. So first of all, the language that's being used here. In other words, if I was going to talk about African Americans where I live, if I said them, they, that's a difference of thought towards another group. And the language that I hear coming out from many pro-Israelis follows that. Columnist Gideon Levy from Haaretz, which arguably is a left-wing publication in Israel, said that one of the biggest unspoken truths about Israel that most of the society isn't willing to recognize is there's a distinct disdain towards and racism towards people who are not Jewish, especially people who are of Arab descent. And it's indicated by that language, that separation of they, them, the other. Nobody wants them in their country. So put it this way, you have family, you probably have a mom and dad, maybe brothers and sisters. So do these people. In the end, we're very similar in terms of how we want to be. We want to go through our lives. We may have different conditions under which we live, given our culture typically, and different legalisms we follow. You mentioned one about the age of women or whatever. But the point is, we're all the same. Why one group of people, especially the descendants of a group of people whose parents and grandparents were subjected to the worst oppression and unalivedness that has ever existed in the modern era, would then turn around and allow their government and their whole entity to inflict that similar approach on another group, albeit without camps and a full-on, quote, solution, is kind of beyond me. And the fact that one can't see that irony, I don't know anybody in Israel, I don't know yourself, I don't know anybody who's Palestinian, but just to observe that it's so uncomfortable for me to say, why does a group of people who know what happened to their forefathers, and many who are critical of Israel who happen to be Jewish and whose relatives were hurt in the Holocaust, speak out against it because they see it for what it is. They don't want the harm that came to their grandparents to somehow be mixed up and used as an excuse or justification to do things to another group of people that have not done nothing wrong. They're just trying to have their own autonomy. You've said they and them. They're not a monolith. Different political views, different characteristics, different occupations, different levels of sophistication. A lot of people in Israel think that Palestinians are a bunch of people living on dirt that don't know how to do anything, and therefore they're just violent. Couldn't be further from the truth. They have universities. They have people with advanced degrees. They have doctors. They have lawyers. They have people that are very highly educated. You'd be very surprised if you met some of them because it wouldn't fit in with the narrative that people talk about. So the sad part is this. The Israeli government, over the decades, regardless of whether it was left, middle, or right, have continued doing things like building out the settlements in the West Bank, which they call Judea and Samaria, which they, I believe, incorrectly say they captured. They won the war in 1967. Most people looking from the outside in see it as an illegal war of aggression because the Israelis claim they were under imminent threat. Therefore, they moved in, they bombed the Egyptian Air Force, they bombed the Syrians, they occupied the Golan Heights, which is a key terrain that looks down on northern Israel. They also took over all the territory up to the Jordan River and forced the Jordanians on the other side to the West Bank, to the East Bank. They also took over the Sinai, which they then subsequently agreed on a peace deal to give back to the Egyptians, which now maintain the security at the Rafah border in Gaza. So in looking at this, it's easy for somebody to say, I need security because I don't want to be under threat from these people that I find violent and less than me. But if you were the people in the group being called less than, if your family one day somebody came in with a point of a gun and said, you got to go, like right now, imagine somebody showed up in your town and a couple blocks away, everybody who was living there who wanted to stay were no longer alive. And you see that and go, holy smokes, what am I supposed to do? And you leave because you know you're about to be next. How is that voluntarily leaving your territory where you've lived for maybe 3, 4, 5 generations in relative harmony with a group of people, albeit different powers have intervened over these different wars and stuff with the British Mandate? How would you feel about that? I would think that would suck. Now, I'm happy that there was a Jewish state established for the sake of protecting Jewish people, because I don't want to see Jewish people under oppression, just like I don't want to see Palestinians under oppression. But saying all that, I always say, which side would you want to be on? And if any deal, would you take the other side? And I guarantee you, if you polled 1,000 people who are either Jewish around the world or Israeli, and you said, where would you want to be in this? Do you want to be on the Israeli side or do you want to be on the Palestinian side? Oh, Israeli, it's much better. Then why would you treat another people where you wouldn't want to be a part of the deal? And how can you justify that treatment? That's the point I try to make, is what I would like to see, and I think most people, everyone blames the Palestinians for hating Jews and then claims that no one wants to take them, as you said. If you're Jordan, if you're Egypt, if you're Lebanon, or you're Syria, and by the way, Syria has its own problems with its disputes, as you well know. Blaming the Palestinians for unrest in other territories, I think, is terribly unfair. Every conflict has its own dynamics of which it plays a role, and different people participate in different conflicts to whatever degree the circumstances and the context provides. It's not this abject total thing that Palestinians are abjectly bad people or violent. That's absurd. If I said the same thing about Jewish people, you'd be like, that's absurd, right? Why would I wouldn't say that about a whole group. Are there some that are more militant? Absolutely. Just like there are in any society. Now, I know you'll make the argument that, yes, they've used tactics that you find abhorrent, but they've had a situation that's much more desperate than what you and I have experienced in life. And who are you and I to say, and the UN even says this, if you're under occupation, which is an act of war, and you're blockaded by a foreign military, which is again an act of war, then you're allowed to resist by any means necessary. It doesn't say you have to go fight soldiers at 6 a.m. and you got to, no. And by the way, if you don't know this, I don't know if you're from the United States, during the war that we fought for independence, we look at the people who resisted the British occupation as heroes. Guess what the British called them? Because they used unconventional tactics. They would sit on the top of a hill. As a British convoy went by, they would fire on them, they would run away. Why did they do that? Because they didn't have enough arms and people to fight fair. If they did, they'd be blown away and they'd all die, and the whole resistance wouldn't work. So the reason I'm going on this rant is, you're painting a very one-sided picture that's almost like a supremacy argument that they won't do this, they can't do that, they're not developing, they're not. Dude, I'm telling you, it's hard to do the things you're talking about if you're on the wrong end of a bad set of circumstances. It's not as easy. Now, are there flaws in terms of their governance and their disagreements politically? Yeah. Is there corruption where people go to Qatar and take a shitload of money that could help people? Absolutely. Does the H group direct aid and money to their aims to weaponize versus helping the people? Absolutely. And unfortunately, when people look at a struggle, they have mixed feelings. They don't want to have the army come in and blast the crap out of them for what their group does to another. But at the same time, they're tired of their oppression. And so therefore, anything that indicates a potential change in those dynamics, because of the longstanding frustration, anguish, and seemingly no light at the end of the tunnel, it makes sense for somebody to celebrate some break in that continuum. And resistance is a normal human reaction to oppression. It just is. What Israel would be smart to do, in my opinion, and again, I'm not in charge of Israel, they're not asking my opinion, but if they did, I would say, listen, guys, what you're doing right now is making your long-term situation worse. For every single person you drop munitions on and half their family or all their family goes away and one or two people survive, what do you expect those two people that survive do? Are they going to be like all chummy and send you, nice holiday greetings during Yom Kippur? No, they're going to want to get back at you because you hurt their whole family. It's a never-ending cycle. By brutalizing people in return and doing a lot more disproportionate response, which is undeniable, right? You had about 12 or 1,400 people that died, many of whom were soldiers, maybe a third to half, and the other half were involved some atrocities. Fair enough. I agree with that. I think that's reprehensible. However, if you look at the other side of this and you look at the quantity of people and the way that the Israeli military claims it's going after certain targets, but it appears to everybody, and I believe it is, a ruse to be able to drop stuff indiscriminately on civilian targets and inflict massive damage without accuracy, that's what people are seeing. It's shifting the tide of public opinion against Israel, which I think is a bad thing. I think with the dynamic politically, Israel probably isn't going to go away. And for the people that believe it should, that's probably a reality. That's a pill they're going to have to swallow. They're going to have to deal with. It's a reality, right? But, and there is a but, if there's going to be peace with the people living next door, the only way to have somebody behave in a non-resistant manner is to remove the thing against which they must resist. Otherwise, you're going to have perpetual resistance. It's just the natural human way. So as long as Israel is going to put its security concerns ahead of any other issue and marginalize the Palestinians or anybody else for that matter, they're going to get resistance. And it just so happened there was a long stretch of time when the H group didn't do anything other than fire crude rockets into Israel, which are always talked about as being this huge problem. But the Iron Dome system knocks down 99.95% of them. And the few that do make it through hardly ever harm anything or anyone. And I understand living under threat must suck. But what do you expect? Would you like people who are under the thumb of Israel to sit back and just accept their fate while they slowly but surely get incurred upon by a military that decides when they want to come in and do as much damage as it wants because they're backed by the strongest military power and the largest economy in the history of the planet? Those are all things that are not okay if you were on the other side of that. What would you do? What am I to do, or what were you to do under those circumstances? Just sit back and take your fate? I don't think anybody would do that. And some people have, by the way. They've tried to be conciliatory. They've gone through the peace process. They've tried their best to meet people in the middle and try to work out anything, something that can be some shed of light at the end of the tunnel. But here's what happens. The deals that are put forth by the other side never relinquish full control. They can't have their own military. They can't have their own police forces. There has to be certain agreements about security and goods and all that stuff. It's not freedom. You can't offer somebody something that's absent freedom and claim you're giving them a deal that works for both sides. That's just not going to work for anybody. So I don't blame the leadership of the PLO or others, Mahmoud Abbas, and by the way, they've put through many additional possible deals that Israel has turned down over the last 2 or 3 years. So it's not fair to blame this on, quote, the Arabs or them, the way you like to phrase it, which I think is wrong, is I don't refer to Jewish people as them or those Jews or Jews in general. I try to be respectful in my tone and not disparaging. And you may not even realize you're doing it. And that's the hard part about racism is most people don't think
No,
they're
I
racist,
told you them. I'm
but they are.
referring to all kinds of groups, not just one specific group. I'm regarding the group that's beginning violence. You know, I'm not saying like I'm not targeting a specific group, but like how you said, the Iron Dome intercepts 99% of the rockets. I don't think that's true because just a few months ago, my cousin was with her husband in Israel in Tel Aviv after October 7th, and what ended up happening is a rocket striked the house they were staying at, and my cousin didn't make it, but the husband did, and now he's being, like everyone's uh you know being very sensitive with him. They're trying to make him cheer him up a little, they're trying to keep him from being emotional. But the rockets that H group launches every single year, it does not have any smart mechanism. They target anyone. They target Palestinian, they target Christian, they target Muslim, they target Israeli. It doesn't target Jews and military only, like how they make their agenda seem out to be. They strike any civilian area, raining like rockets completely, just hoping it hits anything and anyone. But again, you can be oppressed as much as you feel. I don't believe you should throw parades with your hostages, with both alive and not alive hostages, with kids, women, men, and parading their bodies down the streets of Gaza so people can spit on and slap them. It's really barbaric. Everyone was participating.
Chip, you're
You're muted.
Yeah, we've had a lot of time together. You've made a lot of good points. I appreciate your point. I don't want to repeat previous points. So we started to cover that spitting and thing again. We do have to let some other guests talk. We're already a half an hour over again.
Yeah,
I want to
please.
say one more thing. Listen, we've had plenty of time. I gave you way more time. I gave you over a half an hour for our conversation, so I think I was fair. But again, one point I want to finish with is your question is why don't the other quote Arab nations take them in? Is what you said. That was your exact language. So let me tell you why it's difficult to absorb large numbers of refugees. First of all, there's the logistics of it. Okay, it's difficult. Imagine a stadium of people of 100,000 people at a soccer match or football game. Now multiply that times 23. Think about that for a second. How would you take in 23 stadiums worth? When you leave a stadium, it is mayhem with traffic and people. It's very difficult. It's crazy, right? Now imagine 23 times that. Which nation is going to want to put that burden on themselves to manage 23 100,000 stadiums worth of people? That's a lot to deal with, right? Secondly, the leaders of the Arab nations, although some of them their motives are dubious now given the dynamics in the region, and a lot of them are corrupt, and they're working in conjunction with the Israelis to some extent in backdoor politics. But put that aside, the people in those nations support the Palestinian struggle. You go and ask any person in those countries that isn't the leadership that has to deal with other considerations like the logistics and the politics, and they're dying to do something. They really want to do something, but they're kept in check by their governments. And finally, what I'll say is this. If they were to allow those to emigrate from Gaza into their nations, guess what? They're providing a relief valve for Israel to achieve its long-term goals, which many of them believe it is, and I happen to concur. I'm not in their heads, but it sure seems like it. They want the territory. They want to take it from them, and they want to occupy it and absorb it into just like they've been doing in the West Bank for decades, right? So therefore, why should they give the Israelis an out, and they have to force the Israelis to do whatever it is they think they may need to do to try to deal with the territory? And then Israel has to show its hand. They either have to force the people out, again, dispossessing them of their land, or they have to unalive them. That's it. Those are their choices. So they're forcing the Israelis to do the dirty things. I got to let you go, man. We've had a long time to talk. I really appreciate you being here. I got to finish this quickly, too, because I've been going way over. Okay. Somebody's asking about Mansour Shoman, okay? I just heard somebody in the comments. I can't verify this. First of all, if you don't know who Mansour is, he's a journalist that's been reporting from Gaza for quite a while. He had a chance to leave Gaza at some point. He chose to stay. So he's been doing daily updates on TikTok and Instagram. Okay.
His family
Now,
just posted this.
yeah,
They
supposedly his family says that he's been kidnapped by the Israelis, right? Is that that's what it said?
Yeah, so they're saying we have learned that Mansour, a father, son, and humanitarian, may have been abducted by the IDF, as reported by several eyewitness accounts. And they have a QR code on his page put up by his team for any information. But I wanted to come up not only just because I saw people in the comments talking about that update, but I wanted to talk really quickly about that guy Nicholson. If you if you don't already, Chip, please follow Zubaida. She's a very, very brilliant person.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
arch.
I follow her. Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, so Nicholson is a self-proclaimed terrorist. Okay, he's literally not allowed in Canada. All right, he's been in the news and stuff. So I think it's pretty ironic that their champion, right, for supposedly being the anti-teist, is a teist himself. So that's besides the point. As far as the ICJ, all I can say is, you guys, in the past 24 hours, they've injured over 300 people and unalived just under 200.
Corey, real quick, before you finish your report, most people are probably coming on way after the fact. They probably have no idea who this Nicholson. Can you just give some context about him?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So he's from Jamaica, allegedly lives in France, but he's a self-proclaimed Christian Zionist pastor. I'll give it to him. He knows the Bible. But this guy is crazy. He's a nut job. I'm sorry. I'm just putting it simply. He claims all this stuff that he's met Netanyahu and stuff. And in my honest opinion, he got caught exposing that they all get paid. And then they made up this story that it was all, planned so that they could kiss and make up. That's besides the point. I stay away from, them because they really are just out here to try to mass report people and get their pages taken down. But
Let me tie that back really quickly. So the reason I found out about this person was I was going into some pro-Israeli lives run by a host by the name of NYC Joe, New York City Joe, or by this guy named Captain Jonathan or Jonathan. And so on either of those particular lives, this person whose name is Nicholson, who's a man of color, he's from Jamaica. He was draped in an Israeli flag, and he was constantly coming in and giving all these counterpoints and trying to disparage me and stuff like that. And I just kind of felt strange, like, what is this dude who has a Caribbean accent with a French flair doing in an Israeli chat room? It seemed odd. Now I came to find out that he's a paid operative, who I didn't know the other information that Corey just shared. And I have a video that I showed earlier that he's disputing with the people who haven't paid him for his operative work. And he says during the video, hey, I don't care if I talked about Zionists or whatever, doesn't matter. I just want my money. Pay me my money. Pay me my money or I'm going to out all your dirty secrets about how you do land title grabs and how you do all your things both in the country and outside as a T group. He called the IDF a T group in this little dispute. So I made a video about it, which is an abbreviated version. There's a full 5.5-minute video. What the guy did was he started his own live after he was unable to work out those details behind the scenes, and he outed them publicly as a part of trying to get his money back, which is the guy Joe was so pissed. He's like, don't do this in public, dude. There's 75 people. Call me. So it's obvious they're doing it. So anyway, that's what happened. Please continue, Corey.
yeah, so I'm trying to, but he's also been in the newspaper for literally purposely going to Al Aqsa, and he's a big believer in destroying Al Aqsa and building a third temple and stuff. Just really, again, this genocidal narrative that they have gotten away with for so long that they're not even realizing they're doing it. Just like that young gentleman W that was just up here. It's so indoctrinated into the way that they think, they don't even realize that to the rest of the world what they're saying is appalling. It is absolutely genocidal rhetoric.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't know those other parts, but he does seem something. He sent me a message, by the way. I messaged him and said something like this. I said, hey, this is just me being silly. Hey, good for you for getting the Zionists to pay you the big money. Congrats. That's what I sent him. So just to be silly. And he sent me back this message again, denying it and saying he's a man of God and he's doing this to tithe to the Israel, all this BS. And I said, hey, man, you're one entertaining guy is what I responded back. I have a copy of the dialogue. You can see it. But anyway, and I have all this stuff recorded, by the way. I don't talk about this way unless I have the receipts to come with it. So, okay. Is there anything else you want to say, Corey?
No, you're okay, Chip. I just want to let you know, definitely this is Zubaida. She's banned from live access right now, but to him, that's his arch nemesis. So, but I'll let you go.
Okay. Yeah, sure thing, Corey. Thanks for sharing that. That was great information. Yeah, so the latest on Mansour Shoman, a journalist from Gaza, is that he potentially, allegedly, was kidnapped or taken hostage or whatever by the Israeli forces inside of Gaza. And he was in South Gaza. I don't know exactly where. I think it was near Khan Yunis. And by the way, I don't use all the appropriate pronunciations. Like I can't say Gaza, or I have a hard time doing all that, so I apologize for that. I know that's kind of disrespectful, but I'm an American. Gaza, Khan Yunis, that kind of stuff. Iraq, all that stuff. Somebody says they want to say something quick. Sam, to say something, you have to enter the queue. I can't bring you up unless you're in the queue if you're there. Sam wants to say, by the way, Maximilian, I've been trying to bring you up for over an hour. It times out. So I feel badly that you're not getting a chance to speak. So Sam wanted to ask, yeah, real quick, Sam, it's got to be quick though, because I'm way over time.
Chip, do you not bring me up here?
What's that?
Just wondering up here because there's just today.
I couldn't hear you.
I was just wondering if you see me up here because there's so many glitches today.
I can see you. Yeah, but I didn't know you already talked a little bit earlier, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't? I'm so sorry. Yeah,
No,
why
it's
don't you
okay.
go ahead?
No,
I
no,
thought
no.
you'd already spoken. I'm so sorry. Go
No,
ahead,
it's
please.
totally fine. You can let Sam go and then I'll go. No problem.
Okay,
Real
thanks for
quick.
being
Yeah.
patient. I
Oh,
really
no
appreciate
problem.
it. Sam, what's on your mind?
Saying about Israelis shooting children. You know,
Say this, Sam. You're breaking up. What are you trying to say? I'm sorry.
yeah, you were saying about the Israeli soldiers shooting the children.
Hold on, Sam. Just so you know, this is something that's important to know about these lives. This is not me. I'm not trying to mute
Sorry,
you.
my mic was off. Sorry.
Hold on. No, I have to keep you down. Just 1 second. Don't. This is about protocol on TikTok. Forget about the subject. When we talk about different actions, we're supposed to say terms like "pow pow" or firing at or something.
Sorry. Yes.
Just want to make sure you understand that if it happens again, I got to drop you. I don't want to drop you.
Mean to do that. Sorry. Yeah, the Israeli soldiers unaliving the children. This should be illegal.
Yeah.
This is illegal. What they're doing.
Of course, it
It's
is.
against the law.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I want to say. It's against the law. What they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, good point. And what I've seen about that, I actually have videos of it happening. But what I've also read about and seen from other people that have testified to it is that this is a standard practice in the occupied territory. This isn't like something that happens from a rogue soldier once in a while. They are given permission by their command to do what they want, when they want, how they want. Now, the Israelis have claimed that whenever somebody acts out of line, that does something that's not within the official guidelines of the IDF, that they're held accountable. And if they're convicted, they go to jail. Incredibly rare for there to be any accountability for any of this stuff. In fact, sometimes it's encouraged and it's done with no repercussions whatsoever. There are thousands of examples of injuries and hundreds of examples of people dying from these practices. It's not something that I'm saying happens in a vacuum. This happens as standard practice in the occupied territories, especially when people come out and protest. They're fired at with tear gas. You've all seen the videos, tear gas, rubber bullets, and sometimes active live ammunition, which hits them in places like their knees, permanently disabling them, or their crotch, which is horrific, or in the head. So it depends on the circumstances. So this is why I try to put this to juxtapose what's a long, slow, steady process that's been going on for decades with the suddenness of what happened on the 7th. Is one different than the other in terms of the unalivedness of people? You can argue the methods and tactics and brutality. Sure, I'll listen to that. But somebody not being around anymore is somebody not being around anymore, regardless if it happens from 5 feet away or from 2,500 feet away. Same result. Whether somebody is hit in the head with this or that or the other, or whether somebody's, pow-powed from 10 feet away with a rifle, or whether you drop ammunition on a residential structure, it collapses and it crushes, 72 people or whatever, at a refugee camp where 400 people get hurt or unalived. It's no different. One can be morally justified because it's, quote, military and it's in the targeting system, okay. And the other one has no justification because it's a brutal onslaught on your people. You can argue it either way. I'm not for either, and I condemn both. I'm just saying you can't have it both ways. People are dying, and you can't justify unaliving civilians, no matter what the methodology is. Okay, you want to talk, Sajeda?
Sajida, and I respect.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I respect everything that you're doing here. I appreciate that you are elevating the Palestinian voice, and they are oppressed. They are, certainly. Now, W came on here spewing a lot of hate towards the Palestinians, correct?
Well, I'm going to put it this way. I wouldn't, in fairness to W, I wouldn't call it hate. I would call it subtle but pervasive racism and dismissiveness towards another group that he sort of disparaged in a very moderate way.
Okay. I'm just not trying to take too much of your time. So what Chip said, okay? But if we want to make it about children, there are over 4,000 Palestinian children in Israeli military prisons. They are taken away from their families. They are locked away without correct representation. They are questioned without an attorney or parent present, and they are kept for 6 months at a time. Then they're taken in front of a military judge, and they'll, create confusion and say they don't have enough papers, and they put them away for another 6 months. We are speaking about over 4,000 underaged human beings, children in military prisons, right? And he wants to talk about, he has a video of an 11-year-old girl. Absolutely ridiculous. If you want to make it about the kids, then free Palestinian children from Israeli military, right? Military prisons, number one. Number two, he speaks about how nobody wants the Palestinians, which is absolutely ridiculous. He has no knowledge on geopolitics. He has no knowledge about what type of treaties these leaders have signed with the Western world. He obviously doesn't understand war and resources and how some countries can have leverage over other countries. I'm sure you know, because you've been in the military, you know how it goes, and we don't have forever to talk about this, but there are certain allyships and treaties and things like that where certain leaders cannot get involved, okay? And nobody at the end of the day wants to get into a war with the United States of America, okay? And this isn't the Palestinians, this isn't the goal of the Palestinian people, okay? They do not spew hate towards the Americans. I have never heard any hate from any Palestinian, pro-Palestinian rally with hate towards the Americans. And they always try to pin the Palestinians against the Americans by bringing up, parading American hostages. Well, there are Americans that are unalived all over the West Bank every single month. Palestinian Americans who have gone there to visit their families and have gotten stuck, they're American, and they're being unalived by their soldiers, which is absolutely horrendous. And as we're speaking, Chip, this whole time, there are over 700,000 people in northern Gaza. They say that they've evacuated all of the north, but they haven't. These people have no food. They are starving as we're sitting here speaking. This is a sick and twisted way that they have. And after all the video footage that we have seen with the behavior of the Israeli military, it's heartbreaking to see that so many people are still defending the actions. And you made a beautiful point earlier that under international law, if you are being occupied, you have every right to resist the occupation. As far as when it comes to the Western world, and I'm American, I'm a Brooklyn girl, I love America. I love Americans more than anything, okay? But do I agree with the government all the time? No. Do I agree with their foreign policy? Absolutely not. We can do so much better, so much better. What we did in Iraq, what we did in Afghanistan, which happens to be my motherland, absolutely heartbreaking. What we did in Yemen with Saudi Arabia, heartbreaking, right? But when a people raise their necks, raise their heads a little bit to defend themselves, they're labeled as a T group, which is horrendous. The H group is a resistance group, and that's who Gaza has. And they're trying to do whatever they can to break free of this occupation. Do we all agree with every single tactic that they use? No, but every people deserve the right to protect themselves, to defend themselves. They have this right. And Israel tries to take this right away from them. And then also with the ICJ, Netanyahu came out and said that no one can stop him. Basically, I'm paraphrasing because I don't want to take too much of your time or monologue, but he's saying that no one can stop him. And this is America's fault. We enabled them. We supported them, we enabled them, and we gave to them more than we gave to our own Americans. And that's why they feel like they can totally hold the whole world hostage, psychologically destroy all of us, because we all seen the footage. Why do you think there's so many millions of people marching for Palestinians? For the H group? No, we want to save the children. We want to save them. They're under occupation. We see the brutality. And they're emboldened and they continue to go because they have been enabled. So as Americans, we have to band together, truthfully, honestly, band together and do something about what our government has been doing, especially, and you even mentioned it earlier, the Hague Intervention Act. You had someone on your panel earlier, that the Lord of the Melons, who said that America invaded Iraq out of pure emotional distress after September 11th. That's false.
Yeah.
That's what we did to Afghanistan.
Right.
We destroyed Afghanistan. But with Iraq, it was strategy. And 7 months before we invaded Iraq, George Bush passed this Hague Intervention Law to protect himself and his friends because he knew what they were doing is illegal. Now we're at a point where everybody's arms are twisted because who are we going to hold accountable with such bills like this that are being passed? How are we ever going to liberate this world and free the children and save anyone if these are what our leaders are like? We got to do better, and this is why I support you, because your voice matters, Chip. Your voice matters because of who you are, because of who you were in your life, and people tend to listen more to, I'm sorry, I hope you don't take this offensive, if you don't get offended, but more to a white American man over, a brown Afghan girl. So I respect what you're doing, and I hope that we can work together to just save the world, because the way we've been going is horrifying, and the reason why we're dealing with what we're dealing is because we've enabled Israel. We enabled them.
Chip,
we can't hear you, Chip.
Mute myself. Sorry. Yeah, great points. Thank you for contributing that. I want to give W a chance to respond because he was mentioned in that. But
may I just say one thing, because I want to make sure that your live is doing great, because you are giving us extra time.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's everybody that's here. Chip has graciously given us an additional 42 minutes of his time. If you could just tap that little orange heart right next to his username, join his team. That means every single time you watch, it gives him team points. Your comments are team points. Even liking the screen is team points. So this is really vital. It drives him up the algorithm. It also, because that's what TikTok is. It's a battle app, and team points matter. And if you feel so, he does have a link tree in his bio that explains other ways and other platforms that he is on. But on this one, he does have a subscription. If you enjoy his content, I mean, think about it as a tip for all this and all this time that he has spent with us. He is doing this out of the kindness of his heart, and he's doing an impeccable job. So please, if you just show him some love, if you can just drive up the likes, because he's been on here, and I've seen many of other content creators. By this time, they would be up in the 700,000s in the likes. I'm not gonna lie, I do see that, and please keep tapping, keep sharing. And what is time check? I'm so sorry, Chip. I just wanted to ask you that question. What's your time check?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep going. The dog seems to be not freaking out, so I can live through it. I'll go until I can't do it anymore. I don't mind keeping going. Thank you for asking. Just to add that, thank you, Jax, so much. Jax knows much more about this whole system than I do.
Yeah, that's why I'm just chilling on the bottom for now.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much. So just to let you know, I didn't know this until I started doing this, but when you donate something through TikTok, which is appreciated, by the way, but you may not know that when most of what you donate is not going to the content creator, it's going to TikTok. So they take 70% and they give 30% to somebody like me. So if you think that's a little bit top heavy, which I agree with, it's their business. I have links in my bio. It's called Linktree, as Jack just mentioned. It's in my Linktree, Chip Barnes, and then you click on that. If you're outside the U.S. and you want to help out, it's written in my bio. Those characters that says Linktree, you have to type that into a web browser and then hit enter. It'll take you to the same spot. Towards the bottom third of those links, there's individual links like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and then of course I have what's called a Patreon, which is $5 a month. Now, I probably put in 25 to 30 hours a month. No, I'm sorry, 20, sometimes 20 hours a week, about 80 hours a month of doing this. So if you can contribute $5 for my 80 hours of time, that would be much appreciated, because I have to find a way to survive. My living expenses, I'm always up front. People think that I'm doing this for money. I live off of $2,600 a month, including the inflation in the United States. I'm single, never married, have a dog and 2 cats, very simple life. No glamorous stuff, no jewelry, no trips, no dinners out, none of that stuff. Just simple living. So I do appreciate your help. It's not going to go towards anything other than that. If I have more coming in than that, it's going to go to hire people to help me do what I'm doing better. But I want to keep advocating for the cause. The most important thing is the information, educate people, try to be fair and communicate in a way that's polite but respectful and civil so we can get the right kind of information. I learn some things from people every day that I didn't know, which is wonderful. It's one of the joys of doing this. And I hope to share some of what I've learned with you in a way that's not, like I'm not Mr. Know-it-all. I'm open to learning more stuff. And I actually listen to people when they talk, even if I completely disagree, because I think that's the right thing to do, as I would want them to do for me if I'm in their life. So that's kind of my mode of operation. Just want to tell you a couple quick things. These are all recorded. So if you missed any part of this, you want to go back and review it. We're now on hour number 6, which is crazy. I do this once in a while. The longest I've ever gone before is 8 hours and 15 minutes, which I don't want to replicate today. So we'll probably go another 15, maybe 25. Maybe I'll try to get through the guests that are here right now, and then we'll close it up. So, but if you want to go, it's recorded on my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel. So if you go through my link tree, the same thing I talked about, you'll find my Twitter, Instagram, and you'll see the YouTube. Rumble is another site similar to YouTube, but with less censorship. So a lot of people are going there now. They're usually posted within about an hour of the completion. And so we've had some great conversations. And recently we've had a conversation with an independent Senate candidate. This was on Wednesday, someone named Diane Sayre, who's running for Senate in New York, who's a wonderful person. I hope you'll check her out. Yesterday we had Quinn the Eskimo come on, who's a guy that went from, he's a TikToker, very famous, who went down to try to get into Gaza to help put aid, but everyone's kept out right now. So he's in Cairo, Egypt, working on vetting aid organizations and working on stocking trucks with non-perishables and organizing people and stuff like that. So if you want to hear the latest from there, check that out. Again, I'm trying to just do what I can to get the word out. I'm not doing this for followers or money or fame. I just enjoy the process. I think I'm okay at it and people seem to like it, so I want to keep doing it. But hey, if I can't make ends meet, I'm going to have to do something else like the rest of you. And I'd rather just do this because I love it. It's kind of my passion. So with that said, let's bring up our next guest. I think it's going to be East LA. Thanks for your patience. You've been waiting for quite a while.
Yes, thank you, sir. Well, I'd like to say that I come from a point of sort of informed, or as much as I can be informed, agnosticism. So you have a situation right now where there looks, great, a number of regions in Gaza right now look like Stalingrad. You have rubble, you have airstrikes that are, being prosecuted against that area. You have most right now, if I'm not mistaken, most of this situation in terms of the military conflict is occurring either amidst rubble or, for God's sakes, in tunnels. So I give credence to everyone's argument. I give credence to the IDF. I give credence to the International Court of Justice. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Because at this point, I don't think anybody is operating from facts. We don't have any facts. Even the IDF, I believe that they're counting, but if there's rubble, there could be vast amounts of casualties that are still undetected. And if there's tunnels, there certainly could be. So at this point, I'm willing to say that the International Court of Justice has made accusations that are plausible. And I won't go beyond that. So I will remain doubtful as if whether or not their accusations are in fact the truth. Same thing with the other side. We just don't know, sir. I will say this, that I don't want to offend you, sir, but I believe that the United States fighting person is the best in the world and of complete and total integrity. However, I believe that the government of the United States has in many cases betrayed the soldiers and turned many conflicts that we should have won into political conflicts, and therefore we failed to achieve our objective. And I'll never say that the Americans have lost. However, I will say this, and I would like to hear your opinion on this, sir. I believe that right now, as we see things, in light of the history, I would say that right now Israel is using more discretion than the United States ever has, and I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to weigh in on that. And, first of all, I understand that a lot of people share that sentiment about the U.S. military. Here's what I would say about that. And again, I'm not a military expert, but I have listened to a lot of people who are, and their commentary has been a little different than the assessment that you just gave. So I'll just invite you to go to some of the folks that I've watched. You can determine if you think you agree or disagree with them. So there's a guy named Scott Ritter who's online, is a very, very prominent guy online as far as talking about all sorts of things. He's a very bright guy. If you don't know who Scott Ritter was, he used to work as a weapons inspector. He was a part of the UN weapons inspector group that was working in Iraq when the US was making its claims of their pursuit of weapons of mass destruction. So if you don't remember, he was somebody who had the courage to speak out publicly in an environment where everybody was pushing for this conflict, including most elected officials, and it was sort of anathema to speak out publicly against it. So much different climate. You just wouldn't believe it. And so he was a very courageous guy. And so go to Scott Ritter, just see what you think about the guy. Is he perfect in his past? No, I don't give it. To me, I don't care. I'm very flexible in terms of looking at somebody in what they say. I don't negate what they say because of something in their past history. I've done things in my past that I'm not proud of that have bit me in the ass. I've been to jail 3 times for doing stuff that I probably shouldn't have been doing. You may think that disqualifies me for having conversations about this. I don't, but if you do, I understand. That's your point of view. To answer your question about the readiness and or how I feel about the United States and Israel's performance in this conflict, here's the challenge, okay? You have, on the one hand, what Israel says it's doing in terms of how it behaves, how its military functions. Benjamin Netanyahu has gotten on live TV and said, Israel is the most moral army in the world. It warns. It's the only army that warns people before it drops, munitions. And they do at times drop flyers around places like hospitals and certain types of areas in civilian areas. So much to their credit, I say good for you for doing that. I'm not so happy that they're destroying stuff right after they do that, but that's their claim. However, in most cases, and it's kind of sick for them to say they do that regularly because they don't. Most of the munitions that fall, the Israeli government is claiming as the moral high ground that they're going after the T word because they say that that's what they target. However, you can't hit T people who have tunnels underground if they're 150, 200 feet below ground in reinforced concrete bunkers. If I was a T word and I knew that my enemy was dropping massive amounts of munitions on highly dense civilian areas, the last place I would go hang out is in a civilian building. I would be there as little as I possibly had to. If I ever had to go up and shoot something from a window, I would go up and I would go right down to the tunnel after that. You'd have to be a fool to hang out in a bunch of buildings and just wait for the inevitable to happen. The Israeli narrative is, well, these people are sick, they don't appreciate life, and by the way, they force their civilians to stay in these structures. They won't let them leave, and they force them to be martyred or unalive because they hate life, and the Israelis love life. That's the narrative. That's, in my opinion, that's complete horse hockey. And I have no idea why the Israelis think that sells. I don't buy it. Maybe you do. However, what's changed in this conflict, in my opinion, from all the other years I've watched it, for the 34 years I've been aware of it, is the awareness and the absolute shock that people have and the disgust for what they're watching happen on the ground through the videos they see on TikTok and Telegram or wherever else, that's Instagram, versus what's being said. The Israelis used to be really, really good at being able to get away with painting a narrative and then justifying it because there was minimal media coverage and they could spin the coverage versus what they say in such a way that it would give the public a perception. Somebody mentioned a book by Noam Chomsky earlier called Manufacturing Consent. This is the exact idea where they create a framework of belief, much like you just shared, which is widely held. And I don't disrespect you for saying that. I mean, no disrespect for you believing that because it's what's out in the ether. But as someone who's looked a little bit behind the curtain, I don't see what you talked about. I see a different version of reality. And I think more and more people are seeing that same version of reality. And I think it's unfortunate for the Israelis that such a right-wing government has chosen to prosecute this thing the way they have, because it's made the Israelis look horrible. And you have the ICJ. People don't go to the ICJ because they don't like somebody. They go there because they recognize a pattern of behavior that is unacceptable given the norms of the international community. Israel, like it or not, has been unaliving people at record rate in the West Bank, which has very little, if not nothing, to do with the command structure, government, or militants in Gaza. What justifies that? The answer is nothing. So, and what's happening in Gaza is massive destruction of infrastructure, massive unaliveness of civilians, which they claim are related to going after the militants. But in actuality, I do not believe, and most people don't believe, that they're doing that. And I think there's ample evidence to demonstrate that, or there wouldn't even be a proceeding. So in looking at this, I disagree wholeheartedly that the Israeli military is being as good or better than the American military, although both have done things that are atrocious in their histories. But Israel has a standard practice, especially in the West Bank. If you look at, just go find a documentary like Life in Occupied Palestine or Gaza Fights for Freedom, or go to Abby Martin's YouTube channel. It's called The Empire Files. Go down the rabbit hole. Check it out. I mean, she's not Palestinian. She's an American. She has no reason to hate or like either side. She's just a journalist. And so she covers all sorts of conflicts. Just go check her work out. I don't know anybody in Palestine. I don't know anybody in Israel. I'm not friends with anybody who's Jewish Israeli. I don't have any Arab friends. I'm just a guy in America who learned about this a long time ago, and I'm trying to share what I believe to be what I'm seeing and learned. That's it. I respect people who happen to be Jewish who are able to break free from the very narratives that I believe you shared with us today. And again, I don't disparage anybody for believing or embracing narratives that have been put out. In many cases, we're victims of the information system under which we are served this repeated stuff that has no basis in reality, but it's oft repeated and considered in the public eye to be, that's what's going on. And that's nobody's fault. That's the fault of the people that put out this propaganda. And in America, we're probably the most, other than Israelis, Americans are probably the most propagandized people that have ever lived. And you know why it works so well? Because nobody realizes it. And they all say, no, that's North Korea, that's Russia, that's China. They're the ones that get given these ridiculous stories. And they, no. The Americans, I know it's hard to understand. I'll give you a great example. I say this frequently, and I don't want to get into it because probably people have heard this, but these analogies work. So if you've ever visited an older person's home, ever in your life, if it's an older home and older people, it tends to have this sort of musty, not necessarily unpleasant, but a distinctly different odor than most of the houses you go into. And you can tell the minute you walk in, you've been out in the fresh air, you've been in your house, and you notice it. So you might go up to grandpa or grandma, if they're open-minded, you might say, hey, grandpa, what's that smell? What's that thing in the house? And grandpa would look at you in the eyes and say, what smell? What are you talking about? Because the thing that they're used to from an olfactory standpoint is constant, pervasive. It disappears to them. Just like any of us, if you live in a town that has this gross sort of egg smell from the paper plant, eventually you don't smell it as much because it's just part of your environment. Propaganda works the same way. And unfortunately, because of how we're brought up in America with American exceptionalism and the Pledge of Allegiance, and told that we have to go to school for 12 years and then go work hard for our whole lives and then retire and everything's going to be great when we go vote and we're part of this greatest country that ever was and we spread democracy and freedom and liberty across the globe. And there's only one problem, and it's complete bullshit. It's an oligarchy protected by a military-industrial complex with a serious underbelly of permanent state apparatus that does terrible things around the globe for the interest of the American military and empire, and to the benefit of big business, and control energy resources and other key resources. That is the American system. And it serves a transnational oligarchy who basically get away with murder by using the tools of the treasury, the military, the police force, as well as the media system that kind of keeps it wrapped up in a nice, neat bow. And they have people fighting amongst each other from a left-right standpoint instead of a class-based issue, north and south. And it works. And it has worked, and it continues to work. Most Americans are in that old age house, and they have no clue they're even in it. No clue. And what happens is that a few of us are lucky, and something shakes us out of the house. We don't even know there's an exit. We didn't even know that was in a house. But somebody somehow drags you out on the front porch for just out of sheer chance, like happened to me in 1989, and you look at something differently because you see it from having outside on the porch. And then when you go back in the house, you notice it, you're like, why didn't I see this before? So now that as somebody who's kind of breaking free from the mindset that I was conditioned to be in, I can see propaganda extremely easily now, where I never saw it before. And the Ukraine war is a perfect example of how the public was conditioned to believe one thing, but there's a whole nother story that nobody even knows about, or maybe they know about it now, that fully changes the way you think about it. If you're just an honest broker of information, not taking sides, you can't ignore once you know about it, but you're never told it. So much is omitted from your radar, and or things are distorted in such a way and repeated that you believe so. I'll give you a great example. This is the perfect example. What if I went outside and talked to 100 Americans right now of all ages, doesn't matter, ethnicity, all that stuff, and said, tell me the first 3 words that come to mind when you hear the name Vladimir Putin. And I can tell you the top 5: dictator, madman, controls people, poisons their enemies, unalives people, wants to take over all of Europe. He's a territorial man, wants to reestablish the Soviet Union. These are all the things people would say. Why is that? Because it's been hammered into them year after year, decade after decade, well, not decade after decade, but year after year on the news media and the newspapers, that people believe this shit. And are there elements of that have some truth? Yeah, he's a strong guy, he stays in power, but most of that stuff's complete bullshit, especially about his territorial ambitions. And yet that's the picture that is painted for our adversaries, which manufactures consent against the adversary and then supports any actions that are subsequently taken because they're necessary because of the evil nature of this other who's not democratic. And that game's been played since the beginning of the country, quite frankly, but even more so in the modern era. So if you can't see that, you're not to blame. But the more you read, the more you learn, the more you bump into people who have gone through this epiphany, like I feel like I have, and I don't know it all. I'm just a guy that's kind of going through this journey. But I have learned something. I've read people like Michael Parenti and John Perkins and others, Noam Chomsky, other intellectuals who easily see this crap, right? And you read their books and they lay it out there and let you think about it. And you make your own decisions. But I've come to the point where I think the American media system is total bullshit, that it's all narrative driven. The whole Western media complex is narrative driven. And as far as the way that these wars are taken out, the American government does horrible things with drones, especially now because they don't have to go in and fight, or they arm proxies and don't care about the people that die along the way. Ukraine is, again, the perfect example. Give them money, give them the weapons, but don't take our fighters and use their people, put them into a meat grinder to try to achieve American foreign policy objectives, to destabilize a country, to get rid of a leader who won't let our oligarchs come in there to take their shit. That's, if you look at most leaders where they're being vilified and the U.S. says this person's got to go, there's usually a reason behind it. It has nothing to do with freedom and democracy and protecting human rights. That's all a ruse, just like I believe the Israelis are using the ruse of security and we have to do this, we have to get rid of this group. And they're just smithereens the entire landscape. Why? Because they can, because they have the backing of the most powerful military and the most powerful financial system and money and weapons that has ever existed. And what do the Palestinians have? Crude rockets, crude RPGs, small weapons, maybe a few motorcycles and jeeps and some aerial helicopters that they used on the 7th to do what I would consider minimal damage given the size of the population and the size of their military. Now, I'm not downplaying the fact that it was horrific for those who got harmed, but I'm just saying that you got to keep things in perspective. And there's no genocide being carried out by the Palestinians against Israelis or Jews around the world because they don't have the capacity to do it at all, even if they have the thoughts around it, some of these more wild, wacky people that say that shit. And I disagree with that. I condemn that language. But similarly, I condemn the language of the Netanyahus and the Smotriches and the Itamar Ben-Gavirs who want to obliterate Arab people because they think they're interlopers on their land that they have the right to take from their understanding of their God and their future as a people, under the cloak of Zionism, cloaked in Judaism. That's how I see it. I could be totally wrong, but I've spent a lot of time digging through this stuff to get to the truth of it as I see it. And I understand that other people see it differently. I get it. I just disagree vehemently. Hey, Ruby, cut it out. Okay, so I said a lot there. Let me bring W in because W didn't have a chance to do that. Again, I don't believe a word that comes out of the mouths of the Israelis or the Americans. I've just learned the hard way. You can't trust them.
Yeah, so I'm not really Israeli. I have visited the country though. Very nice place. I just want to address something though. A lot of people are bringing exposure to this topic, but for some reason, I haven't seen anyone talking about the genocide going on Christianity in the Middle East. For example, Pakistan Christian women, they suffered 3 million loss. 3 million people were unalived. 400,000 were women. Tens of thousands of kids. Christians in Iraq are on the verge of extinction. They arrived in Iraq from Turkey, from the Ottoman Empire.
Hold on. When you say stuff like this, for the audience sake, can you give some context as the time frame, who the leaders are, what parties were persecuting the others? You're making statements that are very broad and sweeping without clarification. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So you can search up, like, for example, mob in Pakistan torches hundreds of Christians' homes. The most recent one I found in August was in Armenia, where 120,000 Armenian Christians were left without resources to survive because they had a military blockade from preventing any necessities coming in, and they completely destroyed all the churches there. And something that's connected to Palestine is Libya. I remember when Libya.
Can I just listen? I'm trying to understand your point of how this relates back. Maybe you're going there right now, but I understand there's persecution and harm and also damage elsewhere. I'm trying to listen. We can do the what about. What about Congo? What about Ukraine? What about Yemen? Fair enough. But I'm trying to focus on this or one thing at a time. That's what I'm trying to say. But if you can link it back, please do.
So, yeah, basically, in Libya, I don't know if you saw, but there was Egyptian Christians that were caught, around 25 of them. And if anyone knows Libya and Palestine, they love each other. They launch rockets from Libya all the time towards Israel, and from Palestine as well. And the others
when was the last report of missiles being fired from Libya at Israel?
Around last year, but not too long ago. They always use camps.
I'm not familiar with that. Let me look that up. I'm going to put my phone down for a sec.
So, yeah, you can search up also like the Egyptian Christians that were beheaded in Libya. They had the support of Palestine during the time this happened. You can Google it. So,
hold on while Chip is looking that up. Everybody, please. Chip is lending his time, like I said before. Tap the screen, please. That or makes a huge difference. Every time you comment, watch, or even just tap the screen for likes. It drives up the algorithm. It helps his team, which TikTok loves teams. If there's any type of questions, since I'm sitting helping moderate and helping Chip with the live today, you could always mention me and I could always ask a question, in when there's an opportunity, if just letting anybody know that. And there's one rule, the number one rule that I just found out about. Please do not use caps in the chat. Chip, the host, doesn't appreciate caps at all. So all caps regarding if the moderators keep having to remind you, you will get muted. It doesn't matter if it's for information or for anything. Just don't use caps because I almost got muted. I'm just kidding, but I didn't know either. So I'm just letting everybody know that. And but thank you for interacting and sharing it out because Chip is actually spending an extra hour and 8 minutes now with us. And Ruby is so patient as puppy. And thank you everybody on the panel that have joined and everybody that's been waiting.
Yeah, thanks, Jax. I appreciate that. And just to mention one more thing before we continue on, I want to give somebody a chance other than W to get in on the action here. Maybe we'll have Abs Kasim come in. And thank you for your contributions, W. I appreciate the fact that you've been here and sharing your point of view. Even if we disagree, we're doing it in a civil way, which is always, the best way to do things. I just want to mention to people that this is going to be recorded. A lot of people come in and out of these lives. So if you're curious to catch, we did talk a lot about the ICJ earlier. We've talked about a bunch of other issues related to the conflict, all sorts of updates. So if you want to go back and watch it, this will be on my YouTube and my Rumble channels, which are both accessible from the link in my bio. It says Linktree/Chip Barnes. If you're outside the United States and you want to access that same list of links, you need to go into my bio. For some reason, TikTok removes that clickable link from my bio, and you need to type it into a web browser. It says Linktree/Chip Barnes with a little period between the link and tree. You'll see it. And then just type that in and hit enter. You'll go to the same place. While you're in there, you might notice some things in there that are more than just the website. I have a Twitter account, which is, by the way, just to let you know, my Twitter, I can do things on Twitter and Rumble that I cannot do here. I just realized a lot of videos get taken down or your lives get taken down. If you want to see the full extent of the things I'm able to communicate about, please go to Twitter. Somebody's got some background noise going on. Let me see if I can eliminate that. Yeah, there we go. I'll put you on in a sec. If you want to see, I started on Twitter before I started here on TikTok, so you can see all the posts I've made about Palestine and Israel going back, a couple of years ago. But I talk about a lot of things on Twitter, not just this issue. And I have a list of all the people that I've come to follow over the years, not everybody, but most of them, in a list for you to look at and go check out yourself. I always like to say, I'm never the first person to learn something. I'm just a guy who covers a lot of terrain, tries to synthesize it, compare it, and then hopefully put it back in a way that makes sense. Try to be fair and objective. I don't always get it right. When evidence comes to my attention that it's different, I modify my point of view, because why wouldn't you, right? My ego and my identity is not married to my beliefs or my take on a particular issue. And listen, everyone gets a chance to have their take, right? And everybody thinks their take is the take, right? I don't think my take is the take. It's my take. So that's why I listen to people respectfully, because I usually learn something by doing that, which is good. It's the way it should be. I'm still waiting on evidence, by the way, just to let you know, from what happened on the day of 10/7. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of allegations of X, Y, and Z. Not a whole lot of evidence that I've been able to get my hands on. I've seen some. But the more I get to see, the more I will share with you that I've corroborated this. Or the more I don't see it, the more I will continue to say I haven't been able to corroborate it. So unfortunately, the Israelis, and this is sad, they have a long and sordid history of lying about stuff to their benefit. 40 babies being the primary one. And there's so many examples. I could spend a 20-hour live just trying to cover 5% of them over the years that I've heard. It's how they operate. And they have their whole narrative and their whole spin, and they manufacture their own consent domestically. And that's why it's very hard to have a dialogue with somebody who lives in Israel or who believes what's promoted about Israel, because it's so thick. It's like a veneer you just can't penetrate. And a lot of people do tie their identity and their way of being to their thoughts about Israel, and understandably so. It's considered to be a safe homeland for Jewish people, and I understand that people feel very strongly about that, especially given the Holocaust, which I can't relate to, and I can understand their anger and their desire to get rid of the people who caused them harm on the 7th. I completely understand that point of view, not to mention the horror that happened to the people who got unalived and the families and all that stuff. It's normal human behavior. The question is, are they going after the H group, or are they using that as a pretext to destroy and harm civilians at a disproportionate number, or in a way that's not directly related to that core mission? Okay, that's my point of view. And I think that's up for question. And my point of view is, and many are, that it's happening that way. And I think it's bad for Israel's reputation. If you're a fan of Israel, you support Israel's existence and its desire to meet its objectives. They're hurting themselves right now with what they're doing. They're going way over the top. Now, it's not me to tell Israel what to do or anybody else, but the public opinion has shifted dramatically against Israel. In fact, this is a crazy stat. 65% of college students said publicly, when polled, that they think the actions on 10/7 were justified. And that's got to be horrifying to an Israeli person. Think, oh my God, how can young kids believe that this is okay? Are they all pro-H group? And the point I think people make is, it's not being pro-H group. Just because you're looking at this from the framework of resistance doesn't mean you're for the individual resistance group or the tactics of the group. You're understanding within context of an occupation and a blockade that resistance is not illegitimate in its context. That's it. Talk about the celebration of people in Gaza after it happened. Imagine you're somebody living under a blockade, decades of oppression. Your people can't get anywhere politically or anyways, and you've been doing the rocket thing. And eventually you break out of your so-called walled city or your fenced city, and you're able to get into somebody else's territory and do some harm versus all the stuff you've endured for decades. Doesn't make it right, but it's understandable within its context. I'm sure the Americans that did this back in the day, they probably celebrated the fact that they were able to harm British people, family members, whatever. Did that make it right? No. But is it understandable within the context of resisting an occupation? I think so. Doesn't mean I have to prove it, but it means I understand it. Okay? All right, we have our next guest, which is going to be Abs. I can't say your full name. Are you there? Okay, Abs is not coming up. Maybe Abs went somewhere else for a bit. Let's go to, it says E1102778.
Yes. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. A little bit lengthy in the tooth here,
Hello.
but who's speaking? We have
I don't know.
Speaking?
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, the next speaker is this Ab.
Abud.
Yeah, Abud. I tried to bring you up, but it wasn't going through, so that's why I took the next person. Just a second,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
bring you up when I'm finished with them. So
Should I?
E2778. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, your previous speaker was talking about Armenian Christians. I didn't really understand anything what was going on, but what the situation in Armenia is that basically it's a disputed territory. So it's Armenians that were living in that
Between
region.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, right?
Yes, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's disputed. It's Armenian, ethnically Armenian, but it's part of Azerbaijan. And then we had a few wars back and forth in 1995. We took part of that land back. So I'm Armenian. I know about the history. And then what happened is recently we had another war. Now this time with the help of actually Israel and Turkey supplying them weapons. Basically, they took over the territory and they ethnically cleansed the Armenians. They all had to go back to Armenia. So
Can you
that's
just let
the
people
story.
know that here's the geography. Can you explain the geography to people real quick?
Yes. So you see where Azerbaijan is. So the geography is Nagorno-Karabakh right there where you see it in red. That's the disputed territory. So it was given when the Soviet Union collapsed. That was basically drawn up. The map was drawn up by the Soviets, and so Armenia is Armenia and Azerbaijan is Azerbaijan. But that area where Nagorno is, it was all Armenians living in there, majority, and so they stayed there. And there was wars back and forth, throughout the years, and we controlled it. I was actually there last year, a couple of years ago in 2019. I'm sorry. And so when you're crossing, you still have a border to go there. You're basically going into Azerbaijan, but it's controlled. The borders were controlled by the Armenians. So you go there, you show their passport. They kind of put like this, like a stamp in there that you entered here. And everybody, it's all just Armenians over there. And so during the war, this recent war, they took over and they ethnically cleansed the whole population. So they were just, randomly just shooting at everybody. It didn't matter, churches and all that stuff. So I know
By the way,
that.
real quick, just to let you
Yeah.
know, for those who don't know, so here's Europe, right? There's Italy right there. Then you come through the countries, there's Poland, there's Ukraine, the Black Sea, and then right over here you see this is Turkey, and then you have Armenia, this is Turkey, this is Armenia, and this is Azerbaijan right there, and this is the
That's right.
Caspian.
Yes. And also, do you see where the enclave, there's another enclave that's divided between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So do you see that little orange spot all the way on the left on the bottom over there? Yeah,
Yep.
so it's not Azerbaijan, it's another, but it's basically they're Turks at the end of the day. I mean, they speak Turkish and they kind of associate with being Turkish, although they're separated from Turkey. But now they want to actually take that as well. So they want to take part of Armenia to be able to connect Azerbaijan to this right there, that little enclave. So anyway, so all Armenians had to basically go back to Armenia. So that's the story about that. So I don't know, whoever was, try to explain what happened. I don't think he had knowledge about what's.
Yeah, fair point. All right, let me reverse the map there.
And as far as what you were talking about earlier about Israel and America and all the propaganda, I 100% totally agree with it. The problem is I really don't see how we could do anything about it to get some sort of change for the future of our kids when they have so much power, and the military industrial complex is basically controlling everything. I mean, they do what they want. Doesn't matter if we say that they're committing a genocide or not. They're not going to really listen to anybody, which is really, it's sad, but I mean, it's the reality. I don't know what your take on it is, like what we can do moving forward to actually change these things,
Yeah, let me answer that. By the way, this is the question of the day. So let's face it, even though the US empire has crested and it's sort of on its move down, it's sort of a later stage empire, it still has a lot of power, right? And a lot of money and a lot of influence. So what can we do domestically? This is the problem with every issue, not just Israel-Palestine, but there's a series of control mechanisms that are standing between the constituents, the people of the country, who are supposed to be the ones served by the elected officials, right? Our president, our Supreme Court, our congressmen, and our senators are supposed to act on behalf of the constituents who vote for them and send them to Congress, right? That's the goal, to Washington, D.C. What's happened over the years, and this has happened over a long period of time, it's always been some version of this with standard corruption, but now it's been formalized to such a degree that it's completely off the tracks. This is like an out-of-control train barreling towards a ravine, $34 trillion of debt, all sorts of things going on, both foreign and domestically, that have nothing to do with serving the people. It's a total shit show. Now, what are these factors that are in play that have changed things? Well, we have corporate personhood. Now, I'm a person, you're a person. Why is a corporation a person? Peculiar, huh? And it's under the law, by the way. And then secondly, why do we have money as freedom of speech under Citizens United? Why can people donate unlimited amounts of money? Corporations as people or people can donate to these things called political action committees or PACs, or bigger ones called super PACs. And then the money gets spent by the super PACs to buy things like advertising on TV. And they say they're not colluding with a candidate or one group because they're not supposed to. Let's face it, all the same people in these groups go to cocktail parties, the donor class, the corporate leadership, the executives, the big investors, blah, blah, blah. And then you have this weird underbelly of the American government, which is sort of the permanent status of controlling the foreign policy of the empire, which is some people call it the deep state. But let's face it, there are people that are serving the country that are there for 20, 30, 40 years. FBI, CIA, NSA, these other agencies that are permanently around. They have huge influence over policy. Presidents come and go. They're there. They stay there. So that has a huge influence over policy. I mean, try stopping a war. If that group of people wants to go to war and you try to stand in their way as a president or anybody else, it's not a great day for you because they get their way. Try standing in the way of central bank policy. If somebody controls the monetary system at the Federal Reserve level, which is a private bank controlled by a bunch of other institutions and individual owners, a bunch of families, try opposing them for a second. So these are the forces that are very, very, they have a stranglehold, almost like a big serpent on the American political system and abroad too. So I call it the transnational oligarchy, this overarching group of wealthy people that look at nation states, treasuries, militaries, businesses, landscapes of resources as ways to get return on capital. And they use these resources to their benefit in many cases. Imagine this is how I want to put it. This is very easy to understand. We've all seen the thing called marionettes, right? Marionettes are these dancing dolls on a stage, and usually somebody's doing a dialogue, and there are these people on the stage that stand above, and there are these metal wires that go up to these little four-sided control things. I can even probably show you a picture. And who's really controlling the play? The dancing dolls are just these figures, and you can replace them with different figures, blue shirt, red shirt, whatever. But the people who are above holding the things that are making them move are the rich people, the national security state. The people on the stage are just temporary members who implement and give this little, dancing thing to the people saying, oh, you have a choice. Go with A. No, go with B. It's all a big charade. It's a pageantry. It's become a joke. The amount of money that these people are plied with through these mechanisms I just described, it's an unbreakable stranglehold that they have on the process. So then the question is, well, Christ, if we can't vote because they're controlling that, the metal wires and the puppets, what do we do? Well, obviously, if you're trying to stop a marionette show, you don't throw darts at the little people on the stage. What do? You got to go grab the person who's holding the damn marionettes and do something about that, right? That's what you got to change. And people aren't directing their energy in that direction. They're directing it at each other. They're fighting over which color shirts the marionettes should be wearing. They're not even looking at the wires or the person holding them. And they're saying, well, they're just the job creators. We can't tax them. We can't bother them because that ruins the economy. And they're fighting over social issues like abortion, gun control, pink hair, blue hair, bathrooms. You get it. And they're watching a certain TV channel for echo chamber, what they call that confirmation bias. So what do you think has to happen? So this is a pretty simple example, and I'll move on to the next guest because I'm getting a little long-winded here. But we all know what unions are, right? You have a company, they're not taking care of their people. Maybe they're making record profits and the people feel left behind. They're not getting a fair deal, or the company's just cutting their wages or whatever they're doing. Individually, you go into your boss's office, you say, hey, boss, I want a raise. And the boss says, get the F out of here. Get out of here. You're lucky to have a job, right? Now, 5 of you go in, like, hey, boss, we need to make some more money. We're pulling 80 out. Get out of here. Now, a union comes in and organizes 1,000 people into one big group. And then the union rep goes into the boss and says, hey, you got to do better by the group. This is what we want. They give them a little set of terms, right? Give us this and we'll be quiet. Company says, get the hell out of here. So what happens next? They take it the next step. Hey, if you don't do this, we're going to withhold our labor. That's one of the things people have, their numbers and their labor, right? Makes sense. So you use what resources you have to push back against a power structure. right? That's what unions do. Eventually, if the company doesn't relent, they threaten to go on or they go on strike. Now, how do people survive the strike? If you're a worker and you're paying your union dues throughout the year, that creates a pool of money. If you're John Smith and you have to pay your mortgage, what do? You go to the union. Hey, John, I need $1,000 to pay my whatever your mortgage is. They keep you alive through the pressure process, right? So that's a little safety net for everybody in the union. So imagine that dynamic, but take it to the whole of the country and replace the corporation or the company with that power structure that I described, the people holding the marionettes and all those systems around that exclude the public from it. And then look at the people as the workers, which we are. And if a little pocket here and there, 300,000, 500,000 go to DC and stand and yell, get out of my office. But if 30 million people, in other words, the 1,000 striking workers, have a list of demands and a series of escalatory steps that they're willing to take under this, potential scenario, that could be enough pressure to change the people holding the marionettes. They might tilt them a little different, or maybe change the stage, or whatever the demands are. So it needs to be distributed, non-centralized, so no one or two leaders can be, kicked out of the deal. And every little town has their own idea of how they're going to do it, and then they kind of just work together to do so. So here's an example of a movie that could take place, fiction. But let's say 30 million people eventually decide we're not going to fight about guns and abortion. We're going to go after this power structure, right? We have to change it because it's going to run us into a ditch as it is. Money being spent on foreign wars and nobody being helped domestically, inflation running rampant, all these things, politicians being bought off. Let's say you want to change no money in politics, no more corporate personhood, no more Citizens United, no more super PACs, none of that bullshit, right? Maybe universal health care, some form, and maybe let's say college tuition becomes part of the tax base or something like that. Whatever the norms are that 90% of people can agree upon, you lead with those, you go to the union, you say, hey, or you go to the boss, hey boss, what's up? And you just see what you can do. And then you keep moving. Now, what could the movie be? You could have people literally withholding their labor, not buying stuff. I'm not suggesting anybody do this, by the way. I'm just painting a picture of a movie script that could play out this way. And you asked how, this is the how in the movie. So the movie, people get in the streets. They're not at a protest, they're in the streets. They are blocking commerce. The people at the top that are holding the marionettes don't take notice of people that don't change their circumstances. Like, whatever, who cares? Let those people yell, who gives a shit? But if they have a trucking company that makes them $10 million a month and the trucks are not moving, so the contracts aren't being paid, their $10 million a month isn't coming in. Different scenario. Take that writ large. In a regular strike, the company can't make money because the workers aren't there. So the shareholders get pissed, the customers get pissed. The longer it goes, the worse it gets for everybody. So is it better to keep 95% of the money and have life go on, or is it better to keep 100 and ruin your entire business? Same thing applied writ large. Is it better to concede in some way, or is it better to keep the part and try to repress or somehow push down the process? I don't know how this movie would play out. It's just a script. But if everybody was literally getting together and blocking things and not buying shit and not paying their taxes, basically civil disobedience in a non-violent way. That's kind of how the movie script would work. That might have an influence. Now, what could happen? Well, the government can push back like it does in many countries. When this stuff happens, there could be some sort of retaliation or repression, right? I don't know. Maybe they'll put people in jail. Maybe you'll lose your job. Maybe you'll be, maybe other punishment, whatever. Maybe you get hurt. I don't know. But most people who watch this for long enough believe that voting is no longer a path to change. It's just an act of futility. Does it matter for some things? Yeah. Supreme Court appointments, different issues with Roe versus Wade, other social issues. But in terms of these really strong dynamics, like what do you do national security wise? How many people go to war? What are we doing with our money? All these big picture issues that we're so what's happening in Israel-Palestine? Great example, right? As long as the U.S. military and money machine is backing the Israeli project, it's going to sustain itself. Let's face it. Without that, a lot of it could fall apart, right? Potentially. I'm not for Israel going through a horrible situation of the people. I'm not for any of that. I'm not for any chaos or war. What I'm saying is these are the structures that are in place that have to somehow be not in place for things to shift to a different space, potentially. And that's the why. Now, if you're curious, how is that actually playing out? Is that script even going to happen in real life? I don't know. But there are people that are talking about it, right? Trying to get past the obstacles that have always been in the way that are preventing changes. So in my bio, I've been thinking about this for a long time. So have many other smart people. And I'm not smart, I'm just other people that I've learned from. And in my bio, there's a link on Telegram called Action for Change. Action, the number 4, change. And it covers a conversation around some of this stuff. I'm not organizing it. I created it. Other people are on it talking. I don't even know what they're saying. I haven't been on it in a while. But you asked, I replied. Okay. And by the way, if you want to hear a recording of that, I know it's a lot of ground to cover. This is being recorded. It's going to be posted on my YouTube and my Rumble channel. You can access that through my link tree in my bio. Same place you're going to see the Telegram group that I mentioned. Okay, back to guests. I hope this isn't too much. Truth and Justice, I think, is it next?
Sorry, Chip. Yeah, I'm not really used to this going on TikTok live. I really agree with what you're saying. I think a lot of the problem with Israel and Palestine is born in the US. To be honest with you, I'm an Irishman. I really like the USA, but I think a lot of it's brought home that you aren't holding your politicians to account, more or less. You know, you're not holding your politicians to account.
So what would you want me to answer that? You want me to answer that or no?
No, I don't. No, it's a statement. No, I don't think in the US of A, you are holding your politicians to account. You're not holding your public representatives to account.
Well, the problem with holding them to account is we have two parties basically which run the show, right? And so let's say you say after this particular anger, you're angry at what's happening with the Biden administration about what's happening in Israel-Palestine. You're angry at Joe Biden for not doing enough to create a ceasefire. You're angry at him for being a self-professed Zionist, even though he's not Jewish. You're like, this guy's just not going to be our friend. Well, you have to think about, okay, so you want to vote for somebody else. So the alternative in this particular race at this point is Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump is also an avowed Zionist, and he actually moved the capital of Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which was a complete affront to many people on the Palestinian side of this issue, and it's still a scar to this day, I would believe. So, if somehow Bobby Kennedy, who's the third party candidate, could get in, which is rare, not impossible because of the dynamics, he's an avowed Zionist. So what is going to change on this issue regarding the different candidates at the federal level for president? And the dynamic in the Congress is that groups like AIPAC and other special interest groups, as well as pressure from industry people who just happen to have a seat of power in different industries, happen to be sympathetic to this issue. All those forces together also create a block to change where people are punished politically if they don't do certain things. They don't get money for their reelections. They get threatened by the group to have people run against them. If you're a politician and you're in the mix of this bad situation, even if you personally want to do something and you want to do right by your constituents who are screaming at you, what do? Your hands are kind of tied. You have to stay elected. That's your first mission as a politician. And some people do the right thing and get out. I admire those people, but most don't. So here's my question to you. If those processes are blocked and you're yelling and going to you're calling them 10 times a day and you're sending letters, what would you recommend somebody do given what I just laid out?
Well, that's a lot for me now, to be honest with you. In this country, there's a lot more accountability for what you do. Do you know what I mean? In Ireland, you're accountable for what you do. You're on show for what you do. And I think the US could learn a lot more. And even Israel and Palestine, the peace process, what we have going on over here, I think there's a lot more accountability. You know, there's a lot of BS over there, I think.
Well, listen, our system has been through a lot of, what Chris, I'll just say the words of other people. How about that? Because it's not me. This is people that I've read. I've learned all this stuff from other people. I'm not smart to figure this stuff out. But journalists and authors like Chris Hedges, his words are that he thinks this has been what he calls a slow motion corporate coup d'etat. So instead of it being a violent act by the military to kind of take stuff over on a whim with a different leader, the corporate structures have eventually, because of the way the labor unions have been crushed and the fact that corporate power has increased over the last decades, probably starting with the Reagan administration back in 1980, with deregulation and tax breaks for the rich and that kind of thing, and deficits being run up, most of the money of which goes through the corporate process and benefits people at the top, that they've taken a position of crazy amounts of power. And it didn't happen yesterday. It can't be unwound. Now, somebody here made a comment, which I want to make it very clear. The thing that I just laid out is not something that I am promoting or even think should happen, and I definitely don't think it will happen. Somebody said, you're promoting not paying taxes. That's irresponsible and dangerous. I'm not promoting that. I'm saying that one of the tools among the arsenal for the public, if they so chose to use that tool, I'm not saying they should, could be a combination of a general strike, which is withholding your labor, which, by the way, is illegal. Just letting you know, it's a civil disobedience, means breaking the law without physically fighting, right? And that's what a lot of times has to happen for change to occur. In the civil rights movement, people marched across bridges down in Alabama. They got
organized. Getting
So
organized. That's the
it's about
big thing.
organizing. Yeah, but I want to make a point though. I don't advocate for this to happen. I'm not like out there trying to cheer people on to organize this. I'm just saying if somebody asks me a question, I'm pointing out the framework that I think might be effective in some way, or it may not be. But they asked, I answered, but I'm not promoting it, just to be very clear.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That's my question I want to raise a little awareness on. When you think about it and you break it down, why these
Hold on. The person, hold on. I want to be polite. Do you have anything else you want to say, Truth and Justice, or is that
No,
what you want
no,
to
all
say?
good. No, thanks for having me on. I'm not used to this TikTok live. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks.
glad you came in. Thank you for your perspective. And yeah, listen, it's nice if you have a society where you can, tell your politicians what you want and they respond. That's wonderful, right? That's the way democracy is supposed to, or at least a representative democracy. All right, we have I'll get you W. You just have to let in Solier. I can't say some of these names. I can't say. I apologize. Solhir Cha. Suhir Cha.
Suhail.
Hello. Yes, are you there? Okay, let's put Sohair on pause. Maybe she'll get that worked out, or whoever that was. And then we have let's bring in. Let me see. We have another guest in the queue. Who's coming up? I want to give new people a chance to speak before you go, W. Just hold on. I'll unmute you when I'm ready. I promise. We have Mickey Joe. Mickey Joe, what's on your mind?
Yes.
Well, Jax wanted me to come over here, so I have to ask her.
Okay.
No, I
Go ahead, Jack.
no, I was basically bringing if you want to have an opposing. I wanted to see if you have an opposing view. It's very calm perspective of everything's going on in the ICJ.
Oh, do I have an opposing view in the ICJ? I mean, I
Yeah,
just got
any
here, so
view.
I'm not even caught up on what y'all are talking about.
Well, real
By
quick,
the
I'll
way, I
mention
told you.
we talked about that at length earlier. So for those of you who haven't seen, this is being recorded. We've been going for 6 hours and 30 minutes now, so it's all recorded. It's going to be on YouTube in the next 4 hours. So if you want to check it out, but I really don't want to go through the whole ICJ thing again. It's a whole long process to talk about. And I appreciate you bringing somebody up, Jax. But we've kind of moved on from that issue at this point. We're talking about other stuff. So.
Oh, you should want me to come in the chat. Okay, yeah, no worries. I mean, if you guys have already talked about it.
You're welcome to talk about whatever you want. I just don't want to rehash the whole ICJ. It takes a while to flesh it all out.
No, I don't have anything right now. I'll come back in and maybe watch what's going on next time and maybe bring some opinions then, okay?
We'd love that. That'd be great. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, we'll cover that next time we want to talk about it. Thanks. That's great. Thanks, Mickey Joe.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mickey Joe is pro-Israel, but he's how do you want to say relaxed?
Oh,
You know
cool.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I was inviting him over. So if he has any opposing views or anything like that, he's the type of person that please, always host him. He's actually decent, not a screamer, one of those kind of things, and is respectful.
No, that's nice to know. Okay, so we have there's somebody trying to come in. I'm trying to give people who are new a chance to talk if they want to. That person's timing out. So this has been
Suhail,
going on.
I'm ready.
Yeah, please go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, my iPad, I think the power was going because it takes a lot of power. Thank you for hosting all these shows, Ship. I appreciate it. I just want to mention something that I have noticed in all the big lives, that there is always people coming to throw that there is a religious war happening. Muslims killing Christians, they're killing Jews, they're killing, sorry, unaliving. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, and this is really, it's like brainwashing. It's the same thing when you keep repeating the same thing on the TV, because they're not repeating that now. They come to the TikToks and they repeat the same sentences, and they throw different areas and different countries and different things, which is it's not logical. It's not brought by evidence. It's nothing related to Gaza. Okay, just to divert the attention from the main subject you are talking about. And I've noticed as well a lot of people mentioning that if they're going to go all over the world and they do these acts and they do these unaliving in masses, and you will see it going to happen very soon. And these kind of talks just as well is a threat in a way, okay, But if it happens, and I hope it never will, it's not going to be any of the people from Gaza. They just want to divert the attention. They just want to get the sympathy away from the innocents. They want to divert the attention of what's happening so they can continue with erasing Gaza from existence. And we need to pay attention not to let these people have the platform. And if we let them have the platform, we need to challenge them. And if they cannot, within 2 minutes, submit a proof, they should be dropped. Seriously, Shep, because I've noticed that they destroy any life they go in. Just so
Well,
people don't talk about it.
no, listen, I understand your point of view, and I understand it's frustrating when somebody comes in and tries to spread some stuff that you disagree with or that you pretty much feel that it's factually incorrect. I take a little bit different approach insofar as I think it's actually better. I'm a free speech advocate, so I don't like suppressing speech. I like to let somebody say their thing, and if there's countervailing evidence to point out what they're saying is factually incorrect, then it's fair to bring that up. But people have their views for a reason. Some people have malicious where they're trying to spread misinformation. That does exist. I think most people just have their take and they see it differently, which is understandable. I may see it totally differently if I came from a different background. And so I think it's fair to hear them out. I respect their point of view. I just usually disagree with their point of view. And when it is factually inaccurate, whether it's me or them, I want to get to the bottom of it.
I respect Eli because he came and he, explained the situation in Azerbaijan and Armenia, and I really did not know about it. But looking at the map, if you go back to the map in your image, you can see Gaza, West Bank, and
That's just Azerbaijan and
yeah.
Armenia.
If you see that, if you go back to the area, he said the small area, which is on the left side. Yeah. Imagine this is Gaza. So okay, so people could understand, because some people don't understand what Gaza is. Yeah. So the gray area by the left is the sea. Okay. And the all the area by the dark gray.
Let's do this. Let me go to the Gaza map. Let's do that.
Please. This is very important.
Because there's no sense in talking through it without looking at it.
Thank you, Chip. You're awesome.
But the situation of the Azerbaijan, it looks similar to the Palestinian map in a way.
Oops, sorry, just flip that. Here we go, right here. It's the way to do it. So you can, if you don't know, this is the Gaza Strip right here. And then this is the occupied West Bank, this area here. And the rest of the green is considered the 1948 borders of Israel. Now, Israel, when they put their maps on the bus, they don't show any of this as different. It's all green.
Yeah.
So there is no Gaza Strip. There is no West Bank. It's just all green Israel.
Can I just explain the Gaza, the brown line around Gaza? For the people, for the 350 people watching, this is fence. This is concrete and metal and electric fence, yeah, all the way, with couple of gates, with few gates, so all guarded and fence, and it's very high fence, so no one can climb, no one can go near, and there is an AI camera with weapons, automatic, so they shoot anyone who comes to that area around the fence.
Here's a blow up of Gaza. This is the close up right here.
So people need to understand that this is a big jail. Yeah, this is a big jail. And all the gates are controlled by the Zionist entity, and one section controlled by Egypt, which is on the bottom.
This is the Rafah crossing down here.
Rafah crossing. Yeah. So it's one gate where the gray is. That's the Rafah crossing. Most of the people who come to defend what the Zionists are doing do not understand that bit. They do not comprehend how Gaza is.
No, Chip, can I get in 1 second? This is Ellie.
Just 1 sec. Are you okay with somebody coming in and helping clarify something?
I don't mind. I just want to clarify it for
here we
everyone.
go. Just to say, yeah, please go ahead and whatever you want to say, please.
Thank you, Chip. No, I mean, what I wanted to say is a lot of people don't realize, but actually the Armenians are kind of in the same position as the Palestinians. That's why I brought that. I mean, I heard about, one of the guests speaking about it. I just wanted to clarify it. So I don't know if you guys know about 1915 and the history of the Armenian genocide. So
Yeah, I
during the
understand that a
Ottoman
little.
Empire. So basically, yes, the map kind of looks like the Azerbaijani map kind of looks like the map of Palestine, like divided and the West Bank and Gaza, but it's actually the other way around. So we've been actually put into a corner where Armenia, greater Armenia, spread all the way parts of Syria, Lebanon, all the way actually to present day Palestine, the border, and Israel, or whatever you want to call it.
I understand that. This is why
Yeah.
I said it is similar situation. I know it's the
Yes.
other way around.
Yeah, it's the
I
other. Yeah,
understand
it's the
that.
other way. So the Azerbaijan's are backed by, at this particular war, this recent war, we're backed by Israel, and which is backed by America. And we did have a velvet revolution recently. And in hindsight, I mean, I was all for it. We need to change the power, and the people in power were not really doing much for Armenia. But now in hindsight, I'm looking at it, and it's so obvious that it was a revolution. Yes, it was a velvet revolution, but you could see the fingerprints of the United States all over it. I mean, Nancy Pelosi went to Armenia. Why? Nobody knows. And then after that, I started doing some more research, and it was just basically they're trying to get Armenia on their side because of Russia. They want to have more power or influence in the region, and that's why I wanted to say it's very important, because what's happening in Israel and Gaza right now, which definitely is I don't know if we could say that word, but it is a G word, I guess.
G-side.
G-side, okay. So it's very obvious, and they don't want to admit it, because if they do, then they're going to have to lose their power in that region, and they don't want that. They basically want to control more and more and more of that land. If you ask them, they want Lebanon. That's a country where my dad's from, and Armenians are in the diaspora. We're more Armenians in the diaspora than we are in Armenia because of the genocide, and because all Armenians went to all over the place. I mean, Argentina, Brazil, a lot of them in Lebanon, in Beirut, everywhere in the United
In
States.
Palestine
Everywhere.
too.
Just the
Lots
same.
of
Yeah,
Armenians.
I understand. I feel for you guys, because we're in the same situation. I mean, so that's
One
why
more
I have a
thing.
lot of
Yeah. Just
information
one more
about
thing I
this.
want you to explain to people. The Azerbaijani are Muslims, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And the Armenians are Christian.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with religion.
That's right.
So
Yeah, it has nothing to do
outside
with
power
religion.
come and uses a minority or majority and weaponize them to achieve a political or geo position in the area. So they sometimes they use religion because that's how you gather the masses, but it is really nothing to do with religion, and people need to understand that people who throw religion around to achieve a political or a geo power achievement in an area, okay, are liars. They are not sympathizers. They hate or anything to do with religion. All they care about is money, power, and control.
Yes, I totally agree with that. And one more thing I wanted to add is not everybody, not all Christians are the same. Not all Muslims are the same. I mean, we're human beings.
100%.
We have bad in every single race, every single religion. There's the good and there's the bad. Some people are, they just have a different way of thinking. And
what
for
unites
example,
us?
what I saw when I went to in 2019, I went to Nagorno-Karabakh, which is Artsakh. We call it Artsakh because historically that's what it is. We have many churches over there. I mean, we're talking about churches that are thousands of years old in some cases. And I actually saw a mosque as well. So we coexisted. The Christians and the Muslims, we coexisted in a region together, and it was, until we started drawing these maps and lines and putting borders here and borders there and segregating people. So if the same thing happened there, it could have been avoided simply by just everybody living together. But because you have to put a put religion into it or ethnicity into it and draw up lines, and then one side of the line gets nothing, the other side of the line gets everything, that's where you have these problems. And so
And
if you think about it, borders are actually the problem.
exactly. And if
Yeah.
you notice, if the people just go sit down, open the maps, and see how the cities or the countries were divided, you will see where the problems will occur later. Because they, let's say, they give like a big country like Iraq, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was raised in Kuwait. So Kuwait has a massive seafront, which is the Gulf front, while Iraq have little bit of the Gulf. While Iraq is in size wise is so much bigger than Kuwait. So
Yeah.
when they divided these countries, they deliberately put it in place so in the future there is going to be problems. So they never work just for now. They always work for later, how they can control. So if they can control a small country easily, so they can control the water access, they can control the petrol, whatever. Okay, and then this you have this big country, which is a mess to a lot. Yeah, thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate it. You can see, you see,
So
that's
here's
really
here's
just
Kuwait right
understand it.
here.
Yeah,
Here's Kuwait,
exactly.
and then this little piece right there, the little tip is the green, which is the
Imagine.
very small. Oh, it's actually this is the Gulf right here. This is the
Yeah.
Persian Gulf, and these are the Straits of Hormuz that separate between Iran. This is where they're worried that Iran's going to block
Chip,
oil transport.
even the name we fight over, even the name. Some say it's the Arabian Gulf, some say it's the Persian Gulf. Even the name we fight over, which is
Right.
deliberate. This is all deliberate, just to divide the masses. Yeah,
Right.
and the first thing when after the invasion of Iraq, people don't know that million children died before the invasion because there was sanctions against the Iraqi people, and there was certain immunizations which was prevented from going to Iraq. Imagine, and 1 million children died before the invasion. And when they asked Madeleine Albright, was it worth it killing and aliving these children? She said it was worth it.
Yeah.
And people
Yeah.
can go and check all that. And all these small groups that they create, that they go destroy churches, go destroy mosques, they are all operated by the power in the world. It's nothing to do with religion.
Yeah,
They just
I
attach
totally
religion
agree.
to it.
I
I
agree
agree.
too.
And one other thing I was gonna mention. So it was really odd for me because Armenia as a Christian country was the first Christian country because they accepted Christianity as their religion in 305 AD. But what I recognize, in Armenia proper, I didn't see any. We do have mosques actually in Armenia proper. And also, when I went to on the way to Artsakh, in Artsakh, there was a mosque, and there was a man by himself actually rebuilding the mosque, and it was really weird for me. So I asked, our tour guide, he was taking us there. It was about a 5.5 hour drive from Armenia, from the Yerevan, the capital, to Artsakh. And I asked him, what is this, what's going on here? Because it's kind of weird. This one guy working on this. He said, yeah, this man, he decided by himself, he's going to rebuild the mosque. So he rebuilt the mosque one by one, all the mosaic tiles, he was redoing them. And then, it's sad. Like I said, religion has nothing to do with this, but sometimes people, that's how they believe, that's how they think. And then now, when they took over Artsakh with our 1,000-year-old churches over there, then I find out that they actually destroying our churches, which was kind of sad for me because, I saw with my own eyes an Armenian Christian man rebuilding a mosque, right? An old mosque that was in Artsakh, and he's
Real quick,
rebuilding
if you
this.
can
And then I
finish,
find out
if
from
you
the
can
news
start,
that, on the news they're showing, they're destroying
can
our
you
churches.
there's a lot of folks that want to speak. Can you finish up
Yeah.
in the next 30 seconds or so?
Yeah, no, I'm done. That's fine. Yeah, thank you
Okay,
very
cool.
much for
Thank
having
you.
me. Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you,
both of you
Chip.
for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, and a lot of good knowledge you shared. Really good stuff. Okay. We had somebody trying to get in. W's been very patient. And by the
Yeah, I
way,
just want to
quick,
mention
quick,
something fast.
before you do it, real quick, just one thing. Somebody says they want to get the likes up to 500K. So if you don't mind, please tap the screen in the middle right now. It'll like tap Saudi Arabia as fast as you can. It'll bring some likes up. And then if you don't mind doing this, hold the screen down for a half a second. Your friends will pop up. Just invite some people in, like share the live. That'd be really appreciated because I've been on here now for almost 7 hours straight with no break. So your thumb may hurt for a second, but trust me, it's nothing compared to 7 hours without a break. Good long time. So yeah, so if people can please hit the likes, please, please, please. We have 360 people here. I don't see any likes going through. So that means 360 people aren't doing it, which sucks. So please hit the likes, please. I'm asking nicely. Okay. I think we had somebody by the name of Cherries Black 440. Cherries, are you there? Or Cherries Black? I don't see anybody there. Okay, sorry. Anybody, so let me let W say his last words. Please go ahead, W.
Yeah, so I was thinking a lot. Every time you think about it, when nations fight, they fight for something valuable. They fight for gold. They fight for, monetary value. They fight for money or financial gain. And I'm thinking about how the history with Palestine and Israel, how Israel, gave the Gaza Strip back, how there's about how many are there? There's about 5 million people in 2021 living in Palestine.
Hold on. Can I just share one point of view? You said give the Gaza Strip back. Just real quick. If you believe that Israel took the territory in the 6-Day War legally and didn't do it offensively, then quote unquote, by removing the settlements, they quote unquote gave Gaza back to them.
Well, they didn't keep it.
Hold on. So, but if you see it as the fact that Israel illegally occupied it because the war was offensive and was not justified by international law, which is what Resolution 242 says, Israel removed their occupying settlements and soldiers from Gaza. Okay, I just want to make sure we have that perspective.
Okay, so you can add the context, yeah. So 5 million people in Palestine were in 2021. Why would Israel want anything from Palestine? What would they have to offer at all to Israel that they don't have already? When I look at it, when someone who would gain anything from winning this war, it would be Palestine. If Palestine wins, they get the entire territory of Israel. Let's say they won. They won Israel.
I just want to make sure your language is still way off base. Okay, Palestine is a historic region. It's not an army fighting Israel. Just to be clear, there's a group called H Group that are the more militant arm of the administrative leadership within that were voted in 2006. They are the ones who attacked on October 7th, and Israel's stated goal is to come in to destroy them, not Palestine. Okay?
Okay. So the H Group, let's say, takes over Israel. They start monitoring border activity. They start stockpiling supplies. I believe if they ever win, which I doubt America would ever allow, because they know if they ever won, they're gonna be weak when they win. They're not gonna be as strong as when they began. They're gonna suffer.
Hold on. Are you proposing that H Group could take over Israel? Is that what you're saying? Because that's the most absurd thing you'll ever say in your life. That's not going to happen.
No, let me just finish. Yeah.
What are you saying though? I thought that's what you said.
Okay, so look, I don't know what people expect the outcome to become of this war. When the H Group, let's say, hypothetically, they win, what's going to happen next is they're going to be in a weak point where they're going to be vulnerable. If they even gain leadership of the land, they're going to be attacked by surrounding neighbors, or even worse for America, they're going to get in partnerships with those countries like Yemen or Libya or Lebanon. And what's going to happen next is they're going to become someone else's problem next. But trust me, if
Chip,
Israel...
with all due respect, this rhetoric it's so insulting. Like, I don't know, you keep giving him the floor, you keep correcting him.
If Israel wanted to commit genocide, they would have completely wiped the land off the map. It wouldn't even exist right now. No one would even be talking about it. If a drop of any attack that happens to Israel, not just October 7, any attack, if a droplet of it happened to American people, they would completely take care of it, and no one would complain.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Let me briefly respond. Then I'm going to bring on Sajid. Sorry if I say it wrong. Okay, that's a point. Let me make a counterpoint to that. Making the claim that if Israel wanted to, it would completely destroy or obliterate Gaza. First of all, if Israel chose to do that, if they like literally just completely bombed it, they would be taken. They would be prosecuted for war crimes. That would not be acceptable. So just to let you know that. And by the way, W, I've kept you on here for a long time, and you've shared a lot. I'm going to make room for somebody else. Thanks for being here. Yeah, a lot of people are offended, and just to let you know, making comments like that, like if we really wanted to, we could wipe you. Is that productive? I think that's an unproductive thing to say. Anybody could say if Iran wanted to, or if Russia wanted to, they could drop an N-word weapon on Israel and destroy it. So could China, so could Pakistan, so could India. So what? The repercussions for completely obliterating a people off the face of the earth is unthinkably bad. You don't want to do that for Israel. That's just not in its own self-interest. Okay, please go ahead, Sajida.
Okay, Chip, listen, he said something. Okay, what could Israel gain, okay, out of this war?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there was nothing for Israel to gain, then why are they even in that region? They're obviously there because they want the land, okay? Now, why is Gaza being bullied the way that it's being bullied? First of all, we can break down the October 7th narrative, and you would probably do such a great job at it because you were in the military before, right? The area that the resistance rose is highly protected. And we're talking about Israel, who's supposedly the best, intelligent, military in the world, blah, 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 the whole spiel that they give us all the time. Why did it take them 7 hours to get to their people? Why on the day of the 7th did they move that rave over there and have a whole bunch of civilians there when they are never there? I mean, there's so many things that we could break down. I've seen so many reports where female IDF soldiers, because they have a base that's female only there, were being interviewed, and they're saying we kept on calling them over and over again, telling them there are people here that we don't recognize. The facial recognition systems are not recognized. There's people that are here, we don't know what they're doing. Like they were calling for help before the attack even started. But it took them 7 hours to get there. So we could break down that day a million times over. And personally, like a lot of the people in Israel are protesting against the government because of that. There's over 70% of the Israelis want this to end, and there are people marching in front of Netanyahu's house every single day because of how badly they failed their people. Besides the point, again, off the coast of Gaza, you have oil and you have natural gas. That's big money. And we all know that the Middle East has been in shambles because of their resources. Eisenhower in the early 1940s, before the state of Israel was even conceived, was talking about how the Middle East is a very lucrative strategy, a gem that they're going to keep for themselves and their Western allies. They're speaking about the East as if the people living there don't mean anything, as if the resources there do not belong to the people living there. Invading every country, stealing the natural resources, calling the people teas and everything else under the sun while you're attacking them, starving them, destroying their infrastructure and destroying their families and leaving them with nothing but trauma and poverty and no way out. This rhetoric is disgusting. And it all comes down to money and natural resources. He wants to sit there and stand Gaza as if it's poor and it has nothing. No, it has everything. That's why they're willing to risk their face and everything that Israel has to go and take it. And Israel's been doing contracts with BP. The contracts are already signed. They want to come over there and drill, but they won't if there's an active war. So they're waiting until God knows what they plan really, truly behind everybody's back for the people of Gaza so that they can start their drilling and theft of natural resources. I'm sick of the narrative. It has nothing to do with Islam, and it has everything to do with this Zionist agenda of taking over the world domination, taking the resources for themselves. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's that's worldwide though, not just in Gaza. These crazy countries, these rich people, it's all over the
Listen,
place.
I read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah.
And it explains to us exactly what they did to South America But right now we're talking about the Palestine, which happens to be in the Middle East. And he's painting the people of the Middle East with this brush as if we're these savages that don't know anything. Then why is it that we're successful everywhere else we go?
Well, I think what they've said is, why are those people living on top of our oil? What they say. That's a funny thing. All right, we
That's
listen.
disgusting. Anyway, I could talk about this forever. I have so much respect for you, Chip. Thank you so much. I gotta go, but that rhetoric, honestly, is disgusting. And at the end of the day, Gaza is a rich place, and it has natural resources, it has gas, it has oil, and this is, at the end of the day, what it's really about. Much love to you, Chip. Everybody have a good night, and free Palestine until it's backwards.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, by the way, moderators, if anybody bringing people up, please don't. I'm trying to control the end of this because we're getting close to the end, and I don't want to bring up more guests and then have to drop them. That's kind of a hard thing to do. So, all right. So we have Zachariah. Zachariah? Did you have a chance to go yet, or no? I don't remember.
I would love the chance to go. First of all, I want to let you know that I appreciate you so much for your life. It's awesome. The discussion subjects are great. 3 points, and I'll get out. The first point is everybody need to remember the leader of Germany in 1933. I don't want to say the name. He said it that religion is an opium for the Middle East. And it's not only for the Middle East, it's for everybody. Religion is a very sensitive, private thing. And it doesn't matter Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. So the political arena used the religion as a tool, number one. Number two, dividing the family and stripping people of morale and respect and dignity. That's another issue. And the second point is, don't forget that there's a Scotland Yard, there's KGB, there's Mossad, there's CIA. And what you see in the movies in Hollywood, some of the material that you see, it's actually from real life. And they do a lot of things that you would not believe that they'll do. The October 7th thing, that's one example, and I don't want to mention others, but the whole idea of being in Jerusalem, the old city, born and raised, I'm a Muslim, lived in the Armenian quarter. Our house is right next to the Armenian church. Jewish kids used to come and play soccer with us. We used to go sleep at their house. Protestant, so many domination, but they're all getting along. I was 17 by the time I left there, and everybody gets along. There's nothing with religion or race or color or anything like that. Politics, what changed everything. Money became a new god for the new generation of political leaders. Money and power and fame and being with celebrities. To sit down with Tom Cruise and whatever these guys is a big thing, because it's a party. It's wealth, money, power. So that's for you that you do in this life, and donating your time. For me, that is a good deed, whether with God or anything. That is the most beautiful thing that you're doing. There's few characters like you that they doing live like you are, that is very beneficial. And I just hope for the people who gets out there to ask questions or say things, they say it from an educated background instead of a thought. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, just to take that a step further for a second, it's hard listening to somebody that hasn't invested the time to learn about this situation. It's painful, right? And I think there was a great example today. There was a woman from Israel, and she staunchly believes what she believes. And I mentioned a resource, a documentary that I've seen that I think is very good about rounding out one's thinking. And she just refused to even consider it. She says, I'm from Israel. I know what's going on. You can't tell me anything. Okay. I'm from the United States. If somebody tells me there's a great documentary that'll explain some things that I may not be aware of, I'm curious to find out what it is. it's unfortunate when people have the other mindset. Speaking of time invested, just to let you know, I'll tell you my schedule. I'm close to finishing. This is nuts. I normally go every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon until 2 p.m. And we're already after 7 p.m. So I've gone 7 hours without a break. So we have to finish shortly, just to let you know, like a couple more minutes. And then I go Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And he thanked me for putting in the time and doing this. I'm happy to do it. I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy sharing what I've learned and learning more myself and doing it in a way that's civil and hopefully orderly. But what I do have to tell you is I'm also not rich. I don't have any backers, so to speak. I'm not taking corporate money. I don't have any sponsors, anything like that. So I kind of depend on my audience. A couple things. One, in terms of tapping the likes, we got up to 500K. Good job, everybody. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. If you donate through TikTok by pressing on the gold star, just to let you know, which I appreciate, but TikTok keeps 70% of that, which I think is kind of high. So I do have donation links in my bio, which is there's a link tree under where my videos are. You can tap on the link if you're outside the US. In my bio, it writes up what you need to type into a web browser. So you type in Linktree Chip Barnes, hit enter, and it comes up. Towards the bottom, there's 5 ways to do it: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle, which is bank to bank, and then of course I have a Patreon, which is $5 a month. So I'd rather you donate there if you're going to. And I'm totally follower and user funded, viewer funded, because that's the only way to maintain your objectivity. As soon as you start taking sponsor money, as soon as corporate money, God forbid, foreign government money like APAC, like some of these jokers here, you're not objective, right? So I'm going to count on each and every one of you. If I'm going to keep doing this, whatever, I don't have to keep doing it. If I don't get supported, I'll have to do something else, right? That's the way it works. So anyways, I appreciate your support. If you can do it, if you can't, no worries. We got to finish up soon. I'm going to go 4 more minutes. We're going to have one more guest, Lena. Sammy, I'm sorry, but somebody put you up. I didn't bring you up, and I apologize. I'm going to have to get to you next time. I know that's not fun. Lena, what would you like to say?
Hi, everyone. Oh, my God. Sorry. I'm in a busy city, so yeah. Nice to meet all of you. Peace and blessings upon all of you guys. It's great to be here. I've been a long time fan of you, actually, Chip. And also of Dr. Shiva's. It's great work that you guys do. It's much needed. I don't want to get into this too deep because we don't have that much time.
Hey, Lena, can
But
you tell the audience who Dr. Shiva is real quick?
oh yeah, Dr. Shiva. He is an amazing, amazing, amazing individual. So I mean, where do I start? Right? He is he's a scientist. He is a inventor. He is a philanthropist. He stands for the truth and justice. He's really one of the people that if you stand for truth and justice, Dr. Shiva is the guy. And I'm not really doing justice to him with that, but you can of course go and read on your own about the many achievements and accomplishments and just his work ethic and so yeah, that's who he is. I wanted to come on here just to voice my support for you and for this channel and for just letting there be an outlet for this much needed we need this. We need a platform. We need a place where people are able to voice their opinions, where people are able to not just voice their opinions, but do so unapologetically. And yeah, it's crazy times that we're living in right now, as we all are aware. The recent events going on around the world in Palestine and in Yemen and just all over the world, really. So yeah, let's stick together and let's do this. Let's focus. Let's keep it organized, and I'm hopeful in us actually being successful in this mission.
Okay, thanks for being here. I appreciate you, and stay safe out there on the road. Be careful.
You too, Chip. You too, and to everybody here, God bless you and take care.
Thank you very much. Have a good night. Yeah, so real quickly, I want to just let the audience know this has all been recorded for the last 7 hours and 15 minutes. This is my second longest one. The last one that I did this long was 8 hours and 15, no breaks. I swear. Craziness. I'm an idiot. Anyway, for those of you who are new, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran, not an expert in military. I'm an independent content creator here on TikTok. I talk a lot about geopolitics. I had learned about this whole thing was Israel-Palestine when I was 21 years old. I'm 56, so 34, 35 years of following it. So I know a little bit more about it than the average person from America, and I try to advocate as best I can for what I believe to be the truth, which is that the Palestinian people, unfortunately, not only were their grandparents moved off their land in 1948, but they've been subsequently oppressed and blockaded and mistreated and marginalized. Yes, they've tried to fight back sometimes. They've gone through different uprisings. I understand the other point of view too, but I still think they're marginalized, and this is the worst it's ever been. So I'm going to keep advocating as best I can and try to be polite in interacting with others who see it differently. I think that's fair, and try to learn as much as I can and then share what I've learned with others. That's sort of my shtick. And I try to listen and be polite and be fair, and that's how I run my panels. And there's others that are more Jerry Springer like, if you enjoy that, fights. So this will be recorded. It'll be up on my YouTube and Rumble channels shortly after this. Once it settles, I'll upload it. It's going to take a little longer because it's been so long, but it'll be up there and you can check it out. We've talked about Mansour Shoman having been abducted. He's a journalist from Gaza. Unfortunately, the word is he's been abducted by the Israeli forces, and I'm not sure of his status, but they've gone after journalists in terms of trying to unalive them. They're actually abducted another one. So this is just in the same playbook, unfortunately. So hopefully he's safe and doing well. The same behavior continues. Not as many aid trucks should get in. You got the bombings down in Khan Yunis and elsewhere. You got people just living through horrible conditions, and not many people in the north have food. It's just getting very desperate. It's just very sad, and we need a ceasefire first and foremost. That's the number one thing. So hopefully the Israelis will figure out that this is not even in their best interest. They've admitted they can't unalive all the H group. They're too hard to get to. Plus the idea is not going to change no matter what they do. So that's kind of it for today. I will be online again Monday night. My schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. And then Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, usually from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Sometimes I go longer. I don't want to go this long again, but you had a lot of guests. For those guests that I didn't get to, I apologize. And for those comments I wasn't able to see and answer, come on back. I'm not trying to ignore you or avoid you. If you disagree with me, that's fine. In fact, I just don't like to do name calling and all that silly stuff. But if you do disagree, come up on the panel. Let's talk about it. I'll give you the time of day. I'm not going to cut you off or mute you. I really try to listen and learn, and it's okay to disagree as long as we can do it in a way where we try to reach each other and come to some common ground, right? That's where peace exists, in that common ground and our shared humanity, right? We all pretty much want the same thing. We want to be safe. We want to enjoy our families. We want to have a good life. We want to be able to eat good food and have a good time and be safe and sound and not be at war, right? That's what we all want. That's what we have to work towards. Okay, that's all I got for today. Thanks for being here, everybody. I know it was a long session. Those of you who wrote out, by the way, for those of you who did some moderating, thank you so much. The chat can get very crazy without you, so I really appreciate it. Jax, especially, thanks for all your help. I call you the man, but I guess you're the woman, right?
Well, I wanted to thank you. You got a lot of
I need to get some dinner, everybody. I'm worn out, but Ruby needs to go outside. So thanks again. I'm
Have a
signing
great
off.
night.
Have a good night, everybody. By the way, bye.